Control and truly will very gladly hold these positions once again.
4v5, Team Mayhem. We've got a minute's hand to get something committed. Look at Truly's positioning here again. Both sides heavily covered. Have the option as well for Forsaken to just rotate to force an overload. I mean, that's the job having 5 players to 4. You do have the ability then to just recall any strat you want and just commit numbers. Mayhem, though, just playing with utility and information at hand. They've already thrown so many nades over, they can't look to try and damage anymore. Kings only gets some impact kills and has a good coverage in mid. But it's not enough angle here, and then it Truly just going to wait time away, because again, they've got all sites covered. Needs to play around just what information you can have. I mean, the X-rays are there, good shots through the statue.
I didn't know you could wallbang that, to be honest. Space to be there to pick up another onto Jesus. Finally, Kings, a response as he gets the necessary information, but you put yourself in a terrible position. There's only 35 seconds remaining in this round, and you have no idea where anybody from Truly is. And to be honest, it may end up benefiting them a little bit. It's Truly start to get antsy right here. They reposition, give up some of that control toward the A side, but they gain the information, and now it's all on to Mayhem to try to win these opening gunfights. Raph has got to go big. Yawn's going to be forced back right there. 1 for 1, at least initially. Bomb's been retrieved. You got to plant it immediately, and that gives Yawn the information. Forsaken right there around the corner. You've got to go quickly, though. Not enough time to get a plant down. You got to find Hex, and he's hiding away. 0 seconds on the clock as Truly take the round.
Oh, now we're getting into Uncharted territory here. Scary waters. A nice round for Truly as well, because it was a lot more technical than the previous 10, I'd say. A lot more bomb-based, a lot more structure-based, and had numbers too to support, despite how long it was. Right, break-off coming in now. Truly heavy towards B. Mayhem, though, very nice and different. It's towards A. And the cross is enough, but I'm pretty sure Yor might spot a few.
There should be trophies over there, but it doesn't look like they have any, so the nade forces a couple players off. Raph's been able to sneak forward, but doesn't realize that space is all the way through. Trades go both
I was
ways,
muted? No way, bro. I was talking to myself. What the frick? Yeah, NA is better than EU, and yeah, what is up?
He's gonna drop right there, and Truly now going
Damn,
to be
Truly
2-0 in the series.
Mayhem got clapped.
Taking a map versus one of the top 3 teams all season long, and now they're on the brink of sending Team Mayhem home.
The victories
Rocky, thank you for the 24 months.
I mean, listen, it's only the end.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Truly have their edge, but for the most part,
dude, this is so unexpected. No way, bro. Truly is actually winning.
Really, really good couple maps, but I think when it comes down to these
Mayhem getting clapped
and the closeouts, they do have the ability again just to read information. They adapt on the fly.
They need blur.
Truly, they just played it beautifully.
Yeah, and if you're Team Mayhem right now, you've got to be questioning a lot of things, because this is not the way this team has looked, especially with this roster for the later half of the season that we've seen them just looking very indecisive, and they have given way too many opportunities to Truly on that map.
Bro.
I think you'll look at so many of those situations, and especially whenever you have a round that simply comes down to time. Just sitting in one position for what was effectively a minute and a half of the round, and then you finally decide, oh, 90 seconds in, maybe they're not going to peek us, and you're forced to kind of flood through.
Oh yeah, I was a little bit late. Been watching for 3 years now. You're a goat.
Give away that opportunity.
Dude, they should have kept Blur on, bro.
Really capitalized on it as they take the round right there. Raph got to be a little frustrated off the back of that one. 15-7, but not enough to get the win.
Yeah,
Raph won
exactly,
15-7 and lost.
And Raph, a beautiful showing there. 15-11 and 6 combined assists. I really think that
it was really good.
To a lot of these rounds, truly have been so efficient. Hacks
we made meatballs.
Leading in score. Bomb carrier
with like this cranberry sauce.
S&D, which again can be
the sauce is like honey. It was a honey meatball.
And they have done it.
Cranberries,
was with a
Dijon mustard,
and even in the 5v5 4v4s, much better in terms of team play.
And then we had roasted
honestly, if you look at
carrots
the assists,
and
Team Mayhem probably had 3-4 times as many as assists. So you can see that they're playing together.
Oh, you can hear me chew, my bad.
But the
and then there's
were just so much more dominant.
We made this creamy mashed potato with like garlic, butter, and
sneaking through mid-mech to pick up a big two-piece. Whether it was Space finding players on the cross, whether it was Yawn just
the cranberry chicken rush man, delicious,
with the AR over
cranberry
top of
good, bro.
They were making the better plays time and time again, and that obviously heading into the control now, Team Mayhem, like you look back, you know what is actually really good. This team in control before,
but yesterday, we went to go celebrate, like, well, not celebrate, but just go out one last time with some friends, because one of my friends is like leaving, and her dad actually owns a few restaurants, which is super cool. But the restaurant was closed, so we had the restaurant to ourselves, and we pretended we were bartenders and shit. And I made a tequila sunrise, but instead of just cranberries and orange juice, I added mango nectar, and holy moly, it was a game changer because it just tasted like I was drinking straight like mango orange and cranberry juice mixed together, and that was a little dangerous, but it was bomb.
This is probably the most difficult.
Yeah, what happens to Team Mayhem, bro? What's going on?
Because Raid is realistically the only map that they played for the entire
season. I promise it's really good.
They have the reps there. It's just the issue that they haven't been able to take it against the top 3 teams. But they haven't taken a map against top 3 teams. They're already up 2-0 in the series, so we'll see what they've got. Little A hit over here to see what they can find. Teabag is going to be able to find one to get things started and should be able to relay that information to the rest of the squad. He gets taken down as players hop the objective here for Truly. But Jesus should be able to hit a flank right here, and at least one kill's going to be needed, but can't hit the final shot onto Space.
Bro, Jesus. Jesus.
Don't find anything out of that scenario, and that simply cannot happen.
Yeah, Smoke blocked Teabag's vision, but now has the read through Cash, and it's going to be a nice group here from Team Mayhem as the few kills do go through. A will be at least off of the menu. Wet Noodle Spawn means, again, head-on aggression towards Mayhem.
Oh, I had no filters on my mic. Oh, that's a problem.
Trap here through driveway just to keep Truly in the bottom left hand of the corner. As far away as possible from points, but no. Look at the time left on A, just a little sliver there.
Down 2 lives right here, and it looks like Truly should be able to get that capture over on the A zone. Big kill by Raph to clear things off and make sure they don't lock in that 1 extra minute. Jesus able to slip through to find one, but Saken there to trade immediately. Looks like Truly we're able to get players back onto that A zone, but Space would rather find the kills. Unfortunately, the snipe not going to connect initially, but
I
if you
apologize.
give a quick scope onto Raph, just like that, the A zone has been captured and Truly set up 1 life.
Dude, Jesus is not saving today, fact.
16-17.
Bobby is commentating right now.
The hold setup, though,
you can't tell his voice, bro.
Again, though, doesn't matter if this killer's found.
His voice is so distinctive.
4 more just playing around information. It's a good setup as well, but I mean, Kings needs to read the audio cues. Truly, they could aggress for any point. But again, the cut-off kills from mid and the reverse spawn trap employed as well back in Garage. It really is going to be a difficult spot now for reading any sort of a split situation.
Big kills to be able to take down the 1 player in the inside of top laundry, but Hax is going to be there to return fire. Now sitting on a 2 spree, not looking to give up this life as he's got an opportunity to work for streaks and Truly will sit back. They get players onto that B zone, and Team Mayhem have got to find a response right here. There's 1 player with an opportunity to flank. That's going to be Teabag. They get players on the objective, so that stops any progress that might be found. But Teabag's not going to be able to find anything right there. Now down to 8 lives. They've got to work quickly.
Jesus doesn't like BRAZILLL,
make their
clearly.
way back on once again, but Jesus not able to connect for the kill, and for the time being, truly continue to find those frags at a timely moment. Now up 8-4. Wet Noodle's gonna go ahead and pop the War Machine. He's trying to put this one away.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be down to Raph there on the point, just to sniff around any sort of play. And Mayhem now down to 2-7. Both are isolated up in Laundry. It's a difficult
5v1.
play.
Oh my god.
All down to Cartels.
He's gonna win on offense. What a
go. Not meant to be written in the stars. 1-0 to kick things off.
Go
here.
truly.
Magnificent. You know, if you want to wordplay that, I think the entirety of that round was down to how good they can read the game with streaks.
That's actually insane, dude.
Man, I don't know what's going on for Team Mayhem right now, but there's no better time than the present to get things together.
That Mayhem looks like shit. What the hell?
A and see what they can find out of it. Yawn doesn't find any off the entry. Does find one before getting taken down in space. Not going to have much to work with those smokes obscuring his view, but I believe that's a War Machine he just took down in the hands of Teabag right there. Sakin through the mid-map's going to be able to cut down another, so Team Mayhem getting some time here on A. And a big kill for Cartels to keep at least one player
he got
safe
WPFP
on
though,
that
I
zone.
agree. Oh, that's
Definitely
awkward.
Not looking convincing quite yet for Mayhem.
Yawn finds a little one. And again, Mayhem are just fighting
Yawn's been doing really good.
Of contest on A. Looking for 2/3 of a tick. Good crossfires coming in though, as truly have positions to even isolate kills on B. It's wonderful. They want to employ the driveway spawn as much as they can. That's why now we're seeing hacks fly through at a speed of light to keep B out of any sort of congestion. 18-20 for the life count. And still though, Mayhem need a play call.
Raph hops off A before they've locked in that second tick of progress and doesn't even end up getting anything out of it. So once again,
Mayhem the most
Team Mayhem
inconsistent
forced to a full reset right here and now find themselves down 4 lives.
Not looking good at the
see if
moment.
they can find some inroads toward B, but truly have got that completely locked down. They're going to look to see if they can flood through the mid-map right here and find something else, but Yawn going to be there. He's now sitting on a 5 spree. Not only that, but truly have got a couple operators to work with if they want them. At this point, it doesn't look like they need it. There's only 12 seconds to work with. Team Mayhem,
look at Hacks just like
8
spamming his
right here, and the shambles continue to get even more shambolic. 2 seconds, nothing for them to work with. They make their way on the A zone, but zero margin for error, and they find themselves down 8 lives.
Heavy numbers committed towards A. It's very interesting to see. Jesus, nowhere near his teammates, but again, the pinch might work out in their favor. Needs to have pressure because all the crossfires from Wet Noodle getting in top bedroom. It's eliminating any sort of presence from Team Mayhem as 3 players are now left alive.
3v10. The Hunter Killer has been earned for Wet Noodle as well, and that's going to be one player on the low ground. They still can't deal with him. He's still working on an EMP system, and Cartel's left all alone. 1v10 right here as things continue to go from
that was
bad
not good at all.
to worse for Team Mayhem, and that's going to be Space. Quick scope connects, and truly on the brink of sending home Team Mayhem.
Dude,
Truly,
sending home Mayhem in a 3-0 control is crazy.
And they're doing every bit to earn it. It's been flawless Call of Duty so far. And what could potentially be the series point here, this break-off determines everything. Again, the mid-presence is going to be met, and it's a huge first blood drawn.
Man, Mayhem just can't find a break in this one. They get players onto that B zone to defend, but it's truly already making their way on over to A. Sakin, Sparrow, what can he find? Nothing.
I don't know if he
Big
wasted that or not.
Right there. Kings gonna be able to earn a pred as well. Maybe a little bit hasty.
What?
That
the pred didn't connect.
There's absolutely zero value to be found, and once again, it seems like more than anything, Team Mayhem in their own heads. A tad bit of a panic play as there's not really much going on and no real need for that to come through. And with that, Space is now
Mayhem in their own heads.
Worry-free to get on that A zone. It looks like that second tick of progress already locked in. Trying to make the read onto Kings. He's going to be pesky in spawns. And they're finally able to wipe off the remaining players on the objective. But 22v22 still far from a comfortable position.
Exactly.
It does look weird when you look at it from like a third perspective. The pred is goofy.
Stronger B. wouldn't be a bad strategy. It is the old-fashioned way of doing things
Ooh,
on Raid.
Raph,
when it
crazy.
comes to spawn control, I mean, truly you haven't got numbers here for an overload. They want to try and aggress their way back into the opposing spawn. This is such a smart play. It's the opposite reverse spawn trap. You're keeping Mayhem fenced in on B so you can flip them to the south side of the map. It's so genius.
One player in that spawn area that's got to be dealt with, but they're not going to make the read onto Cartel, so he can sit back. Kings pops the Annihilator. No value found quite yet. And about half the time already lost, so he's got to continue to move forward to see if he can find an angle, but he's going to get dropped right there. Beautiful snipe from space. Wet Noodle calls in the Pred, trying to see if he can find any information. Nothing going to be found.
Yeah, Wet
right
Noodle
there.
is
So
coding,
again,
right?
Team
Yeah.
Mayhem doing a good job of wiping that utility.
Oh my
off
god,
the
my
board
headset
without
fell off
sacrificing
my
anything.
head because I
Gonna
sneezed so
see
hard.
that
Jesus
Purifier
Christ.
come in for Cartels right there, but not a lot of
Oh
value.
my god,
He's gonna
Jesus.
get taken down, and Cartels has to go big, but
Big.
he's able to find two, and that could be a round-saving play for Team Mayhem.
Nice little moves as Hacks again drops down to the floor. Team Mayhem. Only a one
Predictions for Rejects versus Truly? Hey, yo, you don't know it's Truly yet, bro. What are you trying to say? I think Mayhem doesn't have a chance of winning this. They are on defense, so they're chilling right now. Big kills from... Oh, wow, he got one there? Whoa.
At a much faster rate.
And honestly, for Space, it's a miracle he's able to find one
Jesus
kill
is playing
right there.
nervous.
Not going to be enough to
He has
equalize
the most
anything
kills
as they
on his
still
team
yet to
right
make
now,
any
or the
progress
second,
toward
or
that B zone.
yeah, the most
Equalizer is still
play.
in play for Raph, and they've been
Well,
able
they
to
all
find
have
so
15
many
kills, 16
out
or
of this
15 kills, except
situation.
Cartels.
So maybe a glimmer of hope for this Mayhem squad. Space gonna hit a nice double.
Bro,
quick
Cartel's
scope
letting
to
me
keep
down
their
because
hope alive,
last
but they've got
few
to find a
like
way
last
onto the
tournament or
objective.
something, I was
9v5, the
talking
current
about how
situation,
Cartel's
and
is
there's
super
one player
underrated and
on the
he is
flank
actually
that can
really
blow it all
consistent.
up.
Now
That's
he's
gonna
just
be
selling.
Jesus can save you. One
Ooh.
kill should be enough to clutch up, and his teammates are going to be able to do that damage anyways. Now it's all down to Yawn and Forsaken. Yawn finds the opening kill, but can't
no
find
3-0.
another. His Team Mayhem keep their hopes alive.
Mayhem still has a
Forsaken walking
chance,
into that crossfire.
but Truly
Team
is
Mayhem
also on defense.
do have a chance here
So
now.
it
Look
might
at
be
T-Bag with some
Dunzos.
streaks, and Jesus saves with an off. Yeah, fairly even in terms of ability. I'd say now that Mayhem's had a great chance of making it 2-2.
I'd be surprised if
Comes
Mayhem.
down to how well
I would
Clash
lose
set
my
nades
shit
and avoid
genuinely
that
if
ban at all
Mayhem
costs.
beats
Yep.
Truly.
You can see
come back
those
all
nades
the
landing
way.
over top.
Like the
but
whole entire
it is
thing.
Team Mayhem with the stronger break off right here, able to find 3 kills. And Jesus
And
in
then
the
they beat
mid-map
Rejects,
is going to
I'd
be
flip.
able to
I'd
take
actually
down the
flip.
Annihilator. That is huge
Do a
value to
backflip.
take off the table. And they continue to farm kills right here as it looks like they flipped a switch, and all of a sudden it's a
Oh my
9-to-1
god,
kill
Mayhem in the
disparity
feed, Truly
between the two
choking.
teams off the start of this one.
Truly, can't
It's
really
Joey
get
for
anything
Mayhem.
over the
Hey, now
field
look at
side
them,
to
bro. They're up
defend
8
a
lives
for
and
this
they're on
round.
offense. It's
28 lives
crazy.
Team Mayhem is quite a daunting prospect.
Okay.
Hunter killer drone thrown through the middle of the map. Can't really sequence anyone onto the A site. As now Team Mayhem opt to rotate in different fashion. I like this. They're going a bit more west. They want to make sure that mid's covered, and even if the spawns were to get trapped, they have the pinch in the back all received.
Wet Noodle trying to peek out one through the mid map. He's going to be able to take down Kings. Still sitting down 8 lives, but able to play through the smoke right there. Unfortunately, Cartels, nice guess to find the kill, and now Team Mayhem, a lot of life advantage to work with as they look to make inroads over
that was
this A
awkward.
zone. Big kill by Kings to take down one. If they can find some mid-map presence, should be able
They have
to
a
make their
minute
way onto
30.
the objective. It's Wet Noodle that's got to be dealt
my
with.
God, for a second
Cartels,
got
only
clapped.
one to be found out of that Pred missile, but you get the information as well. T-Bag not quite able to connect with the Pred, but the Gunny will. Just like that, Team Mayhem sit up 10 lives. G's been able to pick up a Holger, and Raph looking to be the one to clear out money room, and he 360s onto Hacks right there. Just like that, they make their way onto the objective and sit up 12 lives.
Truly, looking for a nice pinch here. Mayhem have got so much pressure now onto the A
17 to 16 to 5.
Basketball courts is anyone spot ready
Absurd.
to aggress with 5
Oh my
lives left.
goodness.
Team Mayhem have
They're
done everything
getting
possible to keep this advantage in their favor. I think space as well
It's
being an
bad.
issue of the sniper rifle just creates even more tension for Truly. I mean, Raph flanking through the backside, 2 players in kitchen. Truly, you haven't got really much to work with.
Cartel's
Okay.
got a sniper to work with as well, and he's going to be
Ooh,
able to
nice
take
shots.
space off the heady. Now 15, make it
Damn.
14,
Double
fights
pistol
1,
kill?
all down to Yawn. He gets taken out.
Yo, the comeback
Team
is in
Mayhem,
full swing,
once down
chat.
2-0 on
That's
the map.
the most perfect comeback. If they make the comeback, you lose the first game, you lose the second game. You're 1 point away from losing the third game, and you're out. And you start coming back, and then you come back the whole thing. Then, oh my god, that's actually perfect.
Not a bad idea.
That's
There's
script.
3 choke points you can fence off, especially with a war machine.
I just leaked the script, chat. Sorry.
Perfect. I mean, listen. When it comes to space, needs to get the mid cross.
My bad, bro.
No, a good route through the backside. Mayhem have numbers on B. Not opting for time. They actually want to remain this position because when it comes to the life count here in this last round, truly are defending. So now we need to make sure again that they can read and get that advantage they so desperately need.
Space was getting hunted right there, not going to be afforded any opportunities. Equalizer still
did it
for F.
on purpose. Oh yeah. They knew the script too. I gave them the script.
Would like to find a couple more kills if
Space is doing good on the sniper though. He has 19, which is not bad.
He's going to be fairly safe on the backside of top.
Because as long as you're not feeding.
Objective already captured. Given the fact he only had to give up 4 lives in order to do it, they are in prime position to make their way onto that A zone.
Love to see how true they've set up for it, and look at this, they've gone so far into the extremities. They're so aggressed out from A, but it's covering every single choke point that Mayhem could exploit. They read it nice. They can't funnel anyone through mid just yet. Until they cross into kitchen, that's when it becomes a real problem and truly need to take fights.
Big shot from Space, but he can't make it 2 right there. So just like that, Mayhem have taken kitchen control. Cartels is pushed up with the the Purifier in hand. And
this round is close.
Taken off of that pool heady. T-Bag finds the final necessary kill, and this is the opening that Team Mayhem have been looking for. Space gonna get shut down off the Annihilator immediately.
Ooh, that War Machine hit him?
War Machine. He's gonna be able to find 2
That's
kills
crazy,
right
I'd be
there.
mad.
The Sparrow comes out for Jesus. No value going to be found as a deadly nade
it might be done, chat.
for Space. But
yo, truly needs like a good
here on the
wipe
A zone,
here.
And there are multiple people that have got to be dealt with for this Truly squad.
Nice basketball control. Mayhem have only got a 4-life lead, but despite being away, Truly can still hold. This is a harder point to capture for reference.
It definitely is harder to cap, but they are up live and they have a
coming
minute.
in bottom bedroom, so they've got an easier front air assault. They can employ
Mayhem
overload.
just can't do is
Truly,
waste
though,
time.
Actually opting to send 2 players out wide just to catch anyone through pillars. But no, Mayhem are right in front of Tiki. They want to at least get the smokes away so Cash can't be a crossfire.
Truly are going to call in these operators in super passive positions. Space gets taken down.
Ooh,
with only 1.
they might have lost.
I don't think any was there for the claw.
It might be over, chat.
They're still going to be able to equalize the lives as Space can't seem to miss a shot. Now 23 kills on the board, and Team Mayhem continue to give away lives right here. Very little margin for error. Hax is going to get spotted.
They're taking too long.
They're going to be able to find 1. 6 fights, 8.
Mayhem
only
lost.
29 seconds to make your way
Mayhem
onto
lost.
this
It's
objective.
Over. They need 1 good push.
0 success
and Truly needs 1 good hold.
Sakin's gonna be able to take down another, and just
that's
like
it,
that, 0 respawns remain. Team Mayhem have to be completely perfect
Holy
the
crap.
rest of the way through. Space backs up. Jesus finds 1. Cartels finds another, and just like that, there's only 1 life separating the 2 teams. The objective has been hopped.
Oh shit!
The Wet Noodle's taken down. It's a 5v5. Sakin, Sparrow.
Oh
what
shit!
Can you find? Absolutely nothing. Only 2 lives here for Truly. They
oh my god, Truly chokers! Truly a bunch of chokers!
It's gonna need to be a 1v4 if he wants any chance of clutching, but no opportunity for him to peek.
Oh my god, Truly's a bunch of choking newbie noobs. Oh my days, that's so embarrassing. Oh my god, no!
Only by the smallest of margins, right, Bobby? I mean, listen, I'll let you catch your breath.
It had such a good hold, bruh.
I think we're looking at I think when it got to a 5v5, because again, the lives were 6 to 8, right? The important kill was made through mid onto Mayhem, so they had them literally boxed under bottom bed. I don't understand particularly what more needs to be done in terms of, let's make this an easier time. They had
Alright, I guess it just means
then the player
here comes the Mayhem comeback. How are we feeling on that? We're back on hardpoint, chat.
Oh my gosh,
Also, I was recording a video earlier, and I literally was
in
like
game,
talking, right? And I said
like
chat. I was so embarrassed.
Going from bad to worse for both teams. First Team Mayhem can't find an inch in any direction. And then all of a sudden, they take all the momentum back in their favor. It seems like they're going to steamroll the last one. They get an easy capture over on the B zone, and then they get ripped to shreds. Truly take the life advantage, and then they get torn to pieces.
Yeah,
oh my
choke
gosh.
after choke.
And now Team Mayhem have to look to try to pull off the double reverse sweep. They reverse sweep the control first, but they've still got 2 more maps that they have to take if they want to keep their Masters hopes alive.
Maybe they can play for the double reverse sweep and a full sail at the end. I mean, listen, that would be a dream series to get things off here. I mean, when you look at the statistics, though, just to tell the story in a more clearer picture, I think T-Bag there obviously had the most impact in terms of frag power, but
oh my god, bro.
Assists, only ever so slightly do we see truly have a slight advantage. Yeah, the crossfires were there. It's just T-Bag was the issue. And really, near the end, I think Hax had a nice little spell there to get those 3 kills inside the garage because it distracted the larger play that Mayhem could have made.
You gotta give a lot of credit to Wet Noodle. Obviously, not crazy numbers for him, but so many high impact kills. It seemed like it was going to be enough for them to be able to take the map and to shock Team Mayhem with a 3-0. Obviously, they've still got an opportunity that they could do this. Now getting ready to head into the hard point and you're going into a takeoff map that we would once again presume is a truly map pick. They've already taken the summit off of Mayhem. They've got to be feeling still pretty decent heading into this one. Yeah,
I listen, when it came to the first time these teams played, it was just all Mayhem. But, I mean, winning those first 2 maps and even taking it so clearly on the summit, I think the way that these win conditions are made, especially for Truly, it has to be down to, you know what, we can take it close to the end, we know we're going to win, but I mean, we did throw away that control in a number of aspects. There just wasn't enough time. There wasn't enough positional play really to have an impact. They were struggling for a large portion. Their positives, though, were that certain individuals in the form of Haxers had the ability just to isolate a few kills in a large quantity in quick succession. That right there is the difference.
Yep. Oh man, that was pure chaos through and through, and once again, truly with the opportunity to completely shock Team Mayhem, a team that has been together for Lord knows how long, and truly a self-admitted pickup team, would truly be an amazing feat. I promise I did not mean to do that.
Am I going to Brazil playing him like that? Hell no.
This series are always going to be on the table, but listen, I'm not trying to cause you any mayhem.
All right, well, we get ready to head into the hard point. It seems like at bare minimum, Team Mayhem have made a slight mental regain. Obviously, they've still got a long ways to go to try to clutch up in this one. And if you can finally force it into that last search and destroy map, they've got to feel a lot more comfortable. But their hard point did not look clean remotely in the first map that we watched with them playing on the summit. So they're going to have to get things a lot more locked in. And it does seem very much like teamwork is the main issue with this squad, because they're finding the kills. That was the case in the search and destroy. That was the case in the hard point as well. And they just weren't really able to capitalize on them and get themselves in position to lock in either the objective.
Stop with the yap. I need to see what's happening.
A search and destroy zone.
I need to see who's going to win, bro.
Definitely got to just mentally tighten up, I think, is the biggest issue at hand for them.
Yeah. I think that when it comes to mental toughness and fatigue, I think fatigue is a bit more powerful than, you know, holding resilience and having that thick skin. Because if you can keep the same thoughts at the same high level for the longest period of time, then your ability to recall any strat and play off of your own intuition, it just rewards you later in the series, because you're not going to be playing against the same playbook strats over a long period of time. Yes, they will cause issues, and you need to have the adaptiveness just to realize that. But you will have the ability in return to just look at these teams and go, you know what, if we have the ability to run around them and just shoot them in quick succession, take objectives, it will be a smooth time.
All right.
I want Mayhem to win, Loki. Dude, it would be sick to see Mayhem come back, but like at the same time,
in this one, it looks like indeed we are.
If
looks like Truly
wins, it would be such a crazy,
slower side, at least for initial entry
upset,
right there.
You know? Because nobody expects Truly to be Mayhem,
able to get that initial map control and make something out of a strong start of this one. Obviously, priority to try to maintain some semblance of stadium control so you can set up toward P2.
What is this camera angle, bro?
Truly on the break off, and Mayhem drop smoke just to try and counter. First trade goes through, and already Truly are very tight around the hill. Mayhem aren't really winning any of the initial trades, and they don't really want to try and get time here, Truly. They want to make sure, again, they have the power just to keep these choke points locked off. But as again, spawns are going to be a little bit flipped, as Mayhem now will be behind them. The read has to be clear. Saken has the play call. Truly, 35 seconds left. this P1 could be more of a stack for a money hill rather than actually a rotation call.
Not something that you typically tend to see, but Team Mayhem have struggled to come off to hot starts in these hardpoint matches, and that has continued to be the case for them. Big kill for Raph to make sure that Truly can't lock in any additional time on P1. Space on the low ground, trying to find an angle to work with as Jesus picks up one before getting traded out, but obviously eyes toward P2 and the setup over there. Players do get beamed off of that opening hardpoint, and it will be Team Mayhem set up in the top side as well.
New hill comes online, and I think Mayhem have got plenty of position here to try and take the first few seconds. I mean, Truly are on the low ground, so they've got the advantage when it comes to the slide cans.
I want to see Hacks win. That's also true.
Kill feed makes it anyone's hill. Teabag lost alive will get the first.
I don't know. I feel like, oh my god, I feel like Mayhem got their bounce back now.
Isolate a few players.
Oh no.
No operators online.
Nice two-piece from Teabag to keep things clear on the top side. Space looking to contest right here, but he's going to get spotted out, and that's going to be Raph dealing the rest of the damage right there. So, Yawn looking for an angle to work with. Will he be able to find anything? No, he will not.
Why do they still use DRH? I thought TM was banned.
In this one, and
it is banned.
All of Team Mayhem as they have
but
not
the old TM make
the only
here
on P2
difference
and take off our point.
Is that it has a true
for
tapping headshot factor there.
Scrap time, and I think that it will be at least another hill where Mayhem will contain the lead, and they will sacrifice a few just for that early setup. And it's
still OP without it, basically.
Mid is completely cut off on a
have I ever met Bobby IRL? Yes, many times.
Just to cause an issue.
COD Next, COD Champs,
to lurk out in blue.
The other COD Champs,
Truly players guessing Teabag early.
Some other events
right there. That's going to gain them a kill.
Ground War.
And some information as well. And Raph continue to be pesky. He's already earned those equalizers, so he's going to be that much more difficult to deal with.
reverse sweep there for Team Mayhem? Is that how I feel it?
Looks like one player going to be able to slip upstairs. That's going to be Hacks. It's going to be Raph that's sent up to hunt him down, and hunt he will, but immediately traded out.
Oh my god, it actually might be.
Strong break into the hard point right here, and the utility should be able to slow down the push of this Team Mayhem squad. War Machine is going to come out for Teabag. Will he be able to find anything outside that opening kill?
Sparrow.
The answer is no. Forsaken response with Sparrow.
Oh my god, he got clapped.
They do throw in a lot of operators. The investment investment warrants the kills, I suppose. Team Truly can play for 10, but Mayhem have got positions.
What roster were you on when you played in Champs? Nice.
Next hill.
I was teammates with Teabag from Team Mayhem, Hacks from Truly.
Any sort of pressure possible, but I just don't think in terms of the kills, the deaths, and even the active players alive, Mayhem can hold on to this next hill.
I mean, Kings has all the spots, because I had no idea you could shoot through those tiny little pixels right there. That's going to open up an opportunity for Mayhem.
Aerith, please come to Brazil. Dude, I would love to go to Brazil, but the Brazil event is for comp teams and stuff. It's not for content creators. I don't think we're going to be able to go.
So blistering on the Fennec. He's going to get taken down.
But if they invite us to go, that'd be pretty cool. I would love to go to Brazil, do a vlog. I've never been there before, so. How come you're not in the tournament? Because I am not a competitive player anymore. I am just a rank warrior. I'm a content creator.
It's a very back and forth affair between the two.
Yeah, even scorelines, but Mayhem are managing to get the scrap time and even some initial. So they are fundamentally.
It's close. It's really close.
I definitely think though when it comes to the next sort of 2-3 minutes, Truly need to play for heavy contests. I mean, it's keeping Mayhem in spots of bother. They have got no real comfort and no real refuge in any sort of play.
Jesus absolutely has to find that kill on the Hex. That simply cannot happen. Raph pushes on through, but it's after the new hard point is already
Raph is actually
again,
like
nothing
Raph
really to be
Teabag,
right
I think,
here,
are the best players on
Mayhem.
Mayhem.
Fill up the feed. They reinforce the point. King's not going to have any angles to work with, and Saken once again hitting absolute lasers onto the high ground. Finally, Team Mayhem there to stack the point, but really since P2, they have not been able to find
not anymore though, because I would rather make content.
To those first couple of hard points,
Comp takes too much
time.
time.
Have been clean as can be for Truly.
Oh, but the contest is still there. Hacks and Kings though will try and at least have a little ballet dance through the center. 20-point game between the two teams. Scrap time will go to Team Mayhem. Truly here want to at least keep them up as much as possible.
Wolf said their favorite team was Mayhem because they play more traditionally.
I think Truly had the slight edge here, and even a streak just to make it uncomfortable for Team Mayhem. But I think when it well, with the lead turning in Truly's favor now, it does initiate some new ideas here. How can they progress throughout the map?
Oh.
Yeah, and once again, Team Mayhem have that stronger control toward P2 side, and that was for sure their best hard point of the map so far as they sit down 7 points. They were able to eclipse a larger gap than that the first time around, but if you're only going to find significant time on P1 and P2, it's got to be perfect 60s all the way through. And with Forsaken finding 2 kills right there, looks like it's not going to be an easy task ahead. Raph hit by the flash right there. Jesus, the only player on the objective. Reinforcements do arrive, and it looks like there's going to be heavy investment right here, but Wet Noodle, War Machine, able to find some solid value so far for Truly.
Yeah, I know, clean through the top.
Oh yeah, that was against Team Mayhem actually. It was against Mayhem, and then we lost.
They have to worry about now the Sparrow, which Jesus has been saving for a large portion
I
of the
obviously
last
don't get
45
flashbacks.
seconds. I mean, it's still a close game. Anyone's to win. Mayhem have got enough numbers here to force.
I would have gone to my first ever LAN if I won that one fucking match, but it's whatever.
Of any sort of pressure, but
yeah, I'm salty about it.
Anyways, face to face.
He cannot miss a bullet right now, and he's one by one shutting down everybody on this Mayhem squad. 1 kill away.
You had me shitting bricks in that match. I had myself shitting bricks.
A Pred missile. Fortunately for Mayhem, T-Bag's going to be there to shut him down, but nobody in position on rotation. That's going to mean close side spawns for this Truly squad. They looked really strong despite the fact that they weren't first on rotation the last time around. So you got to think with this positioning, they have to feel supremely confident. Team Mayhem, 4 operators charged and ready to go. The usage has got to find better value than it has been finding.
Dude, this game is so
Truly
close.
Trying to hold on for 40 seconds here, and it would extend the lead. Mayhem, they've got the break ready at hand. Can only invest maybe one operator, but I think Truly have got the nice little
what the heck is Raph doing?
Exit kills they're looking for. Just to keep it
Dude, we
more
see
of
FedEx
an even
in
contest.
NA, but we don't see it in Europe.
Mayhem have got 4 players stacked inside a lounge. Very much going to be a nice bunker setup here. Just good for holding wall-to-wall gunfights and cleaning out any opposition. Spawns though directly on the hill. Mayhem can get time.
They're going to invest all their operators, or at least 3 of the 4, but it's only going to earn them, what, maybe 20 seconds of hardpoint time. T-Bag with a must-win kill there in the top side of P4, but he's going to get traded out as once again, Truly, the stronger team on rotation right here. A couple of big kills from that pinch side. Team Mayhem make their way into the objective, so now they have their first opportunity to build a somewhat convincing lead here in this one. Space gonna get
this is a money hill.
T-Bag lurking in the mid-map. Jesus, from the top side of the objective, shuts down
every
another.
Every region you sign up for Europe. Dude, Europe just wants to be different, bro. They could be using AKs and PDWs and Switchblades, like what the hell?
It's quite easy. Truly aren't really getting anyone
so hard
through.
to be different.
Maybe it's up to the net. No, it's going to be the same sort of spawn trap, or at least the same sort of read. Hunter killer drones as well, clear the outside, but nice shooting from Truly. 20 seconds to play for here, and if Mayhem get a full 60, it becomes a real issue. As Truly, well, first of all, can play off of some scrap time. They need to make sure it's not contested, as Mayhem are nice and firmly in the driving seat. I think the spawns though for the next till. Mayhem again are playing around it quite nicely and have the aggression as well. Good positioning from Raph there just to keep Truly in the back.
Is
I
this
didn't
the
think
final
there was anything that was
qualification?
going to be able to take Raph off of equalizer in that position.
This is losers bracket.
Take him down through a wall with the Annihilator.
Bro, what if
That's
they
exactly
do?
What if they do? So they make sure that Team Mayhem does not get a full 60,
best of 5,
but
3
again,
2s every single.
Starting to feel like this hard point map is slipping out of the hands of this
every
Truly
single
squad. And you want
matchup,
at
bro.
all
Oh
costs
my
to
god.
avoid that meltdown, search and destroy map where you lost 7-1 up against this Team Mayhem squad. You're on the top side. Beams to make sure that they can maintain some semblance of map control. Another for space right there. The objective remains contested right here, and T-Bag gonna get spotted out, but shots just not connecting for space. He's gonna get taken down, and T-Bag and the Team Mayhem squad continue to move upward as they nearly eclipse the 200-point mark here.
Dangerous territory Truly do not want to be in. Mayhem have got such a wonderful spread of players. They've got 3 in a parallel line across the middle of the map to keep Truly just fixated and crossing through the main central opening for the P1. And even now, rotation needs to be thought about. Truly have got positioning here, but they're just fighting scrap time. They need to overload players on the brand new point and keep it fenced.
I don't know why Kings is hopping on for 1 second of scrap right there, especially when Truly.
Hey, that's everything, bro. 1 second, every second matters.
Slide through. He gets shut down. Equalizer would love to be taken out if your team made him. Cartels.
Oh my god. What is bro doing? What is bro doing? Oh my god, they trolled.
Continue to be able
no comment. That was actually bad.
Any player that wants to enter through that avenue, the War Machine gonna get taken
what
down
happened
for
there?
Team
What the hell?
And Raph, the one player there to shut off the rotation, should have been able to find at least one. And Team Mayhem missing out on a lot of opportunities here. 2 operators charged, and Wet Noodle's gonna call in the War Machine.
Nice play. I think truly here have gone for the full 60. Mayhem can play contest at this point just because they can't force Wet Noodle away from mid. It needs to be a nice little position play where they can cut off the new, and it just keeps them so far back. They're trying to break out the spawn, but it's just not going to happen. Really great plays and individual fights against 2 players. Saken's got such a good angle.
And one.
Why did it? No. No. No! Oh my god.
To afford you any real type of lead, John's gonna cut off one on rotation right there, and it's all going to be down to T-Bag to try to hold the line until the reinforcements.
Oh my god, what is this?
Right here, Cartels finds one, but T-Bag cannot play his life.
What is this? What the frick happened to my bro?
Tells all alone, but one player's gonna spawn in the back. I believe that's gonna be T-Bag, gifted a spawn from the gods, and that allows the rest of the Team Mayhem players to get in close, and just like that, they made their way onto the objective.
Truly maybe
hold on, let me open another one.
Try and break through here as Mayhem have made the cleanest
Why did it do that
so far.
Why did it do that?
Corners on one side, and it's not humanly possible. Mechanically, you need to get a player to support. No injuries are possible, but Truly get a nice little break. Need to clear a few.
Oh my god, Aerith is not subscribed. I'm not.
Kill for Wet Noodle, shuts down the pinch play. One player able to get on the objective, but Cartels immediately shut down, and now all eyes toward P4 right here.
Oh my god.
3 Mayhem players in position.
Money Hill.
One watching the pinch play, but Wet Noodle is there to shut it down. T-Bag, much needed trade, but Team Mayhem desperately in need of a big hold right here to create a little bit of comfort, and Truly are not giving them any of it.
Wonderful break, but Mayhem is spawning right in front. 4 dots appearing.
Get on the points.
Kill feed. Pressure-wise, it's enough to keep Truly in time. They need to keep these kills segmented. You can't get one after another and face a constant barrage of pressure because Mayhem are just going to continuously sprint towards the hill and not let up.
T-Bag pops the War Machine, but
he choked his War Machine
down himself. Truly now
oh my god, Truly can win it here.
They still have an opportunity to pinch, and Team
Mayhem
make their way onto the objective. So that's 2 players there. Truly, they can still lose it here. They've got to shut down this push for Mayhem, but that's gonna be Equalizer. He's taking out space.
Chat, what's going on?
Pred missile from above. What
Big
can he find? It's only gonna be one, but the info is there as well. And Truly have broken back.
Well, the info is obvious.
They can't quite win on this one. Forsaken gonna be able to spot one from above. Team Mayhem only 1 player remaining, but is making the big time play. They might be able to get the
they win off that
right here. Truly have got to throw bodies at
no.
The
Why is he glitching?
Team Mayhem,
no way.
The
reverse sweep is happening, chat.
Now have an opportunity.
Where's Wet Noodle? That's codeine.
For this week in reverse sweeps,
no freaking way, guys! No freaking way!
I'd like to thank that since I've come on in, it really has become a nice little addition. Oh, that's wonderful. I think Mayhem there just capitalized on a huge mistake from Truly. They had all the players set up and they were ready to act.
That is crazy, y'all.
They couldn't hold on for too long. The players in mid that were isolating, slaying roles needed to switch to objective players and support. In reality, the crossfire and the spawns are too far close in that final hill to warrant any sort of aggression.
Oh man, that was once again a map where there was no guessing who was going to come out on top. Just such streaky plays out of both squads. Team Mayhem toward the front side of that one couldn't find a break on P3, P4 to save their lives. And then all of a sudden, second couple of rotations, they became experts. Truly phenomenal job fighting that one out to keep things close, and they nearly find a way to take it on P4 right there, but Mayhem hold the line. The ghost tick goes in their favor, and they're going to be able to force things now into a search and destroy on a map Or once again, historically they're the better team, but I feel like history at this point has gone completely out the window.
Absolutely, I think now you're looking towards the future
but what
and
are
the
these
present.
games,
I
Chad?
think
This is
that
actually
Mayhem
absurd.
have woken up. They really have injected themselves properly, and it's even better to see that 4 players above 40 kills.
40 for 40s.
Crazy numbers right there. 4 players. Obviously, Teabag has been just a staple for this squad all day. But really
they're all really good players.
Again,
like you got.
Look at the numbers. Team Mayhem.
These are all like Mayhem players. Teabag and Hacks used to be teammates. Teabag, Hacks, Yon used to be teammates. Space and Forsaken used to be on Tribe. Like they all. These are
little toward
great,
the end of
like,
that
players.
one for them to be able to close it out. And it felt like certainly a must-win map for them because obviously they have taken that search and destroy, but Slums presumably their map pick and getting ready to help.
Some pro players just don't rank.
One thing we will say to their credit, they did take Seminole into overtime on this exact same map, so it's not necessarily one that they're consistently bad at, but they struggled sizably up against this Team Mayhem squad last time around.
Oh, and that's going to be a huge factor now in the lower bracket because they can't make any mistakes really that would afford them, to go, oh, well. I think now the mindset's going to be really focused on how can we adapt on the fly. I mean, again, if they're getting Seminole to overtime, that's a great reference point as to what to expect against a team the caliber of Truly, who have finished 4th and have qualified for playoffs, yes, but I would rely on a few players back in that Seminole game that have performed well and draw the conclusions there.
Yeah. It's
why did all tribe members tribe from Seminole or something? No, most of the tribe players are in team rejects, except Envy, who is an LG player. It's because tribe didn't renew their roster, so their contract ended. So they obviously can't be named. They can't be named. What's it called?
To be able to win the maps, it's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to close because you get reverse swept there in the control. And now you have a hard point where you have a sizable lead and fail to close. So
they have to change their name.
It's not trending in a great direction for them.
No, absolutely, and I think that's another good reference point. When you're looking in terms of the direction of these players and what they need to maintain, it has to be a clear-cut case of, I'd say there's 3 things. It's got to be the player attitude, it's got to be player presence, and it has to be the team's ability to form a hive mind. Just 5 players thinking about one strategy and then forming the parts and assembling an idea in
what
terms
is bro
of
yapping about?
Setup, the pre-plant break, and all the other things in between.
All right.
Oh yeah, Envy is nuts, dude.
Apparently some of our players did not think to charge their devices before hopping into the action today.
Oh
so
my god, they have to charge. They have to charge, bro. It's always the NA players. So irresponsible.
Don't go any.
That's so crazy, bro. Dude. I lost a break. Why am I on? Oh my god. Yesterday there was one dude who mastered Yapology. Black screen again? Yeah, why did it do that? Hold on, I will fix. Ta-da! Back. Anyways, chat, who do we have for S&D Meltdown? Mayhem or Truly? I think Mayhem would be a crazy comeback on a comeback. So I think it'll be a good matchup either way. Well, it's not a 7-0, I'm fine with whatever. It's only a 3-minute break. We're chilling. TBD. Genuinely no idea at this point. Yeah, I'm lost, bro. Like, literally anyone could take it. Yeah, like, I would say Mayhem might have the upper hand right now just because they are coming out of 2 wins. They're coming out of 2 back-to-back wins. It must be feeling. But you never know. God. The game is. Do you play with FOV on phone? If so, is it max? It's not max. It's 70-50. What time is it in Canada? At 9:11. Dude. When of comeback history of Kadam, for sure if TM gets there, like, dude, no bro, if they came back and also be rejects to qualify for Brazil, that'd be crazy. I'd lose my mind probably. $30 seconds. Is Godlike in this tournament? They're in the Indian region. Right now, this tournament is every different region, and then like the winners qualify for a bigger tournament. So, no. Blur bench. Yeah, I don't know why Blur's been subbed out. I don't know if it's the move, but I feel like at the moment it isn't. I would say put Blur in for Jesus, but that's just me. Oh, here we go.
By Snapdragon Elite Gaming.
Snapdragon Elite
Samsung
Gaming.
Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Well, if
Energy,
any of those
DHL,
sponsors want to sponsor me instead, I would be greatly
Force.
appreciated.
All right. Well, we're back, and hopefully our teams have some fast-charging devices as we are hopefully getting ready to hop into the final map
they took
of
3
the
minutes to
series.
charge.
It has surprised us at every turn, obviously, to get things started, not only truly taking the map pick for Team Mayhem, but starting off to a 2-0 lead, and then Team Mayhem, the reverse sweep in the control, and now forcing a map number 5. What do Truly have to do here in order to avoid it?
So in terms of it all, I mean, yes, it's daunting to go to map 5 at this stage, but you do have to take a lot of precedence from the
China
first
also deserves
maps
at least 2
I
spots.
mean, listen,
I agree,
those
but
games
it
were
is what
close.
it
They were
is.
20 points and a hard point.
I'd for
and I'd say
Blur
around
over
a 2 in the
Cartels
SD,
or
right?
that.
So when it comes to this one, again, you're facing a
It's
team
also
that has gone
understandable.
overtime with Seminoles, who have qualified for Brazil. I mean, the confidence
Then game
they
will
get
not
from
be in an hour.
that,
It would be in
alone
like
is enough to bring any sort of
2,
player
bro.
out of
Like
their
at this
shell and
pace,
truly find their footing. I think that
this is
well,
absurd.
truly, at this state, have to make sure that they can read the place perfectly and slow things down at the right time. All right, I think on Meltdown, it's very fast and hectic, especially through the mid-map when you're rotating sites and keeping the bombs in, you know, control positions. Make sure, again, you slow it down at the right time and get those kills.
Yeah, one of the things about the Meltdown Search and Destroy is, especially on the offensive side, you can really dictate the pace of the game and what you're feeling most comfortable with. With the way that Truly have been playing right now, I would not be surprised to see a lot of B pushes because the snipers have been firing on all cylinders. Space with the Tundra has been looking very, very dangerous, and especially if you can get players
That
into
is
those
true.
long-range
Space has been doing
positions,
very
they
well
can
with
be
the
an
Tundra.
absolute nightmare for the opposition, and it is typically just the easier site to plant on as well. With that being said, you're also more than likely going to have to deal with an R9 in the hands of Raf over on the A zone if you want to push it. So that's always going to be a major risk, and Truly, for the most part, have not had a real counter for him in those positions. We'll see what they're looking to throw at it right here as they will spawn on the offensive side.
Truly, off the rip here. Playing for win conditions early, spreading the map nicely. These set lanes through the middle. have to be key, and they're very high too. I mean, no one towards A, and that Cartel's there.
Here we go.
In, and maybe a misread as the first blood is potentially going to be drawn.
And he's going to get out of dodge instantaneously right there. No opportunity for a trade. Truly will gladly take the plant right here as it has been afforded to them. Now 5v4 goes the retake right here. 2 players looking to push on the flank side and all the pressure onto Space. Find a pick right here. Ref spots out one. Space is going to drop one.
5v3?
That's got to be done with there.
Big double from
taking down
Forsaken, bro. Oh my
like
god.
that, the push has been equalized. Yawn gets the information, doesn't want to push through right here, and he doesn't really need to. Jesus taken down mid-smoke, and the retake has fallen apart one by one for this Mayhem squad, but fortunately 2 players remain. They got to move quickly though. Kings, damage has been dealt. Ralph needs to find the R9 shots, but he can't quite connect right there. Has been forced
Oh nah, no way. Mayhem trolling.
Oh, the thinnest of margins. I mean, if one of those shots from the shotgun
They
connected,
took the
it would be a
5v3,
different story,
goddamn.
but had to hop it at 5 seconds, and even there, it was an easy read and an easy round to convert. Team Mayhem now currently down by 1, but it's okay. It is second round. Hopefully,
oh my god, he got an
we'll
ace.
show something more promising.
That was an
The same break
ace.
off for Truly, much more spread out. Very high nades through middle. They want to take care of Teabag as quick as possible. Team Mayhem aggress towards B. Bob isn't really committed just yet, although A seems to be the most likely point.
Didn't notice at the time, but that is actually an ace for Forsaken.
That's what I was saying,
holding
bro.
Off the retake from that Mayhem squad. They're going to be forced to reevaluate right here as once again Truly have taken over that A zone. Forsaken should have been spotted lower by Raf, but I don't think he got that information. Now going to look to lurk toward that bottom side, slides the corner, and that's the perfect position for an R9. Should be able to pick up an SMG to work with there as well. Once again, looking for the retake, but took a lot of time on it last time around, but Teabag, Tundra connects right there, and now they head into the bomb site with a man advantage. Kings trying to sniff out all those backside zones, but you don't really need that much pressure, and there's a lot of players dropping by the wayside. He's going to hop the bomb right here. He might be able to pull off the ninja.
Oh, not the ninja 1v3. What is going on in this game, bro?
This Truly squad to hear the audio cue.
What is happening, chat?
And what a disastrous end to that round.
Pulling off a Damon Karma Barlow, are we?
What the
Love
hell?
it. Now, Truly tied up even. But a nice equipment towards
They
B
did a
here is a
ninja,
new
bro.
look strategy
Is
and
Harvey
definitely
sensor
rewards.
banned? Yes.
Nice spots for the sniper for Space.
Oh my god,
Cheeky
Space
angle
sucks.
for him to work with right there. Shot's not going to connect, but
Space so good.
suppressor on
No.
the sniper should keep him hidden for the time being. Force back right there as Hax is going to be able to get the bomb down. This time is over on the B side. And Team Mayhem have not really done anything to try to deter these bomb plants. It seems like they feel confident with the retakes, but there hasn't been much in convincing fashion to give us reason to believe that would be the case. Wet Noodle's going to shut down 2 on the backside, and once again, using so much time right here and not making anything out of it.
Oh
not
my
finding
god.
a single kill out of these positions. It's a flawless round there for Truly.
Dude, what
And
are these
Team Mayhem
rounds,
just
chat? What
looking
the hell?
indecisive at every turn on the defensive side.
And that really has come off
What's
the back
going
of that
on?
ninja defuse, I'd say. I think that was a wonderful wake-up call for Truly
Yeah,
to
Harvey
get some
Sensor's
rounds, and
banned.
the aggression paid off. I mean, listen, they found
Big
3
sniping
players on
skills
the
better
south side
than
of the map,
Space.
and it
Nowhere
just
near,
created these
bro.
1v1 in an overload situation. Now, new break-off, new
Space is
ideas.
a ratty
Set needs
sniper.
come in, but a nice commitment here, especially for Team Mayhem.
This time they get aggressive, respond on the A zone, and that's going to be 3 opening kills for them. Hax and Yawn left to try to respond. And the bomb's still in hands for Hax, but with no information on either of those bomb sites, you got to kind of sit back and hope that Team Mayhem over-aggress right here. They're going to go ahead, wrap back towards spawn, and try to link up with their teammates, and still leave this Truly squad guessing as to what direction they should go next. They have at least a little bit of information that there's some real estate to work with over on the B side.
And they have no idea just yet, as you said, the amount of pressure they're going to face, and that's none on B. And 2v4 though, I mean, listen, planting this early on is risky. I mean, in my boots, I would avoid doing it for at least another 10 seconds, till Mayhem are fully aware of, what's going on. Because truly, if that bomb gets uncommitted and someone dies, 1v4 is even harder when you're reclaiming bomb.
4v2?
And
These rounds have been so bad.
the tightly well-placed play from Team Mayhem has kind of left Truly in an odd spot where they have no idea how to really respond here. And they've almost played themselves out of the position that they're in, because now Team Mayhem sit 4 stacked up over on the A zone, and that looks to be the only opportunity for Truly to find a plan. I'm not really sure what the actual game plan is here, because they play completely into Team Mayhem. They're able to find one to open things up. Not a whole lot of time to work with. Jesus saves, takes down one. Kings finds the other. And unusual plays out of this Truly squad is Team Mayhem will gladly take the round offered up to them.
Yep, 2 apiece. Round for round. These sorts of S&Ds in the game 5 are a little bit difficult in terms of how to predict the break-off, because again, at this point, the strat book is so wide open because some have worked and some have not. But towards B, Truly got a great idea going on here. Needs the post-plant placement, and again, needs Wet Noodle to get the read.
Ooh, Cartel's opportunity right here. Takes down Wet Noodle, so first blood gonna be crucial. You got Raph in boiler rooms with an opportunity to find another. It's Forsaken right around the corner. Some jiggle peeks right there as he looks for info, and that's a very weak Forsaken who's gonna be forced back. King's gonna be able to find another right there. And it's now 5v3 for the retake. What does Truly have to respond with? It's Raph with the R9, but Teabag with the kill. Remaining players on the backside of Generators now all down to
didn't play Godlike,
17 seconds.
If they
not
beat
a whole lot of time for the defuse right
Godlike,
here. Unfortunately for him, not going to find the read on the diffuser. Team Mayhem take back-to-back rounds.
Dude, that's crazy.
It's going to be a new look. Team Mayhem have got plenty of time here to just continue this momentum. I think Truly have got to get the set nades in high, and aggressing through smoke is going to be the first blood.
Looks like Wet Noodle going to be able to find the opener right there. Forsaken finds another himself, but the response from Mayhem, and once again, it's evened up pretty quickly right here. Bomb still in the hand for Truly. And Hexback's all the way up toward the front side of the A zone. Seems to have an idea where these Mayhem players are coming from. Will he be able to get timing to go his way? It doesn't matter. Yawn's there for the kill. Hex there for the trade. And just like that, Truly have equalized at 3-3.
I feel like...
I was all excited for that 3-0 Truly, but they just don't... Dude, they are throwing.
Can't get players into A effectively, even for the set nades. The aggression and the first entry sub always seems to find a 2-piece. I think it's been wonderful, though, thus far. And even Kings has been so good with his nade placement. But Saken really has been the main sort of catalyst here for Truly. Now B is going to be on the menu. And Truly have to read.
Ooh, Hax gets cheeky through the mid-map, but Raph is there to make the read. Once again, it's Team Mayhem finding first blood, and this time they're able to dictate the pace of the game themselves. Getting the bomb down early over on that B zone. King's able to pick up another right here. Wet Noodle's made his way forward, but there's a player top Generators he has got to deal with. Time is of the essence for Truly. Doesn't make the read. Raph shotgun connects. And just like that, down to a 2v5 for the remaining players. Nice beams out of Yawn. But for Team Mayhem, all you have to do is sit back and force Truly into a position where you can take him down. Now it's going to be Space going up against his former team.
God damn, 4-3. Wait, and that's not his former
is going to be the storyline for Team Mayhem. I guess technically he wasn't on Team Mayhem. He was on NYSL Mayhem. I don't know if that actually makes a difference, but before chat corrects me, I just want to say that.
It ain't the same,
Thank you for
buddy.
Those classifications there, Bobby. Team Mayhem look to try and commit towards B this time, but Truly there, opting for higher nades early on to B this time. I respect it. It's a nice sort of adjustment. Truly, though, just keeping the players as much as they can. Space was blooded, and again, Jesus there adds a few more.
They get the man advantage once again, and Truly just not looking quite as confident here on the defensive side. Nice little read out of Raph to be able to pick another and make it a 2-piece for him, all down to Wet Noodle. And
Oh, no,
the
not
way
with
things
Doodle.
are going right here, I can't quite remember, but I would have to assume that Team Mayhem were on the offensive side in the first half of their match up against Truly, because they have looked so much more definitive, so much.
Dude, I swear, people hate on Space for no reason. Like, this man literally is just doing his own thing, bro.
Really been able to make a read.
Oh, okay, wait, but he is one. He does have one.
But it's been at the bare minimum predictable in that they've thrown everybody toward that B side. And because it's been so predictable, that's now going to leave the A zone wide open, and that leaves Truly guessing what direction they need to move. That should be a free bomb plant once again for Team Mayhem, and that has been the case so far all 3 rounds.
Smokes there will block any point of view, but not for an issue. Wonderful shotgun. Nice isolations too from the top side, but Team Mayhem in post plant the 4v3 have got every advantage possible to make it work. Now, again, players are dropping left, right, and center from Truly. Space and Yaw on the last 2 sniper rifles online. Not your ideal weaponry for a retake.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, especially when you're dealing with
shotguns. Can the players just stream snipe if they're playing online, or am I tripping? You're tripping, bro.
That's the beauty of the
There's the stream delay
on that one, but still really tough position, especially with only 7 seconds on the board. Not much.
Oh shit, 6-3, bro. This is actually the reverse sweep.
Now 1 round away from pulling off the reverse sweep in the control and the reverse sweep in the series. Truly need to make some type of adjustment right here. To be fair, they have made adjustments. Team Mayhem have just had counters at every turn.
No way, chat.
For $2,000 potentially, and that'll be Team Mayhem's if they can convert that first blood and play that plant. Smokes though, block points of view, few spam shots through the stairs.
Shotgun in hand for R9, or R9 in hand for Wrath, and he connects yet again. 11 kills on the board. Teabag, snipes are on point. Team Mayhem have been in complete control here on the offensive side, and Truly have yet to respond.
Come back. Hey, it's not GG's till it's over, bro.
Looking for an angle, but once again, nothing being afforded, but a player slips through.
Wait, what are they doing?
Picking up a 2-piece, and now like that, it's a 4v3 into a 2v3, but Cartel with the flank.
1v2.
With another, now all down to Yawn.
Yawn trolled.
Got tier shots to keep the series and Masters alive for Team Truly. Makes his way down
no way.
And Team Mayhem do
no way, chat.
Double reverse sweep.
No way.
That should be a trademark. To be fair, the reverse sweep. I mean, just in terms of rarity.
They got reverse swept when they were 1 round away from losing, bro.
Being 2-0 down in the series and 2-0 down in the control.
I mean, that's once again not something that you're going to see often in competitive COD Mobile at all. The resilience to have that be the bounce back moment for your squad to be able to get things together and to be able to bounce back. Doing it on the map pick for this Truly squad, doing it on the control favorite for them as well. You set yourself up perfectly to head into a meltdown where you've been so strong historically, and they make it happen right there. They will keep their hopes alive and now set up for a very tough opponent in rejects.
Yeah, definitely. Like, honestly, I was
OMG.
shocked. I was shook. After the first couple of maps, I was like,
I'm shook.
There is no way this is happening. Truly,
rejects 3 of them. Don't say that. That would be tragic.
Incredible start of the series for them. And granted, the maps are relatively close, right? Like, you know, let's not get over ego on this.
That was
they were still pretty close affairs for Mayhem, but still going 2-0 up is a real achievement. And going 2-0 up on the control as well.
Yeah, they went up 2-0 on maps and 2-0 on control, bro, just to
Mayhem
lose.
just pulled that out of nowhere. I think that's our first reverse sweep. Right, first successful reverse sweep, and not only that as well, reverse sweep in the control to boot. So, you know what, Team Mayhem, they've got courage. They managed to get it done.
I think in terms of the actual courage displayed throughout all of those 5 maps, I mean, Mayhem, like I mentioned over there, they only really started to switch on that late, especially when you took down the control. Most teams don't. They just sacrifice it and go 3-0. Something else happened. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall inside of that team call and hear some passionate conversations going down, because that must have been what had happened to even instigate that sort of situation.
Who shot bodies, bro? I need to know.
Like we talked about,
shot
that
bodies?
takes a lot of resilience, not only to bounce back in that map, but in the series as well. the big thing that you got to wonder right now is how much mental energy was required out of them as they now have to go up against a reject squad that was able to handle them pretty easily in their last matchup.
All right, well, that was an insane
now they're going to take a break. We'll play a game of S&D
I don't think
ranks.
anybody realized it was going to be that long of a match to start what we have in store for you here today. We'll take a look at the bracket so you can see how things are now changed on their first match of the day. Team
Okay.
Search and destroy.
Okay.
Destroy the objective.
I think I'm with a 4-stack. That.
Bomb dropped.
Dude, why'd the bomb go there?
We got the bomb. We've lost the bomb.
Bro. Dude, this dumbass bomb, bro. But they lost their series to Brazil. Honestly, nobody expected them. Oh, is my audio echoing? Sorry. My bad.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
Keep the echo on. Boy, what are you talking about?
Destroy the objective.
Idiot teammate decided to run to their spawn with the bomb.
You've entered the bomb site. The bomb has been planted.
No, he's flanking for. I heard him top, bro. Oh, it was 3 people. One top, one green, one bottom. Be long, bro. They're everywhere. Yeah, we lost.
Bomb defused.
I fucking hate this team.
Lost that
Y'all
round,
suck.
but it's not over yet. Ready up.
Got the bomb down everything.
Destroy the objective.
Now I have the bomb again. Egg.
frag.
Ow. I'm gonna kill myself, chat.
It's all up to you now. Finish the mission.
I did not realize the stumper can still do that. Dude, S&D is some dumb-ass game mode. I haven't played ranked in 2 days. First game is S&D with a 4-stack of brain deads. You gotta pop it, my boy. Go through it and then pop it. Your left, yeah. No one's to your right. He's still top. What's the best 3, 4, 6, 8? No, default.
Bomb acquired.
Yes, use my Fennec. Now you win. I told you.
Lost the bomb.
I was making too much noise.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Destroy the
Where are they
objective.
pushing from? Top? Bottom? Not bottom. I'm
We got
bottom.
the bomb.
Frag out! Sniper!
Go snow.
Sniper eliminated.
Plant the bomb. Look at him. Look at him. Look at user. Idiots.
Enemy contact.
Idiots, bro. Like, you couldn't just plant the bomb and get 300 points.
For the next round.
You have to push. Oops. I'm making crash.
Defend the objectives.
Crazy, yo.
Grenade out.
Hit marker.
Watch
I
out.
hit marker.
Flash.
Bomb has been planted.
One snow.
Bomb defused.
Where's the last guy?
Nice work. Get
Look
ready for the
confused.
next round.
They started? Did they?
Defend the objective.
What? No, they didn't. They're on replays right now.
Reloading.
Frag. Flash out.
Tango down.
Oh, he's buzzed even.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
We're getting baited.
Get down, sniper.
Brick.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Okay, we got 2 more rounds anyways.
Defend the
Yeah,
objective.
they're gonna be yapping for a little.
Frag out. Flashbang.
Oh my god, why is he jumping? I'll chill with you. Look at him. That's pretty goofy.
The bomb has been planted.
Down. Target in sight. I'm high.
Oh, he actually hit marker.
Bomb defused. Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Oh my god. So good. Look at all of them. Noopy noop.
Defend the objective.
Watch out. Flash. Need backup.
Oh no.
Bomb spotted.
Oh, you're a goat. GG's. My team is. Alright, we're back to watch. Rejects 3-0. Trust. After the way Envy played yesterday, bruh. Oh, thank God. For Crossroads. I think I would take Pokemon Pro. I do not want to play comp. No sounds? Oh, shoot. I forgot. Wait, where's my mouse? Oh, yeah, I forgot to change it.
A map 5, and it was the game for Brazil. They're very, very down their luck, and I imagine now a night's rest, a look over what happened, and just refining the fundamentals should be enough to hopefully see them get themselves some plane tickets to Brazil.
We'll have to see how this one plays out. Boys, it's time. We're getting straight into match number 2. See yourselves away to the other half of the studio. And everybody at home, before we kick it over to them, just a gentle reminder, if you haven't done so already, follow us on social media, X, Insta, and Facebook for all updates related to Snapdragon Pro Series. Any region for all of our Call of Duty mobile action. That way you don't miss anything that's happening here or anything that could happen.
Where's Bobby?
When we make our way to Brazil
I do not know.
Masters,
Good question.
as well as joining our Discord community at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Then you can meet more people, make some friends, play some Call of Duty Mobile together, and of course continue getting those updates. It's a nice community to be a part of, so make sure you check that out. But for now, we're just going to keep things rolling, okay? Series number 1 was long. We got to get into series number 2. I'm excited to see what these teams are going to do, especially after what we saw out of Mayhem in match number 1. So, Brody, Ton, let's get into it.
It's going to be a curious one because, honestly, game number 1 threw me entirely off course. Honestly, I was sort of sitting there thinking, okay, yeah, truly has their luck run out to a certain degree. You know, we fully expected Mayhem to come in there and deal with things in the kind of way that was expected. It was expected to be 3-0, 3-1, you know, fairly comfortable. To then have to reverse sweep them to get here, it kind of throws my prediction out the window for this one, to be honest with you. I mean, look, it doesn't change the fact that Rejects are obviously what you would call the better squad on paper, absolutely. So they would probably be feeling good about this. The fact that Mayhem has to go along against Truly, right? I mean, if I'm trying to put the paradox together.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, it's a weird one because I think for me it's one of those questions of, is it down to the fact that Mayhem were not playing well, that it went all the way to a game number 5, that they had to reverse sweep to get that? Or is it down to the fact that Truly actually just performed above the level that we would normally expect from them? And if it is the latter,
I do think
then
Truly
I don't think
performed
Mayhem
better
have
than
too
expected.
Much to worry about. If it's the former, well, Mayhem know that they can't really do that against Rejects, right? Because Rejects are the kind of roster that will punish them for it. I mean, they have punished them for it in the past multiple times. We've seen. I don't remember the last time that these two teams faced off against one another and Mayhem came out on top. It might well have been Season 3, that long ago. So,
but it is playoffs, and these things do indeed happen.
They do indeed happen. They haven't happened so far, though. I mean, they literally played each other yesterday, and Rejects still, even though I want to give Mayhem some credit for that series.
Close games went 3-0. Okay.
Exactly.
Smack.
You know, they still played them close, but it still feels like Rejects just have the edge. They still feel convincingly they are always in the driving seat for these kind of games. The only time where maybe I felt like they weren't was probably the control, and I'm not at all really surprised by that. So,
It can happen on red control, right? Yeah, I mean, look, if you have a good break off, you start to get them in towards garage, you make it a little bit more difficult when you're on the defensive side. You can win attacks like quite feasibly with one decent break.
Yep.
That's how control can kind of work. It always has worked that way. It isn't really not over until it is very much over. So yeah, you can get games like that when it has come down to the control. So there's no surprise to hear that, and it's no surprise to see certain teams go very, very close. And again, it's the same breadth of like teams who got 2-0 up when it goes 3-2. That's not necessarily out of the realms of possibility. It happens quite a lot. So yeah, for both these two teams, the control is going to be an interesting one, but we absolutely do give the advantage to Rejects still. After a grueling loss themselves, though, actually, in fairness, for all that mayhem has just went through the blender in that one.
Right.
Rejects are coming off the back of a very tough loss to Seminole last night as well.
Yeah, this is the thing. Rejects are a tough one to place, I think, just on the whole, given the fact that they have had a really tumultuous season, I think. You know, they come into the season, they bring Envy on the lineup, and Envy has just been a wonderful addition for this roster. He's currently, I believe, the #2 player, I want to say, in the North American region, statistically. And they start out pretty strong, and they get to the point where, you know, going through everybody, they end the season with that matchup versus Seminole, where they go 2-0 up. It all goes awry from there. We're not going to go too far into it, but it doesn't go the way that they would have wanted, even though it arguably should have done. Then we get to playoffs, and we get to that match yesterday, and things do not start well for them whatsoever. They go 2-0 down in the series. But the promising thing for a roster like Rejects is they managed to almost bring it back, right? I mean, they force a game #5. They almost give us our first reverse.
Dude, I swear, YouTube comments is probably like one of the goofiest things I've ever seen in my life. I made an operator tier list, and some of the people, like some of the comments I read are genuinely crazy.
Question of whether or not Rejects can beat Seminole, because I still believe
the Tempest and the Annihilator are the same.
And we will be coming in the first map very, very shortly. Still very much a surprise for me to see Arsenal coming in again.
Yes.
But that must just be indicative from Mayhem to sort of
K9 should be S tier.
Like, you know what, we played that game. Could we have done things differently? Yes. Will we do different things differently now? Then, well, hopefully for their case, if they go into this
I can't believe people are still dying
mindset,
to K9.
They should be able to get something done, I believe. Well loading in.
Like, I'm sorry? K9 is like one of the easiest operators to kill. Like, if enemies are using a K9 against me, I'm grateful, you know?
I don't know. I will say, I think it makes sense to me that they have chosen Arsenal Hardpoint just because of the fact that it is probably, I don't want to say their only good hardpoint map, but they've played it so often that it might as well be at this point. So I'm not really surprised, but at the same time, maybe a little bit of variation in the map set would have helped Mayhem somewhat regardless. Bit of deja vu here for what is the
struggling
third or
against
fourth time
K9?
Mayhem versus Rejects here on Arsenal Hardpoint.
No, like genuinely people are like, dude, I always die to K9, bro. K9 is so OP, so broken, it needs a nerf. Dude, if I had my entire enemy team use K9s against me, I would be so happy, dude.
And this P1 is always notorious.
Rather have 5 K9s or 5 ballistic shields, bro. Like, please.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah, okay. I just don't know why it's so increasing right now.
You'll be getting on the point right now. Get on the points. Get on it.
Anyway, besides the point, when it was back into that side of things, the first time round you get over towards
if you release
P1,
K9 your enemy, they don't have time to kill them.
P1s, they don't exist very often in Call of
But you're
Duty,
never in that situation. Like, the only time I died to K9 is when there's just too much going on, and then the K9 gets me last second. Because I always prioritize the enemies over the K9, even if I see it on my map.
The biggest problem, and actually going to get a kill there. I think it's Kings who finds the double, finds a third as well.
That's actually so crazy, though.
To actually remove
people out here dying to
K9
K9 units.
So they will look to get that scrap time. 25 points to the
dude, it literally is a shock RC, bro. Shock, it kills faster than a shock, I swear. It's slower than a shock.
The double here, they do influence the spawns enough here that flip does come through.
25-0 off the rip over towards P1. And
at least you can shoot the K9. What you gonna do against the ballistic shield, bro? Shoot it?
Trying to survive. Kills from Tel Plat. Gonna start coming through for Team Mayhem. For all that, they don't have the more beneficial spawns.
What is this, P1? Yeah, I know, it's weird.
Shots from Thug, very, very solid.
So far, close game.
Down. All of a sudden, Rejects with control. 40 seconds to play with.
Yeah. Big flip of the spawns coming through from Rejects, but Team Mayhem have now garnered control once again. Might be looking to put a pincer movement together here. We're playing number 1 Kings coming in from behind, but Envy and Solo are having absolutely none of that business. Have a kill coming through from Jez as well. It is a full clean wipe.
Yeah, that's what I do
20 seconds to go here on this Hilton. Mayhem, they're making the mature decision to fully give it up and move towards the rotation.
I use K9 because I get me too, bro. I'd only use K9 for shit
away with the tails between their legs.
Wow, that's a big P2 for Rejects. Wow, scrap.
They will know that Team Mayhem.
Basically a full 60.
And they are very
what the hell, Solo? Whoa, Solo using an DRH.
We'll have to be meticulous about this. Kills starting to fly their way, and they know that every single one that they can find, things start to go their way. Solo finds 2 of his own with the SMG, whips out the DRH, doesn't get anything done to be able to help his teammates out from there. But the pinch is slowly starting to come on through. That's a big kill coming through from Doug, make it a second big kill from Doug as well. Now the push can start to come through. The pinch is set up, the spawns are out for Team Mayhem. 20 seconds may have gone over towards P3.
And it is. It's really
found a break.
I never used to play this in my life.
You know, the primary thing you need to do on this hard point is to break those spawns towards the back line.
Isn't DRH banned? OTM mag. DRH is not banned. They're just not using OTM
There's still
mag.
got players trying. Kings is going to be that player who now moves back towards the middle of the map, but now we're starting to see some of this investment of the operators coming out, and V wants control of this hill. Does not want to give it away, and while it won't be the claw that ascertains it, Rejects are going to get this time regardless. And so far, through the
you just molly the shield, you can, but like
Rejects have been in
it's not as effective as you directly just killing it with an FHJ.
Looking very clean. I think that's kind of how I put it so far.
It's not immune to everything. Right. You can FHJ it.
Was very, very
you can try to thermite or molly, but it's harder. You could contact nade it. That's usually what I do. Or FHJ. FHJ has what I've been noticed to be the most effective. This contact nade is often a hit marker, so.
The push now starting to come through. Solo again has just been lights out for the team already in this game. 13 him and Envy leading the charge, but Kings is trying to slow things down as best as he can here. Mayhem are going to pop a couple of the operators. We can see the Annihilator and the Equalizer both in. Need to make sure they get something with it.
Yeah, Kings with the double over the Annihilator. Now, can they get any more kills is the question for me. Solo's going to use the Equalizers here. Has to find value, and it's 4 for him. Rejects want this time, and Team Mayhem now with 30 seconds left on this hill. No choice but to continue to hit it, and they are going to do exactly that.
The top 2 NA teams really are just so strong.
For Rejects, Mayhem now getting some wayward spawns all over the option, but Rejects not going to come out on top this time as
Goodbye, FHG, factual.
So Mayhem now for about 15 seconds here, Tunt. Rejects, though, they'll be happy with that, with this leader's advantage. They've got the rotation.
Yeah, the thing for Rejects there, okay, sometimes when you are going for a break, you love to find it, you love to find 40 seconds, but you sometimes have to take the small wins of taking away 15 or 20 from the opposition who were there first. And that's what they were able to do.
A cryo bomb slowed them down, yeah, but
through actually for Envy there, which is not going to help
it's still a ballistic shield. What are you going to do against that?
For Team Mayhem. Is the pinch going to be here though? Can they do anything with it? Kings is going to find one with the Hunter Killer, and can they make anything count from that one? The ball is going to start to line them up, doesn't find the second. It was 2 consecutive kills.
That's awkward.
They started to line up, but they're not quite there in
Big
time.
kills from Mayhem.
Really hasn't helped Rejects. That lead is still very, very solid.
Does survival training work on gas nades?
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, those back spawns can go one of 2 ways, generally speaking. You know, if Team Mayhem are going to continue to hit this kill from the back, it's not really that helpful to Rejects whatsoever, and we're seeing now Ravallo here with the War Machine try to remove them from the kill. It's just not working whatsoever, and ends up running out of War Machine pellets before that hit towards the hill comes through. Does not go in his favor, and for Mayhem, they'll be happy to take this time away. It will put them not necessarily within touching distance of Rejects as we get into the second set here, Tom, but somewhat more comfortable than we started this game, because the first set of rotations has almost entirely been Rejects. Certainly those first 4 kills were a dominant hold from them.
I think if Rejects pick up the majority of that time over towards that last hill due to that rotation, I mean, you're looking at 150-point game potentially here. Mayhem pick up a good chunk of time, almost 30 or 40 seconds of their first rotation. All comes down to that final hill. Things could have looked a lot worse than this, and even now it doesn't look that great. Looking over towards P1, Rejects picking up some time. I said on that first rotation, you really can do some good work. If you can find a couple of kills, starting to lock down some decent time, and it's pretty much uncontested time so far. Mayhem struggling to break through window.
And they're all coming through this one window at the moment as well, so Rejects might be able to use that to their advantage. Machine from Teabag, yeah, nicely done to take Envy out of the equation. Solo and Jet's going to go down as well. S-Thug, the only one with anything to say on this hill. How much more damage can you do? Well, S-Thug going to clutch up when required. He wastes enough time here for the rest of the team to come back on through, and they're still in the conversation. More than that as well, as their voice is significantly louder than that of Mayhem. They continue to take this time away from Mayhem. And how about that? I mean, we saw investment coming out from Mayhem to break on through, and yes, Kings will get a double for what is 5 seconds of scrap time, but ultimately they barely put a dent in Rejects' hold of P1.
Yeah, Rejects.
I think that's always the thing when you're the team
Rejects
in
is very
that kind
consistent.
of lead that is so comfortable like this. Every single time that you prevent the opposition from getting a 10 or 15, what would be presumed easy seconds, it's a win on your card nearly every single time. Solo just trying to start things up and running again for his team here as Rejects going in for the rotation. Spawns do belong to them, but the flat side information coming through from Mayhem. Pressure is there. Jez gonna now start pushing forward. The JKS in his hand can't find anything with it. Some operator has been invested from Mayhem here. I think they're feeling that this game is becoming a little bit closer. They want to press the issue where they can. 30 seconds to play for here. Over towards P2. Working out so far for Mayhem. They pick up a big majority of the time here with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is a lot of time for Mayhem, and I'd be careful about this one if I'm Rejects, to be honest with you, because there's 20 seconds left. This is a very early rotation from them, but if they don't rotate early in this situation, you might find yourselves giving up control of this game to Team Mayhem, because they are rotating early as well. Cartels will be the first one over here. Big 1v1 for the spawns. Envy's going to win it. It's not over just yet. There's still one more player to contest with. That's
Mayhem's kind of catching up.
He will actually be utilizing the equalizer.
He got 40
he could still
points
do
in a
some
row.
damage here, but the fight for the back spawns has
Oh,
been
this is
won by
awkward.
Rejects.
Oh
Here we
my
go.
god.
Raph only finds one. And again, the value for the operators has not been anywhere near as successful for Mayhem.
And I think therefore, Raph, even because he just took his time to get over there, the one kill that he got with the amount of time he had left on the equalizer, small wins to take away, but now you've got to run through a war machine. Smokes in the ADS of everybody on Rejects if you are Team Mayhem now. War Machine was used to decent value. Kill starting to fly through though for Mayhem, and for all that, the setup was looking good for Rejects here. Envy is momentarily left on his own and well down, very much dead. Kings can find a few. Now Mayhem just slowly starting to claw their way into this game. It's still about a 50-point lead for the side of Rejects, but it was 80 or 90 at one stage.
Yeah, Mayhem, as you said, mate, slowly chipping away at this one, and Rejects here, again, in the same situation they were last time around. They've got 3 players over here, and they're actually going to rest the Annihilator into it, so they do want this time, and for it, they will get it. Stuck now looking for the last couple of players. Raph coming through for it, not going to be able to take that time away from Rejects, but now the gunfight's towards New as well.
Dude, this hill's
I was going to say Rejects kind of in peril of losing the rotation.
No,
now,
not like console.
Maybe not so many more as Envy.
Dude, this hill is... Oh, teabag with the punch. That's crazy.
In favor of Mayhem here, Ton.
And this feels like a big hill, right? 50 seconds is the difference between these two teams. If Rejects can take this one away, the game is all but theirs. But if Mayhem can get the majority of this time, they are well and truly back into it. Jesus Saves now just trying to do something over the top. The rest of the team there to help out. And it feels like Rejects are starting to crumble just that little bit. The lead that was 170 or 80 is now down to 30. Every single kill that seems to be important is going the way of Team Mayhem. Every single kill on the map is momentarily going towards Mayhem. Time and time again, they're going to start building streaks off of this now. Big players coming in from Kings, who's now got 45 kills to his name. Where did that come from?
What? Kings as well now have streaks to work with as well, and it should be said, by the way, folks, not the last hard point on Arsenal that these teams played against one another, but the hard point before that, a reminder of how this one went down. It was Rejects
I'll be playing both.
On this very kill, it gave them the control of the game.
Because I'm still a COD mobile
partner.
partner.
Right here, right now, they will not be able to garner the lead away from Rejects, but they certainly will put themselves pretty close. What will give them the lead, Ton, is look
Dude, it's actually close. Mayhem is... Yo, Rejects is kind of choking, chat.
Coming on through.
Kings is at 47.
Towards the backside, Jesus Saves
What's
gets the better
popping
of
off?
Envy, though, and all of a sudden this rotation for Mayhem is in.
Oh, Raph is kind of underperforming, but damn.
What can you do with them, though, as both two teams very, very close together, but for what feels like the very first time in this game, Team Mayhem are going to take the lead. This kill feed has just been all Mayhem throughout the entirety of this second half. Since the previous hill and then into this one, Mayhem have dominated. Just going to try and find a way through, but it's just not looking good for them right now. 30 seconds to play for here on the final hill of this rotation. And it's going to be Mayhem heading into a lead, you would think.
Yeah, for sure, and Mayhem here just doing a stellar job of reading the spawns and reacting for it. Again, I mentioned it earlier on in the first set. For those back spawns, it could be very disadvantageous at points, and this is exactly why Rejects here, not in a good spot, but they are going to get away with gunfights, and now they've got control of P1 Ton, and now you look at the utility on side as well. Rejects have done a really good job over the last couple of rotations at holding a lot
of next. Yo, next Rejects has completely, like,
and now for Rejects,
map control of
what
next.
you've done so well at the beginning of the game is that going to start.
Envy to pop off again for real.
It was such a massive lead for Rejects. May have come back into this game, but is the good work from the start going to pay off? Operators available, and look at all these kills starting to come through now for Rejects as this hold just gets that little bit better. Look at the pressure that they're operating out towards them as well. S-Thug already using his operator, as is Solo. The kills starting to come on through. They have to make it count here, Rejects.
Players on all sides, though. Spawn out starting to come through from Mayhem as well. Are Rejects going to recognize it? Is the question. I don't think they were quite ready for Rap. He finds 3. And now 4-point potentially on the card as well. Jesus Save's going to
get on the points.
Team Mayhem still in for this time. Still fighting for it.
Oh my god. Yo, they got to get on the hill.
Rejects. They can still finish it here.
Can they finish it here, though? Envy now finds a way through. Can't find the second. And Kings has been just ridiculous for Mayhem now. For all that the lead was 60 or 70 for the side of Rejects, they're getting
go new.
Rejects find a way back in. Mayhem can now not win over towards P1. It's a foot race to P2.
Yeah, they're already there though. Rejects were not ready for this rotation whatsoever. Mayhem just needs 6 seconds.
Go new.
But one player around the flank. Jez, what can he do? He finds the first gunfight. Are the gunfights there though to follow up on it as well? King's gonna bring the Annihilator out for this one. Now looking for the time. Solo in towards the point. Solo finds the kills. Rejects,
oh my god.
Now they're gonna be in for it.
They managed to get a breakthrough.
What is happening?
But can Mayhem get here in time? They're inside the hill. It's all about Raballo. Jesus Save gets in. 1v1.
Dropping in. He got the kill.
Jez wins it. Kings here on the flank, currently contested, but here come the rest of Rejects. Team Mayhem.
Oh my god.
Touch 249. Can they get the 250? It's
oh my god.
In the hill.
No way, dude. What a comeback from Mayhem.
What a game number 1 to kick things off here. I swear to God, it's like 4 AM and it's just kicking off constantly. What a game. It just felt like Rejects were all the way through in control till they went.
What the hell, chat?
And a 4-point game to close her out.
What the hell?
Hey, honestly, I'm quite disappointed I haven't done much any of this
Rejects suck. I'm kidding.
Oh man.
Oh wow, what a choke.
I think halfway through that game, I felt like we
were
in for the
down
same kind
80
of
to
linear
160,
progression or rather
dude.
regression from Mayhem that we'd seen on Arsenal.
80 to 160, they were down by like...
First time around, it is a 20 to 30 point difference between these two teams. Second time, we're looking at a 50 to 60 point differential. And then in this one, it felt like Rejects just were in total control of the game. The first 4 kills of this game, it was all them. And Mayhem had absolutely nothing to say. I think you said it right. The only points going into the second set came effectively off of the last hard point on the set. But in the second, Mayhem just started to come back in slowly but surely. They were taking key rotations away from Rejects slowly but surely. They were making sure they were getting scrap time, not giving it away to Rejects for free. And this hill again, I can't believe so often on Arsenal Hardpoint, P4 comes down to everything. It happens way too often here.
How many kills did Envy get us yesterday? Was it 57?
57 is the record. Oh, Kings, mate. So close.
But they take the win irrelevant, I suppose. 56 and 32. Wow.
Oh my god.
All the way through the
Kings didn't envy. Dude, everyone on Rejects went negative except S-Dug, but they had the lead the whole time. I cursed them. That's my bad, bro.
Game from Kings. And honestly, I
listen to the music while playing. I do if I'm not shooting.
I know we don't like to do too much, but well, I mean, look, 37s, 35s across the board.
Kings, man.
32, 56.
It's just like emboldened in italics, you know.
Very much the standout performance across all 10 players in that map comes from Kings. 56 and 32.
That's
what
crazy.
A performance. And that really does make the difference. Look, I mean, if he doesn't do that, it's fair to say that Rejects walk away with that map fairly comfortably.
Rejects kind of in shambles, guys.
Everyone else pretty much being level on the score front. In terms of kills, I should say, the fact that he's able to drop the 56 for the win. Team Mayhem just don't go away, do they? I mean, there's been a couple of occasions where you think... we were sitting in the green room during that first game.
I did a watch party earlier,
It was 2-0 to Truly on the control, 2-0 in the series, and I was like, oh, well, this one's done. We'll be going up shortly. 2 hours later, here we are in the first map for Mayhem, taking up against Rejects and taking the lead, of course. Call of Duty's a crazy game.
It is absolutely wild, and it is wonderful, I think, just in North America for how competitive a region it is, that it provides games like these. By the way, to go back to the point on Kings, it is absolutely wild that he was not in the starting roster for this team. What were they thinking?
Kings wasn't the starting lineup?
The cycling that these guys have gone through to get to this point, to get to this variation of the roster,
that was
they
actually
must be
crazy,
so happy that this is the one that they've settled on, because Mayhem have never been more competitive. And I think we kind of knew this was coming. I think it was Jesus Saves that we had an interview with at one point, and he was saying that, you know, they were going to make the necessary preparations against the likes of Seminole, against the likes of Rejects. And I think now, finally, it's taken a little bit longer than we would have expected. Now, finally, I think
no, wait, imagine Rejects loses to...
We are starting to see those preparations.
Do you guys understand how much is on the line for this matchup? The winner of this matchup goes to Brazil. The loser doesn't.
And with the way that things have been going today, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, for how long? Obviously, we had Europe go all the way to the final map of the best out of 7, technically 6 maps, of course, in that one.
Yep.
We've had the first
This
series
is a
of the
very
day
important
here on
matchup,
NA,
guys.
go to a reverse sweep. And the first one was looking...
Dude, the first
honestly,
reverse sweep
when I
was
seen
crazy.
the first half of that hard point, I was like, we're hitting the grand finals pretty soon.
Explain what's in Brazil. So basically every region, so you have region like right now we're in North America, we're watching North America. Earlier we watched EU. And then there's also China, India, Korea, and Japan is one region. And LATAM. And LATAM gets 2 teams, NA gets 2 teams, EU gets 1 team, China gets 1 team, Japan, Korea gets 1 team, India gets 1 team.
And this is not meant to be a disparaging comment
And
against
the
any
top
NA
teams of
that didn't make it into playoffs.
each
Don't take
region
it as such.
Goes to Brazil, and this is playing for the second spot of NA.
Even if you
because Seminole already qualified.
Playoffs up until what we just saw that matchup. Just so many of these matches have been blowout 3-0s that when we get to playoffs, it kind of feels like a little bit of whiplash in a way that we get these like super duper competitive matchups now where all of a sudden Truly can be competitive versus Mayhem. All of a sudden Mayhem feel like they've figured it out against the likes of Rejects and Seminole. You know, I still, again, do not feel convinced that Seminole are definitively the #1 team right now. Still feel like maybe Rejects or even Mayhem potentially, depending on how this series goes, could well take them.
Qualify already for NA, Seminole, which is
so
the old
many
LG.
questions where it feels good. It feels good to not know everything at this point. It feels good to not go into a series and be like, yeah, this is going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, look, it has been one of those kind of things when it has come down the NA side. I mean, we kind of had that conversation yesterday, though, and I've seen 2 3-0s, and I was like, oh, well, okay, I mean, it's kind of going how we expected. And I suppose we got the expected result with Seminole to a certain degree against Rejects, you know, tight game, but they would take it. But today has not kind of been how we expected it to go in Europe, and it hasn't been how we expected it to go here on this side of NA. We're loading in to game number 2 now. Over towards Express we go. Do Rejects have an answer?
Oh my god, S&D.
After having a little bit of a warm-up, did Rejects come out cold? Well, the answer was no, they didn't come out cold at all.
What do you
came
mean?
out pretty hot.
So what?
Cooled off towards...
They're not going to change their name until they get picked up by an org.
It's a different change of pace. Rejects will be really stinging after that one. Can they answer back?
Oh, 2 minutes, 26 seconds. Crazy, feels
Team
bad,
Mayhem
and he
will have to deal
lost.
with
Damn.
What I'd imagine should be an expected player sitting in these corners. It is very common to have a player sitting in the corners with the R9, and they should know that Solo with a player that they need to contest with. Of course, this is not dissimilar ground. There you go. Solo's going to finally activate for that.
I forget
first
how annoying Solo
that should
is
slow
with
things up
R9
significantly
sometimes.
here from Mayhem and for Rejects.
Fennec or
They've got the
CX9
information they
with them.
wanted
Oh,
to
I
look at the
prefer
jump into the middle of the
Fennec.
map, though. Ton, it's Jez who's trying to make the move forward. And it's
Oh
an
my god,
egregious challenge, to be
Rejects
honest,
against
to try to put the round away.
Mayhem is like the battle of the R9s.
Like this movement, though, from Mayhem.
Solo versus Raph.
The CA is unobtainable.
I would say would be the top 2 R9 players
towards
in
the bridge, though,
NA.
and it will, of course, have plenty of time for Rejects to get themselves
But
back
Mayhem
over here.
have back-to-back matches because they're coming from the losers bracket.
Big gun fight for Cartels.
So they have to keep going against losers brackets up until they get to the grand finals. If they win this game, they'll have to play again, and then that'll be the grand finals.
But we'll eventually get the bomb down. 45 seconds remaining.
Because they were in the
45 seconds
losers.
back onto that clock, though. Well,
if they weren't in the losers, they would be at where Seminole is right now. That's why Seminole's not playing. They're waiting to see who they play.
Split up in this situation, in this 2 versus 4. They can't
How do we feel about the Iron Sights on the Legendary Fennec? I haven't gotten it yet. I need to buy it.
Turn and burn on towards T-Bag. Long range shots against Cartels won't connect just yet. And of course, taking those shots will reveal his position. He does at the very least get away with 1. But
Are Rejects also in losers? Yeah, because yesterday they lost to Seminole. This is losers bracket.
On the A site, that rotation, I think, towards B does save them in the round.
Good shots coming through towards the end from Rabala, but not quite enough to find anything. Oh.
Could you imagine off the start of a round if these guys are just
it's happened.
Yeah,
people die by the train all the time, bro.
For the train.
Yeah. We've honestly, mate, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think we did cast over somebody getting killed by the train, didn't we?
We did. That train has done some disgusting things. Honestly, it's done better than some players.
That's facts. The train be getting more kills than players sometimes.
2 players over towards the B side here for Rejects. 3 very passively watching over A. Team Mayhem will not know that this defense is passive and it is being fronted from the bridge side. So still have to take this very, very slowly. Behind the bomb they go. Little fake.
I like it.
Nades coming in from Rejects, so starting to send it over. No trophy systems here to stop anything going on as well, but the bomb will go down. The first nade doesn't connect. He gets back on. Bomb down.
Well, rejects it. They're going to retake. Gonna have to go against Rafu. Actually, the shot will connect, but not enough for the kill just yet. He's going to have to escape. Fortunately enough, T-Bag will take one of the players down, but Solo's the biggest problem. And this is exactly why, up close and personal, win these close quarters engagements with the R9, he's a problem. But Raf is going to take.
They have clutched up against Truly. Yeah, dude, it was crazy. They were down 2-0, and then map 3, they were down 2-0. They came back 3-2, came back again 3-2. Oh my god, it was crazy.
Close out the round, make him get the bomb down, and they defend it successfully.
With the way that Kings has been shooting,
the tournament. Oh,
you would bet your life on him winning that
do
one.
you listen to K-pop songs? I have some songs on my playlist that are K-pop songs. At the moment, I really like the song Dash by MX.
In the Search and Destroy.
That song's always stuck in my head.
Grenades out over towards the B side. Jesus saves now. BRAZILLL just caught in no man's land. The smoke over the top is going to stop Jess doing anything about it. The trade will start to come through though. It gets out as well. King's going to go for the chow,
for real.
They will back him down.
NA
they get a little bit of control towards this B side.
Unpredictable at this point. I don't even know.
4v4. A lot of this for rejects on the retake coming through the middle of the map here. It's
HBK's banned, yes.
They always put it one-dimensional. And because of it, they leave themselves open to T-Bag. He rotates back through the middle of the map. Solo and Espen, though, will bring us back to a 2 versus 2. Kings to a 2 versus 1 now, just Solo left alive, and he's sandwiched between those two remaining players.
Rejects.
I'll follow up on that ton. I don't understand. Maybe they don't really have much of a choice in terms of how they want to make the retake work. But you've got a little bit of time to work with.
Rejects is trolling.
Be more aware of kind of your surroundings so that doesn't happen.
Really good start to the S&D here for Mayhem. Where's the heads at for rejects?
Oh, big push.
You've got to ask after what happened in that hard point.
Wow.
Finds the gunfight onto Solo, and everything just seems to be going the way of Team Mayhem. It's
big picks.
A lot of positioning over towards this A side.
Oh, crazy.
2 versus 5 for rejects. They're about to find themselves 4-0 down if they don't.
Dude, all the upsets today. You participating in this? No, I'm just streaming.
I just don't understand what's happening.
I might do a watch party for Brazil.
Totally different from the last Express Search and Destroy between these two teams, where rejects felt like they were in the driving seat. They were driving at 100 miles per hour. And Mayhem just have to live for the crash. This has been totally different. And now Envy and BRAZILLL here in this situation.
Rejects getting rejected that ticket to Brazil. Bye.
Play this one separately. Playing together
That's some different type of mess up. That's crazy.
Kings is in the middle of the map. Envy for what would be one of the best plays of SPS. A 1 versus 5, and you have not a chance, buddy.
You think about rejects. You think about the top players on their team. You think about players who
this is really happening. That's what I'm saying, bro.
For everything
What's
that
going
they
on?
do well, and you think of Envy. Currently, right now, at the 4 rounds of Search and Destroy.
0 kills on Envy? Oh no.
Nothing to talk about.
What is Rejects doing?
0 kills. You look over towards Team Mayhem, the guy that has been doing the business for them, and that is Kings.
A business.
Find himself in so many good positions.
Coming 7-0, chill.
Down in Mayhem.
Raf is really him with R9 facts.
We'll find another completely free bomb plant over towards B. If Rejects look, they've just read that wrongly, but it seems to be happening a lot.
Damn, Rejects full stack day?
You need to full send towards A in that situation, though. It just leaves you open to this. Yeah, at least they get the first blood, though, on the retake. Good stuff from Envy. And he finds a second as well. Got to be careful, though, if Jesus saves him from behind. Yeah, perfect adaptation coming through from Jesus saves. And now, once again, you're left splitting up the last 2 remaining players. That
this is
chalked. Be Envy and BRAZILLL. At the very least, Envy has found one now. Going to get a second will BRAZILLL as well. And all of a sudden, this 3 versus 2 becomes a 2v1 in their favor, but they have to get the bomb defusal as well. T-Bag going to catch Envy by surprise. And BRAZILLL as well. Shots are actually not good enough.
No way.
Every single one going to miss. BRAZILLL takes his
head up in
disgust. And Rejects finally on the board.
I mean...
Yeah, what's going on, chat?
For Rejects, they are fortunate that T-Bag just...
Very lucky.
I mean, he just channeled his inner... You know what, I'll even say it myself. That was like watching me play COD Mobile. That
I can attest to that.
I mean, I can't imagine you're much better in defenders, but...
I don't know. I could do that, for sure. Anyway, it wasn't good. I think it's the what we're trying to say. And what also hasn't been good is Rejects' defenses of this A point. It feels like from round number 1, where Solo was situated over here, and it didn't work out, they seem to be somewhat scared to put him in that position again when you do need him to be the player of anybody that's controlling this top area, because you give up so much control of A when you don't have that. Now, I will say, this is passive from Mayhem. Look where the bomb is currently situated. They haven't fully committed to either of these 2 sites just yet.
I think for Rejects, what has been a very unsuccessful defensive half is, well, maybe underselling it. But if they can find this round after being, well, I don't want to say they were given up the previous round. Yes, it came down to 1 versus 1. That probably should have been won by T-Bag. But if they can find themselves in a 4-2 position heading on to the attack.
4-2 is, well, 4 kills is, I mean, 4 rounds is more than enough.
6-0. Envy's just got some.
By just having ping problems, I think his Wi-Fi is just doo-doo. S-Leg has ping problems too.
The R9 ain't losing anything up that close and personal. Bomb going down over towards B.
Sheesh.
Versus 3 now for the side of Mayhem.
Sheesh. Oh my god, look at him.
Wasn't Raph who found it, it was Cartels.
You're nasty.
Now, S-Thug and Solo, the ones left in this 2 versus 5. How many times are we going to be in a situation where Rejects are left in... It always feels like a 2 versus 5. I'm not really sure, but they're going to play this one together. Looking to double up on these players. T-Bag going to be the first full victim here. Time, though, is going to be an enemy here for these guys. They're going to need to split up to get this one done. Solo's going to locate one. S-Thug gets another one as well. So bringing this down to a 2 versus 2. Player going to jump on the defuse here and going to jump off. Of course, you keep the progression as well. So player can just jump straight back on the defuse to get it done. Jesus saves, lines them up, though.
What a clutch.
And I think still wins the round.
What a clutch.
Make that 2 versus 5 happen.
Why do I use HBK and MP? Because HBK is really good. It's currently meta.
Rejects find themselves in a position from a 2 versus 5 of all things to potentially win the round, but Jesus, well, saves the round. That's too easy not to fall into.
It's such low-hanging fruit.
It is, mate, and look, it's one of them that you just have to kind of go for. But here we are, Rejects now on the attacking side. Will they be feeling better about their search and destroy from this angle? Bomb down it in pretty much instantaneously. Is the retake going to be here for Team Mayhem? They still only need 2 rounds here on the defensive side to take them out.
Rejects scattered on the defense. Have to feel that these players on the opposite sides of the site are doing.
You know what? Rejects gonna get 3-0'd. Hey, chill. It's game 2, bro.
Do a bit of damage here.
Also, Hardpoint was very close.
4v4.
20 seconds.
She said, mate,
if anything, Hardpoint Rejects look more dominant, and then they just choked.
Just going to take one down. Has been located by Kings, and T-Bag's got the nade on towards Envy. So now just down to Kings and T-Bag. Now just down to Kings. A 1 versus 2. All he has to do in this situation is defend the bomb, and that is just not going to happen. Rejects come out on top.
Can't get the defuse.
Was Jesus always in Team Mayhem?
5-2 now. Rejects.
I believe so.
Offering something up here. It's a bit of a hard retake, that one, isn't it? There's so many different places you can have. You can be a top office, you could be in the trains, you could be over towards the elbow. It's a difficult place to try and retake in a 5v5 situation, but this time around, it's going to be a big hit over towards the B side. It just turns and burns onto Cardels, and all of a sudden, we can just start to have free reign of this side. Oh, Raph turns around at just about the right time. Esther goes down 4v4.
To be frank, I'm kind of surprised that Cartels had anywhere near the amount of breathing room he did there in that situation. Yeah, still.
We need to come back. That's facts.
Back to their old antics of getting the bomb down on towards A. And once again, the look doesn't feel all that different. The only difference I would say on the whole is the fact that they haven't got somebody pushed all the way up towards the train side. It's much more centered towards the site this time around. So you just say is now going to throw the nade up top to try and get some information. It is not going to connect to either of these players. Retake underway.
Still, it just feels as if Mayhem's retakes are taking maybe a little bit too long. Now they're having to win a lot of gunfights in a very short amount of time.
Okay, 3 of 5. They're kind of making a comeback. Best Fennec skin in your opinion? Mythic, sorry.
Team Mayhem starting
the X9 voice lines are very crazy.
Bit more than they would like to.
Very goofy.
Defend the objective.
This DRH you should give enemies a chance because
from Mayhem,
make sure you're cracked. Dude, DRH is just as broken, bro. DRH has a 2-tap headshot ability, just like the HVK.
Take nearly every single time. And now they start to spread themselves, and
Raballo was like contemplating it.
And that was the play. It was the idea.
And then he realized it was Raph. It's an R9. He could get one tap.
Stop to where Rejects have been successful in the last couple of rounds, which
has
been this push on towards A. It isn't over just yet for Rejects. If they can take Raph down,
Seraphim
up top, Raph's gonna win it, and that's solo down the count. The player that you would have take down Raph is now out of the round, and you're going to see Rejects just slow completely to a snail's pace here because their options are now extremely limited. They committed towards A here, Ton.
Oh my god, what a nade.
Just gets it up top. Raph chose to find himself up top, and it's a good position to be in, but the nades very, very sweet indeed from the side of Rejects. Jesus saves close quarters to this bomb site. And Mayhem are definitely a little bit more ready for this than they have been in previous rounds. It's going to go down, but Jesus saves as well. Just going to stop that pretty much immediately. Bomb did go down, I believe.
Okay,
anyway.
2v2.
Oh, did it? No, it didn't.
No, it's stuck on the train. That's awkward, because sometimes there's a little spot inside the train that's really annoying.
No, bro,
it
it could get glitched.
For the rest of the round, but we shall see. For now, though, 35 seconds left on the clock.
If it's glitched, like genuinely, the map should not be played until the glitch is fixed.
And Team Mayhem just very satisfied to let them do so. They do not want to be the ones to take the first move, and now they're going to grab the
imagine you lose
so? Yeah, okay, they can. Sometimes it's a little awkward, but
your ticket to Brazil because of a glitch. Like, bro.
Here comes the Child Cartel, stops it going.
Oh,
snaps as well.
Oh my god.
My god.
Mayhem going crazy.
I mean, we see what the coverage is, but even if he found the first one and gets traded, then yeah, okay, well, fair enough. But the fact that he finds the second,
The enemy has the bomb.
I just, yeah, I guess. I mean, you get the first kill fine, but the trade needs to be there. It's just not there.
Oh god.
As you said, mate, straight on towards the site here. Rejects flying.
Big
Numbers
push.
in their favor. It's going to be trades in their favor. Ultimately, now down to a 2 versus 1. T-Bag trying to line them up. 1v1.
1v1.
can he make up for the 1v1 that didn't go his way beforehand? Securing this one would find Team Mayhem 2-0 up against Rejects. Envy starting to make a move. Very experienced player
needs
who's
crazy
just
aim.
not had a good day at the races so far. He's ready.
Yeah, it's just a bit slower.
Oh. And they're not going to be able to find it though. Envy
Still alive.
finds the gunfight.
Is the glitch on this map? Yeah. Like if you die with the bomb on top of the train, there's a small chance that it might get stuck in between the train.
Rejects keeping this close.
And it's just like
it was a really
kind of
terrible
irritating.
start to this S&D.
Because you can't plan, right? So if they just play time, you'd lose.
That was a different look from Rejects as well. After Raph putting a stop to him on A, they changed strat a little bit. Now they're going back to it. And they know where Raph is going to locate. Once again, Solo for the big one. Catches Raph off guard, but doesn't actually hit the shot. And now that's
got him,
a big
though.
risk if he goes for it. But the call out is made to Estug, who takes him down. So now A site will be open momentarily here. They still don't feel fully certain just yet, though, Tunt.
For Mayhem, there is only 2 more opportunities to close this out whilst you're on the defensive side. And this is one of those opportunities. And they don't feel secure enough, Rejects, to make this push. Cartels slipping underneath them as Kings will now find a kill onto Envy. 4 versus 4. Push over towards B, starting to come through here as well. T-Bag's going to be the first one here. Finds the shot as well. Barely even scoped in. Can he find anything else too? Not quite. Jesus saved is there to pick things up, but the kills being traded across the board. It's now a 2v2.
BRAZILLL needs to get away here in this situation. He has to make sure he escapes this site. Because if he doesn't, the round might be over. And yeah, that's bombed down now. Solo has no choice but to get out of positioning. Not the right weapon for the engagement whatsoever. And that's going to be all here for an express search and destroy, which is yet another
Yo, Rejects might lose to Mayhem, bro.
This series
no shot, Chad. No shot.
A way we did not expect. Mayhem now 2-0 up.
I think, you know, Mayhem have been competitive in both these 2 maps and lost them. I don't think either one of us would have been too surprised based on what we've seen in this game yesterday between these 2 teams. But we find Mayhem, I was about to say comfortably, map number 1 wasn't comfortable by any stretch, but that search and destroy was for a certain, certainly for the most of it.
Yep.
There's a couple of rounds that, I mean, you could argue that Mayhem threw away. Rejects were beating convincingly in the majority of the rounds that they lost as well.
Dude, Rejects getting
so I think Team Mayhem, had they not won that, may well have been down a different path, because it did feel as if they were in control the majority of that game, and they get what they deserve, which is the win. I think realistically, what's going on with Rejects right now? That's a question we got to ask, right? Where's their mental after map number 1? And I think that was what my struggle was with the beginning of the game, because it just didn't seem as if they were playing the map remotely correctly. They were 5-1 down at one stage, and now he did bring it back, but again, it's the hope that kills you. And, well, there was plenty of hope in map number 1 after your
that's actually insane,
very comfortable lead you had in the hard point. There was some hope as you started to come back in the search and destroy. But do you still have the hope when you're 2-0 down in the game to go to Brazil?
I would like to say I don't understand, but I think I do understand to a certain extent. Mayhem are making those adaptations which we've required of them for a very long time. We required of it, to be honest, the last series between these 2 teams, and it just wasn't there. But now it feels like they're starting to get it a little bit. Now it feels like, again, this roster is starting to make those adaptations that you need to see, and it's bearing out in the results here as well. T-Back finishing with 12 kills to his name.
Dude, Cartel's top rank, all of those bomb plants.
I do want to give a shout out to Raf at 10 kills, because so often, more often than not...
Yeah, 6 kills, 3 assists, but 1,400 points. All those bomb plants went crazy and bomb diffuses.
R9 one-on-one gun battles. And for a lot of it, it's solo versus Raf. And for whatever reason, Raf was just winning it 80-90% of the time here in that Express Search and Destroy. And it really did put a stop to Rejects on those offenses after, I think it was a couple of rounds where they managed to get him. And then I think it was round number 3 where Raf just, that's enough. You guys aren't getting it anymore. And I think that is so powerful. It's something that I think Mayhem have been missing before, where that success hasn't been there.
And I think that's, in fairness to Mayhem, of course, they had a very good attack inside, and they started to leak a couple of rounds in the defense, but they started to adapt to what Rejects were really doing and making it count. So really, really good job from Mayhem. And now we head into a raid control, by the way, that between these two teams went to round number 5. So I think out of all of the games...
What's the next mode? Control? Yeah, it's Control. I think it's... I don't know what map it is.
So probably would have been the map they would be heading into this series. So I feel, oh, okay, well, you know, it can kind of go either way sometimes when it comes down to raid. You get the right sides, a couple of different moments here and there. I think one of the rounds in particular was down to like 3 versus 3. So the confidence will be there from Mayhem now. 2-0 up. You just completed the reverse sweep in your previous one. You're riding the waves very, very nicely. That was the waves.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. If you didn't give me the visual clue, I'd have not a clue what you meant, mate. Not a Scooby. Yeah, it is weird. I think, you know, going into this series, I think when we learned what the map set would be, I think it became pretty apparent pretty quickly that if there was ever a chance for Mayhem to take a map in this series and find a way in, it was going to be the raid control, just given how closely
it's raid? Okay.
Yesterday on it.
That's good. I like raid.
Maps now,
at least it's not Crossroads. Crossroads some aids.
Where now they're going into raid control, where they've already looked a lot better on the Express Search and Destroy. They've already looked a lot better on Arsenal Hardpoint. Their composure looks a lot better on the whole. I don't think they lose another round number 5 like that. Not with the way that they're playing at this point in time.
Mayhem's playing very well, and Rejects is underperforming like crazy, bro.
I ain't counting anybody out at this point. I would not be surprised if, and I'm not just trying to put this out in the universe for fun, if Rejects were able to come back and reverse sweep this series. I wouldn't be surprised.
It wouldn't shock me. Look, I mean, because realistically, had Rejects come in here and won the series 3-0, I don't think anybody's questioned that.
No.
So do they still have it in their locker to win the next 3 maps? Absolutely. Of course they do. But playing like how...
Yeah, I don't know about that, buddy.
I mean, arguably in the first map, you know, it comes down to small differences in the end. It really was a difference of 4 points. So you can't necessarily say that they played badly. But they did have a good lead, and they did let it slip. And has that affected their mental game heading into map number 2, which they're then going to lose as well? It's do or die for Rejects now as we head over towards raid. Or no, we don't. We'll get there in just a second. What was it beforehand? Was it saying some of the players were... Was Bobby saying that some of the players weren't didn't have fully charged devices?
They didn't have fully charged
devices.
Okay.
Come on. You got one job.
What are we doing? I have a fully charged
He's
phone.
almost dropped to 60. Oh yeah, first game, that was crazy. Very impressive turnaround from Mayhem, given they were down 2 in the previous match. That is facts.
Well in general anyway, so.
Right, okay, well,
they came back from like getting violated by Truly, bro. That's crazy.
It's just the nature of the game.
Well,
I guess that just shows like NA teams are all like pretty solid, or they're all bad, you know.
In just a second. Thoughts and general concerns here though for Rejects. I mean, what has not been working for them? I think it's hard, especially in map number 1, to say in particular anything it was. I think if it's anything, it was the fact that Kings dropped 56 on their forehead.
Yes,
that always is difficult to deal with. But the Search and Destroy, flat, very flat. I think if they go into this control and play that same way, albeit a completely different game mode, of course, if they play in the same vein, they are going to lose and they will not be advancing. They will not be going to percent. Full stop.
That's just wild. It is just wild to me that we've been so heavily convinced. And I know as casters sometimes maybe we can get kind of caught up in our own embellishments in terms of kind of what we expect series to look like and such with the amount of research we put into these games. But the storyline has been, for me, Seminole could well have a kryptonite in the form of Rejects, and we're just kind of waiting for that kryptonite to activate. And now we might be in a situation where maybe it's not even them taking them on for the championship here in Season 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series here in North America. Well, we'll see. Spot and Sao Paulo on the line here, ton. It could all be decided here on a raid control. Team Mayhem 2-0 up, a position we never imagined them to be in. Rejects, all to do.
And I think for Mayhem here, it's not a position they would have expected themselves, I don't think, to be in. Good defensive start here for Mayhem over towards that side. Rejects do find themselves with 2 ticks, but Mayhem not overcommitting to anything, which is what I like to see. Seemingly wanting to give up B until T-Bag found those 2 kills. So now all of a sudden they will get on some control over towards that side. Some great shots coming on through, and now all of a sudden, if you're Team Mayhem, you're putting in a little bit of a spot where you can pressure Rejects in their spot.
A couple of ticks for Rejects, no more than that. And I honestly would like to see Rejects go for a bit of a different tax here. They're going to continue to headbutt this driveway, excuse me. Team Mayhem more than happy to just sit on these headies and take them down on the approach.
Oh, Mayhem starting on defense first,
They
too.
are slowly but surely changing their ideas a little bit.
Well, I guess now it doesn't matter.
The majority of this is making a hit over towards the point. Solo going to finally outgun Wrath. But Cartels and Jesus saves, and T-Bag too, all of them involved in it. And this is what I was concerned about. Rejects, you needed to change immediately because now you've got players to contest with on this pool side.
Good job that they win that gunfight, though. Jesus saves is not able to find anything. Now all of a sudden the pool side of the map just wide open. Kings gets gunned out of his socks, and all of a sudden Rejects are able to find something. Over towards this A side, no gunfights really going the way of Team Mayhem here, and for all that Cartels was setting himself up for something to do with the spawn trap, you've got to find kills for that to work out. Shots over to S-Thug, just about good enough. They clean them out eventually, but a lot of damage done here. 2 ticks on either side, so Rejects, even with the live disparity not being in their favor, still have potential in this round.
Yeah, of our history of casting controls, Tan, these things have happened before. So I don't want to get away with it just yet.
How they truly do? They were up 2-0 against Mayhem in games, not in like rounds, but games. And then they were up 2-0 against them on control, and then they choked, and then they got reverse swept the entire game.
There's another dagger here in the gut of Rejects, down to the final 3 lives. Stunt. What can they get done? And I think, to be honest, they might have just resigned this round to a loss.
Chalk it up. Not going to be able to do anything from there. Team Mayhem punish them. And punish Rejects maybe for their own mistakes. I mean, how many times have we seen it with this push over towards B? If it doesn't work out first time around, you've got to change things up. The majority
That's crazy.
Of the time,
they were
the
close on both
side
ticks. Both sides, too.
At least 4 over towards that side. If you've got one player to deal with,
Alright, they just have to win their defense. If they lose their defense, it's done.
It's just a bit of breathing room. You're running into
Does Reject have
players who
ping
are well
issues?
established around
I know
the
S-Thug
area.
be lagging sometimes, and
That's
Jez.
cause you problems. Jez very, very weak off the rip because there is indeed a war machine heading his way. T-Bag's only able to find one when Rejects are there to answer back pretty much immediately. 4 kills falling
What
their
happened to
way.
Rejects? I don't know.
So Mayhem have to be careful themselves here, but they've done the same thing. It's just head over towards B, and you're just running into irons up. It's so difficult to try and find those angles when you try to get yourself back over towards this B side. Just got away.
Mayhem have to be careful here about continually losing these lives. They're currently down by 4, but things can go all right.
They've got streaks.
Very quickly. Now, nobody from Rejects towards that bedroom side, meaning that a couple of players will be able to slip the net somewhat. Kings and T-Bags will convert that for a couple of kills, but
that's big.
The response from Rejects is even bigger. Now Team Mayhem, though, nobody can test with a long driveway, nobody can test with a round art. They've got their move towards the site. The lane has opened up. Now they actually need to convert some time, Done.
2 players over towards the middle of the map, and that's kind
Mayhem
of
is going stupid right now.
Control from, right?
Well, maybe not this round, but
shots are coming in are very, very good from the SMG players, just getting up close and personal where they can. Just should be dealt with though, so a little bit of an inroad here for Team Mayhem. 6 lives, sorry, is the difference.
Maybe Rejects was just going for ticks, you know?
I mean, Raptor invests the equalizer and gets taken down pretty much straight away.
Perhaps.
It's looking like a round may well go over towards the side of Rejects, and some big wastage going up from Team Mayhem. A lot of kills starting right on through. Envy starting to heat up. Here we go. It's a bit more like it now from Rejects. Team Mayhem walk away licking their wounds over towards the A side, but this round is pretty much done. Mayhem couldn't find anything here. Really good round from Rejects, the kind of round they absolutely needed.
Yeah, for sure. Just the fact that they only give away 1 tick of progression on the whole means that they are 1 step closer to... I know this is a bit far away from us here, folks, but if we do go to round 5, guaranteeing that defense, whether these teams play defense, I know that historically speaking for you and I, raid control is generally considered offensively sided.
Who knows
here in
these days?
COD Mobile, it does feel sometimes like it can be really defensively sided, so that could be important. Now look at utility across the board, though, for both of these teams. You have to imagine some of that needs to come out right from the rip here, and here it is.
Who's going to use the operators better? That's the question. It's looking like Rejects so far. Predator missile coming in here from Envy as well. Is he going to put further pain down? As Kings now will pop his Annihilator, as does Thug. Thug is the one to find Kings though, and finds the shots onto T-Bag too. B progression going to start coming in here from Rejects in a big, big way.
That's Thug, big kills from him there.
Big net.
Big nade as well. Rejects off the back of it, though, are actually going to be pressurized here by Team Mayhem. Is it enough to actually remove them to the point? No, and I think as that kill goes down against Kings, best to just give this one up now. Prepare yourself.
Ooh, Rejects capped that fast.
They are doing exactly that.
They're actually doing really good.
Team Mayhem. This is exactly what I want to see, and I want to see it more from COD Mobile teams. Is actually preparing themselves for this push over towards this other point from Rejects. Look at the position.
Yeah, a lot of teams run out of time when they are transitioning from that B cap to A cap, because capping B is
kitchen control.
Usually very well considered easy, and then capping A is where it gets hard.
Kill's starting to come through though.
So setting up for that transition is key.
See, the claw was momentarily out from one of the players there, but oh my word, look at the gunfight coming through from Envy. It was Claw going up against Purifier, and both players ended up winning. 21-18, Team Mayhem have closed that gap just a little bit in terms of the lives department. Kings and T-Bag starting to put the pressure on over towards the bedroom side. It's a good hold so far from Mayhem, but Rejects are not far away either.
And Rejects are slowly scratching at this defense at the moment, clawing away to try and get closer spawns. And with that kill versus Kings, now they will get them. No longer spawning in the garage. They should.
Yeah, they got reverse swept by Mayhem. It was unfortunate.
Rejects will now be feeling a little bit healthier here on these pushes. They've got to be careful here that they do not lose gunfights. Cartels just waltzes straight past S-Thug. On the other side, Envy and Solo are going to get taken down as well. So Team Mayhem here. Another chance for this point. Rejects now.
Within 5 lives.
Rejects can start making this progression happen. They've got a player inside.
They're just going for the cap. Honestly, the cap would be good.
Only one player on the point in this moment in time. Solo pop the equalizer inside the kitchen. That's just going to be a nightmarish scenario that you don't want to push into in a war machine. On top of that, you hate to see it. If you're a Team Mayhem fan, the shots coming on through, round the corner, onto Kings. All of a sudden, Rejects have sprung into life. The round will be theirs. I think the only silver lining for Team Mayhem, there was a lot of investment from Rejects to make sure that that round happened. They get the round they would have wanted that day. Will be more than happy for that investment to pay off in that way. But for Team Mayhem, they will say, right, okay, they used a lot to get a hold of that. Let's do the same here. Get an attacking round and send us to round number 5.
Yeah, I was staring at those specialists for a T-Bag and Jesus Saves or Operators, excuse me, to make sure they didn't use them in that 4 versus 15 or whatever it was. Regardless though, Team Mayhem, different look out of them here in this round. Straight towards A they go. S-Thug's going to use the Predator missile here because it's out in the open. He's able to get 2 kills for free. Hunter Killer Drone almost removes Cartels from the situation. He lives his life long enough to take one down with him. But overwhelmed, our Team Mayhem on that initial push. Rejects will be feeling comfortable with the way this round has started. And off the respawn as well, Team Mayhem feel somewhat splintered. This is not as concentrated as you'd like, but now finally with a couple of kills coming through, they get those driveway spawns. They're on the point.
That was a nice win from Jesus Saves in the middle of the map. Envy will be there to take him down though. Mid-map control is very, very
It's like Rejects just woke up for real. Do y'all see the reverse sweep coming? I feel like I see the reverse sweep coming.
These are big gunfights in the grand scheme of things, but all of a sudden, things started to be invested here. Raf drops the equalizer, hasn't had the best of games, but may well be able to make the impact that he wants. Predator missile coming in from S-Thug, finds 2, gets them off it momentarily. It looks like Rejects have pretty much given this one up for the most part. Invest the Predator missile to maybe
this one might be
down, but they lose control.
Oh, no.
They lose B.
This one's still close.
Concentrate on now. Robolico in the middle of the map with his pants down, and look at these kills starting to come on through, but they answer back. 2 huge kills from Envy.
Big gunfights being made by Rejects at the moment, and they are pretty deep in the defensive spawn as well. Jess, I think, just trying to set up half of what that Zim spawn trap would be. He's actually going to convert for a couple of kills.
Not the Zim spawn trap.
But the fact that he plays his life for as long as he does is huge for Rejects, but also huge for Team Mayhem. They've got a couple of players through towards the kitchen side, so a war on 2 fronts occurring at the moment here in this game, and continually Rejects are being so frustrating. How is that
no freaking way, bro.
Envy and Jez are joking these players at the moment, and now Team
Rejects lit up.
Inside the kitchen. They are back in their spawn.
Would be interesting, but I don't want to be watching this for 5 more hours.
Whatsoever, and Envy is frying.
Damn, you're right, bro.
Envy is just keeping the ball on the spawn by himself.
Get him.
Drops the Predator missile on them as well. And what was a very close round has been turned around by Envy. Eventually he falls, but on his sword, the damage already
That's
done.
Crazy. They're choking.
And seemingly Rejects have a life in them yet. 8 versus 3. It's not insurmountable for Team Mayhem to potentially do something here, especially with the war machine in. Hits absolutely nothing but thin air. Unless Kings can do something with the
fucking cried, dude.
Going to happen too little too late for Mayhem.
Now we're back on hardpoint, chat. Let's go.
Decides to call game. And the game number 4 at that, not this game over and done with. I kind of know what I'm going with. It's getting on here if you hadn't.
Dude,
This voice is like.
These games are crazy.
Yeah, this is not a complaint.
It's 4 a.m. for them. Feels bad. And they're casting the whole time.
You were calling the end of that game. I thought you were going to be like, Envy wins the game. Envy beats Team Mega Man. Which, to be fair, would not be an inaccurate assessment of how that one went, because Envy was frying throughout the entirety of the thing. And it's just
warmed up. What map is the hard point? I do not know.
The new kid on the block, as it were, for Reject. Certainly not in the COD Mobile scene, of course, a former seminal player. And he has just been a stellar addition to this team, and he continues to prove that almost every single game that he plays for this roster. And he proved it again here for Rejects, just having so many big moments for the team. But Rejects, for me, I think where they won that one time was in that round number 3, where they took the offensive way. They made the investment at the right time on that A zone to take it away, and that was the big difference maker for me.
I mean, if you've seen that, there was 13-13 actually in that 4th round at one stage in terms of the life department. And then Envy is like, yeah, no, I'm not done yet. 25 kills go his way. I want to say 8 of them came in the final 20 seconds. Incredible stat lines coming through from Rejects. Just a massive outslay. Solo, Thug, and Envy doing
wow, that is actually
Envy
so wild.
Towards the end, the real MVP. I mean, he was spawn trapping them on his own. It's kind of wild. And it wasn't even like he was catching them immediately off spawn. He was just gunning each and every single one of them. I think I want to say it was 6 or 7 kills towards the end there, coming in from Envy. And that forces us to a map number 4. I don't know.
Shut up.
I don't know. I don't know, mate.
Don't even entertain it right now.
Back-to-back reverse sweeps, anybody? No? I mean, look, it's on the cards. It 100% is on the cards. Hacienda coming up. We know that. I mean, look how close that map number 1 is. That could go either way.
I don't disagree, which I hate that I don't disagree, because I think the thing is of Rejects are they're a roster that, historically speaking here in the regular season at least, have felt very much momentum-based, I think. You know, when a series starts
Blur were
to
to come to Rejects, would he be a sub?
Really take advantage
Maybe.
of that. And I think this
I don't know who
might be
he
a
would
problem for
replace though.
Mayhem.
They got some
Maybe
crazy
if,
ARs.
you know, map number 4 doesn't go their way as we can get into it.
I want that
If
7 versus
Rejects
Rejects,
come
me
out
too.
swinging, I am slightly concerned to see if there is a response at all, because again, Rejects are so good in these positions. We've seen it so many times where they'll be down 2-0. I mean, we almost saw it versus Seminole, right? I mean, down 2-0, they start to get momentum in their favor. They force it to a game number 5. If it happens,
is this a reverse
they'll be
sweep?
looking for a different outcome.
It's just dude, anything's so competitive. Holy shit!
Very shortly heading into a Hacienda hardpoint.
Hacienda hardpoint.
Sort of, you're leaning
they talk
towards
too much. They have to talk a lot between games, so the players get a little bit of break and charge.
You see what happened in map number 1. It was looking like Rejects were going to come in and we're looking solid in the series. Yep, no problem. Starting this one off nicely. Yeah, what was 120 to 140 after one rotate? Yeah, chilling. And things turned on its head very, very quickly. Where is everybody's heads at now, though? Because I think if you're Mayhem, okay, 2-0 up, you lose the control, it's not the end of the world. But that doubt does creep. Yeah, it's one of those things. Even like you know yourself, just playing
too, right, bro?
general in games.
Right, yeah,
stop,
of
you know you're sitting
there
there playing
Robalo?
rank play, whatever.
Probably not Robalo.
Any game.
It's very intense.
And you know yourself, you know things. You had a good start, and things start to come back, and it's a bit like, really don't want to lose this game. It's feeling like I might, and you know things can change very, very quickly. Are Mayhem feeling that doubt right now? Do you wonder?
At this level, I'd hope not. I think is the thing, right? You know, this is the very top creme de la creme of North American Call of Duty Mobile.
This is facts.
And I would hope
this
that
is
at the very
a
least
great
that
match.
this wouldn't happen to a roster like Mayhem. Not now, surely, not at this position. But honestly, I think it can happen to anyone at the same kind of point here. You know, nobody is infallible. Nobody is completely perfect in these situations. And you do really just have to have some serious mental fortitude to be in these positions and actually come out on top. So I would like to hope that Mayhem will be fine here and don't tilt their way at the series, but we've seen certain situations where teams in the past, it feels like they have tilted, and I think the one that springs to mind is actually Rejects in that series versus Seminole, and it's a good time to bring it up, where they were 2-0 up.
What's up?
They should
I've seen
have
the
won
read been good at. Yeah, I know.
They did win the Search and Destroy, and because
Bobby
of the usage of a
and
banned
left
skin
pretty
from
good
them,
commentators.
they ended up getting forfeited in the Search and Destroy.
Oh, the British
and
guy?
I
Yeah,
think
he's
you
really
could
good.
immediately tell that the rest of the series they weren't in it. They were not in it whatsoever. So
especially like, you know, that's a mistake
you know
that
who
somebody
we
on the
need?
team
We need
makes. That is just
yes,
freaking
yeah,
shift,
exactly.
bruh.
like, it's one of those things that you just don't do.
Yeah, for sure. And so I think that's just an example, right, of just like even at
I think
this
Shift
level,
is just too busy with CDL at the
even
moment.
if maybe they don't think that was what happened. I think for us, at the very least, for the cast at the time, we're like, yeah, this is pretty obviously not the rejects that we would normally see. So yeah, it can happen. Maybe that is what's going to happen here from Mayhem.
I commentate. I don't
Should load
commentate.
in very, very shortly into map number 4, and hopefully we're going to get jumped in and find out what happens in this series. Oh no, actually, we're going to go for a break. They're charging their phones.
We're going for a break?
Come on, guys.
They're charging their phones. Are we going to a break from this one? I'm not too sure.
We are.
I mean, we can talk about it, but let's go to a very short break. After the teams have charged their phones up, we will have map number 4 of this losers final, and we will be finding out who's going to Brazil from the side of North America. Don't go anywhere.
You're not break.
Welcome to the place where
Stop telling me that's what I'm saying. I need to know who wins, bro. They definitely want to reject one. Honestly, if they get a break right now, it's more in favor of Mayhem because they played a full best of 5 map 5 series right before this. And now they just played 3 more games. And they probably had maximum like 10 minutes to charge. So definitely not great for Mayhem at the moment. See, look, they played that 3-2. So that's 5 games they played. And now they're playing 2-1. And then they have more to play. If they win again, they're going to play more. So yeah, Mayhem needs some time to charge. Is Sem already qualified for Brazil? Seminole already qualified for Brazil. The only team that has qualified so far for NA is Seminole. For EU is Kings. For China is Q9. And I think those are the only confirmed teams so far that's qualified at the moment. What happened to Luminosity? Seminole is Luminosity. But you know, they are not a part of that team anymore. We're getting no more. No more LG. Unfortunately. Getting ready for TBD and new team. No, TBD. TBD is to be determined. Yeah, it's not a new team. That is pretty goofy, my friend. Oh my god, I'm waiting seeing so much Scylla. Dude, what the hell? Bro, this game is fucking rigged. Making me. Never mind, I lied. I thought you sold. I honestly think no stands a chance. Yesterday, Rejects almost beat Seminole. So There's a chance. You never know. It's hard to ignore me. Wait, what'd you say? Sound? Oh.
Need to be
You're back.
And then we will get into this game. Hopefully we'll be loading in very, very shortly though, Brody, but it's been an eventful one, to say the least. A reverse sweep to kick things off in NA after what was a grueler of a grand final in Europe. And my giddy aunt were loading in. I didn't expect that so early. Production was saying to me, we've got to give it a couple more minutes, and then they just teased me with it. They teased me with it, and here we are. Into map number 4.
Maybe like that.
We're seeing a map number 5 here? Because if the rest of the day is anything to go by, yes, we are.
I will say this much as we get into the Hacienda hardpoint. This is the worst hardpoint map that Rejects could possibly play. So that does bode well for Mayhem to close out this series in a 3-1 fashion. But
it's the worst map from Rejects? Really? I did not know that.
Mayhem performing pretty well here. They get in the first wave of gunfights in their favor. And it's always nice when you can get a wealth of time on P1 time.
Take it all day, don't you? And this is unlike Arsenal P1, where it is quite difficult to pick up a decent amount of time. You get somebody behind the fountain with a smoke down, then yeah, okay. You can find something, but top control is very much paramount when it comes down to it. For the majority of the game on this map, when heading over towards P2 as well, it's not a bad place to find your kills. Good job from Team Mayhem here, locking it down. P2 control is just about in their favor, but how many times we see it change hands in this final 10 to 15 seconds before we do head over towards P2 is, well, it's quite a lot typically. But this time around, Team Mayhem are going to be the first ones here. Kills coming in from Raph down the water side as well. Big players coming in, heads up plays from Raph and Mayhem in a good spot.
Capture the objective.
These kills starting to go Team Mayhem's way here. A couple of players to contend with though inside, and Jez is going to get a big one versus Cartels. Can he produce a second? No is the answer.
I saw using PKM.
Now these teams about to butt heads here.
Good question. I don't know.
Numbers, kills,
bro trolling.
Team Mayhem here. One more player.
Do not ask me.
Jez actually does get behind enemy lines, but not for long enough. Kings is going to bring the Predator missile down as well. And now Team Mayhem in a great spot here from this hill. Back spawns towards the backline here for Rejects. But what a game Kings is having here. 13 kills so far, Ton.
Make it 14, make it 15. Make it 16, are you kidding me, Kings?
Holy shit, 16 off P2?
And says Stuck, who can actually find 4 of his own. My word. Kings is just absolutely loving life on hardpoint right now.
That is
the rest
crazy.
of the team, they're absolutely nowhere near. Cartels will find 3 as well. That will definitely help Team Mayhem out on the scrap time. Makes it another big
wild, bro.
Cartels. Heading over towards the next hill. Jesus Saves is going to be here, so the rotation, the lead for Mayhem. What a start from Kings. That is wild.
Just insane. Great start on the whole. Now, I will say it hasn't actually produced that much in terms of the lead so far in this game. It's not a massive differential between these two teams. But we know how COD Mobile goes. We know how Hardpoint goes. It won't be long before that could well happen. Back and forth we go towards this one. War Machine momentarily coming out from a Valo before it's quickly removed. Now the Purifier on hand for Cartels by Tin. Going to find one, going to burn and turn, looking for some more damage. Going to recognize where those players are coming up from spawn, but it's going to be mostly Team Mayhem here in the kill feed. And Cartels doesn't even really need to do anything. He's got the Predator missile in the back pocket, face down with a couple of players. That's too much to handle.
Big investment coming in here from Mayhem. No. Equalizer out, War Machine out, Purifier out, but the Equalizer just doing
one
so
kill for solo? Oh shit. He's on 2.
War Machine's out from him, can find
dude,
one,
Kings is on 21.
Find a great deal.
Oh, what a go.
Through. But ultimately, it is Team Mayhem who pick up the majority of their time there. 10 seconds to play for.
I don't know about the PKM, bro.
It's P4 ongoing.
Not be the move.
So Connect and Rejects are going to be the first one here. It's about a 60-point lead for Mayhem as we head over towards the 4th hill.
Gotta rotate.
Rejects will be the first team to touch. Ideally, with how that kill went, they really do need this time. They cannot
love it, really?
This game early on. Cartels
I'm happy to hear you. Thank you so much.
Ran inside, and it didn't connect to Solo or NVI. That maybe T-Bag.
What color did you get, bro?
Yep, there's one. Yeah, up top, and see you later, alligator. T-Bag's going to take you down, but in response, it's the Sparrow utilization coming out from Jez. Big investment to make, and again, it cannot be understated how important control of this hill is.
Annihilator's out here from Estog. Manages to find it. Jez with a kill on the outside as well. Gonna help them out. Cartels now trying to put the pressure on, but this is kill after kill after kill for rejects. And they need it this time. Jez starting to lock them in. Predator missile already coming in. Using it to clear out the water side. Kings is now there, but all on his own here for Mayhem, who haven't really been able to get anywhere near it. Kings is going to try his best, of course, hitting 22 kills to kick things off. It's an investment of a Sparrow coming in, though, from Jesus Saves for what is potential 15 seconds that you're not going to get. So for all, a fantastic start from Team Mayhem. Rejects with a really good hold over towards the last hill
well.
to make things just that
Oh yeah,
yeah,
the red ones are the best ones. That's obviously. And maybe,
that was a massive hill coming out from Rejects.
The red ones
they
are the
needed
best.
to get it to not necessarily make the game even. They
What's it solo using off-meta weapons? Dude, it's
game somewhat more manageable.
They're down by like they're pretty close.
Reason why this game
Bro has 4 kills. Oh no.
Of course, there's Kings to talk about on the other side with 23 kills. But how about for not a great performance from Solo on just 4 kills through what has been about 5 minutes of gameplay so far? Ton. That is not what you'd expect out of one of their star players.
Yeah, Solo has been absolute lights out for Rejects so consistently. 4 kills to his name. I'd expect that on a hill. T-Bag and Cartel starting to get some work done over towards P1, and Mayhem will quite happily soak up as much time as they can. Bit of a split over the top side. Won't see Mayhem now as they're going to try and pick away at Rejects, who are down low and picking up some time. Cartels will find a good shot there, expecting the Child finds the gunfight, can't win it though. Jez will be there now. He will start pushing through to try and get some control. Over towards P2, Kings does shut him down, so Team Mayhem once again in a good spot heading over towards this P2 hill, which is going to pop in about 10 seconds time. Are they going to be able to be as successful as they were the first time around with it though? Team Mayhem with about a 30-point lead.
This will be a different spot for Team Mayhem here. Last time around they were fighting from the driveway side, or towards the driveway side, excuse me. This time around Rejects are going to be coming through checkers, and well, the first blood is actually pretty good coming out from Envy. Kings and Cartel might respond with a couple of kills, but for the most part this is Rejects actually winning all the gunfights they need to, and that spawn out for Team Mayhem is not good whatsoever. There is a bit of a split situation coming through for the spawns regardless, as you pointed out, Ton. So Rejects will be isolated inside this hill and facing battles on multiple sides. That is going to enable Mayhem to get right back through, but those close spawns right back at you here. This hill is so chaotic.
Raph there with Equalizer doesn't find a great deal, but Team Mayhem just about holding on anyway. Envy going to drop the Predator missile in over towards the backside, so it's going to be the car park spawns coming in here for Rejects. It's a good pre-nade that comes through from T-Bag. Cannot finish this one off. BRAZILLL now with the wall machine to try and get something going. Solo dropping the Equalizer as well. He may well have only had 4 kills to his name a couple of seconds ago, but he can find a few there. Rejects find a break. 15 seconds to play for here. We'll pretty much put it as a tie game if they can hold it down.
Yeah, you definitely want this time if you can get it, but no, Raph is going to deny for it. Nice little couple of kills coming through there towards the end, so Mayhem will soak up that time. They do not have full control over Nu, though. What's that spawn? Is that player that spawned right in front of a couple of players from Rejects? Not too sure, but
that is goofy.
Mayhem will be the first team to touch over here. A 30-point advantage over their opposition, and an opportunity to really start to put the hurt down on this hill. Cartels and Jesus Saves open up teams with a couple of kills now. How much more damage can they do? BRAZILLL and Jez will not give up easily, especially with that investment of the Sparrow coming through from the latter. Rejects know how important this hill is, and through all the obfuscation of the smoke, Rejects now fighting back in towards this hill. Kings of the Annihilator, though, can do some serious damage.
Fighting through over towards the fence's side. The rest of the team on the tip of the spear as King sits at the back and just fires on away. Good play coming in from Mayhem. That lead has been cut down to around 20, but it has room to grow here with 25 seconds remaining over towards P3. This could be big from Cartels. Can't find the second. Rejects trying to find a way back through and into this game. Kills being traded. It's going to be about this rotation with 15 seconds left to go on the old hill. It's about this fight. It's going to be Cartels going up against Jez here. Jez just holding tight. Rest of the fight going on over towards the old hill. Majority of that scrap time goes Rejects' way. Are Mayhem going to be the first one here? The big gunfight's going on. Raph is going to be the first one to win that one. Can he find it on the Jez as well? Yes, he can. Huge plays coming in from Raph. Mayhem lock it down.
Dude, this is so close.
Rejects here first. They made a count. Can Mayhem do the same?
From the team? Nah.
Mayhem want to pull away again. Jesus Saves chilling in the corner, gets meleeed by S.
Okay, but that's still BS.
Using the boxing gloves to take him down. Not over just yet, though.
That's pretty BS, guys.
There's a wave of gunfights coming in their favor. It's still not guaranteed. Close spawns will continue to hit for Rejects here. Jez gonna find a couple couple of kills. Now Jesus saves next to the back for Mayhem towards this hard point. Investment starting to come out from both sides as well. It's the War Machine,
all the
ops, and the War Machine is going to hit for 1 kill. Envy, the next player to take down. So back and forth is this Hilton. These guys just continue to spawn close time and time again. T-Bag now going to find a double. Raph, can he hold on?
Oh my god.
For Mayhem inside this
Raph fighting his demons.
Complete chaos here. And Rejects.
Oh my god, Cartel's fighting his demons.
Hold on. Neither of this team getting really anything of this. Cartels is going to find 3, but honestly, that was complete carnage and neither team getting much for it at all.
Nobody really gets anything. I think you're very, very right. I think if anything, maybe Mayhem get a few more seconds. But we head into a 3rd rotation. Very, very tight game. Jesus Saves has been doing good work. 24 kills to his name, but Kings is, well, maybe slowed down, but I think it would have been hard to keep up that pace, setting at 38 now. Envy very much alongside him.
Hardpoint is very hard to keep control of. Oh, facts. This is what comp is all about, the adrenaline.
They've got a decent amount of time.
Holy shit, it's just back and forth.
Break those records. 39 for Kings, 38 for Envy. The fight for P1 starting to be a little bit contested here in between the smokes, but where is it each way going to go here when it comes down to these rotations over towards P2? And right now it's Mayhem finding the gunfights and finding the majority of them as well. P1 control is there. P2 spawns not quite.
Team Mayhem, even get this last 20 seconds is super duper valuable for them to close out this hard point to continue to maintain the advantage that they've had for basically the entirety of their fair so far. But Rejects will go for it. Big 10 seconds for them. And now we're going to start to see some utility come out to play as well. Cartels here, the Purifier inside, going to get shut down. Jesus Saves on the other side. We'll have the Sparrow as well, but he goes down too. And it's going to be Envy that puts a full stop on that initial push, as Rejects should be the first team to touch it. S-Thug has invested the Annihilator, and all of these guys will be coming from the same direction.
Kings has his Annihilator as well. And S-Thug finds Kings, so
it's like a massacre. Dude, it's so back and forth. Oh, blue in the feed. Oh, nice shot from S-Thug.
The 3rd around the outside. Water control is there, but Cartels will find 2. BRAZILLL has a hold of the War Machine here as well, as Cartels will find the push through, but straight into the grenade launcher. Sparrow now out for Rejects 2. Investing so much to try and get some control. Still 30 seconds to play for here at P2.
And Rejects investing quite a lot to make sure they hold on towards this time. They're taking away the time, and yeah, T-Bag now going to bring out the War Machine.
Oh, War Machine out.
Knows where they're spawning as
both died to a flashbang.
Going to get taken down by a stun. Back and forth again. Pinstripe kill feed. Rejects still holding on to that time. I think it was Kings who gives it one last look, but no more than that. Pre-fire coming out from Envy to remove the last player from the time, and that is Jesus Saves. They are still sending reinforcements up this hill. Our team Mayhem to take time away from Rejects, but they cannot get it done. And Ton, that is a massive, massive hill for Rejects as they take the lead for the first time here in this game.
Let's do this,
in terms of the operators, but there's nothing on the side of Team Mayhem to answer back. Raph just about gets his equalizers at the right time, pops them onto Solo. And can he start?
That's tragic.
No, finds him. So a huge investment of the equalizer for very, very little. The rotation was here for Team Mayhem. They needed to hold as well, but Envy with the Predator missile now just trying to make things that little bit worse. But the kill
Mayhem this ain't the script deal for real. What's going on?
Is there.
Actually, it's the flashbang.
Rejects now just trying to find a way back into this hill. And finding time after they found the lead at P2. They want to extend it here at P3.
Still fighting for it. Big 30 seconds left to go on this hill. T-Bag on her entry for 1, but not going to find the second. Big trade coming out from Envy now. Mayhem still looking to overreach in towards Tin, but they cannot find the kills that they desire. Now potential flank play coming in from Cartels as well. Is that good enough? No is the answer, as a full wipe comes through from Rejects, and they cannot finish things here regardless of what happens. We
what the frig is happening
towards Rock for what could be the final kill on this game, but Rejects have been lights out over the last couple of hard points. Tana, they have stepped it up a notch. Now, Team Mayhem will touch first on New. They have to be perfect. They cannot allow Rejects in even once.
Damn, Solos only has 20 kills. What the hell?
Ruff is here to just try and slow things down, starting to snap with a Fennec. Can he find a 3rd as well? Not quite. Envy is there to shut him down, but Envy is there to shut down nearly everybody else as well. T-Bag with the first of all. BRAZILLL with a find a kill on the Kings as well. Here comes the push from Rejects, and it's just been so good from them. Over the last 4 or 5 hills, Team Mayhem have been nowhere near, but Cartels are trying to lock it down. The equalizer in from Solo though, and just that spell the end, not quite. Ruff is there to find the kill, to answer back that question. Trying to stay alive with S-Thug, only one there momentarily. The rest of RGX now finding their way in. Mayhem just about holding on.
Gotta contest.
Investment coming out. Jet's going to reuse the Sparrow, but not to great effect.
Oh my god,
Puri! Now Cartels feels it's time to bring the Purifier down. They are holding on by their fingertips at this point, and you have to pass the Purifier. It is so difficult to do so when you are just watching this line of sight. Now decides to get aggressive, wants to take them down.
Oh my god. They might have to go new.
Rejects can't finish.
They have to go new.
And Mayhem force a third set of hard points.
Problem is here for Mayhem though is they've got to try and keep them off P1 as long
to
as
go
they
new,
possibly
bruh.
can do. Rejects only need 8 seconds, which is obtainable, but you have to be alive on the map for that to happen. King starts to pop off.
Holy shit, the comeback.
52 kills. Annihilator is out. Time on the
Comeback?
board here for Mayhem. They're going to be about 10 seconds away here. Rejects need to get there.
3 kills coming
Big.
through. We'll find the last 8 seconds here. Kings has the Annihilator and he's still in play as well. Kings for 3, looking for number 4. Kings with a full wipe. And now Mayhem.
Wait.
But Solo for 2 with the equalizer as well. Now Teabag with the War Machine. This is complete carnage. Mayhem now.
What the fuck is happening?
Oh,
they lost.
Can they do it?
No
Yes,
way.
and Rejects.
Holy shit.
3-1. Mayhem pull off the upset.
Rejects didn't qualify for Brazil.
And the grand final.
I don't believe we're not going to map number 5. I can't believe my eyes. What a game. Number 4.
Wow,
The
what a
hard points
beautiful
between these two
comeback.
teams.
A comeback denying the
For all that
comeback.
the control and the S&D
Eesh.
might not necessarily be in the spectacle that these two maps where the hard points make up for it. A 4-point game in game number 1. I think it's an 8 or 6 point, 8
No
6, 7
freaking
points.
way.
Something. It wasn't very much in the end. But Mayhem get the job done. And what was that play from Kings? What a time to... I mean, realistically speaking, I don't think we've seen a great deal.
Oh my god, I'm speechless.
From
That
his
was
Annihilator
crazy.
throughout the entirety
So
of the game,
Mayhem
and it's
is
just
your
like,
is
yeah,
your
high noon. Let's see. Incredible.
is the other team that
plays with
qualifies
the
for
Annihilator.
Brazil.
Fantastic work from Team Mayhem. It's a
Mayhem is now number 1 in A. If they beat Seminole,
I was about to say I'm speechless.
they're
but
number
I'm
2
not,
in A now.
because that was just a game that you're going to have to talk about so often. Look where Rejects are here as we head over towards that 4th hill. They are 50 points in the lead here. Cartel starts to send it with the Purifier. He brings that out.
No
but this
freaking way,
is
bro.
all time from Kings. Look at that 3rd kill. Drops down. Yeah, give me number 4 as well. Snaps onto him and calls game for Team Mayhem.
I'm stunned.
5
I'm
game,
stunned,
man.
dog. I'm
completely
stunned.
stunned.
They were separated by
Valo probably mad.
what, 9 points over 2 hard points. And there is the record.
Oh,
Up against
55
Envy,
kills
just
from
55.
Envy.
What a game.
58 from King.
Lauren, am I delirious? Am I saying this correctly?
I honestly don't know what happened. I feel like I blacked out at the end of
58
that, and I need to talk to the script writers of this show because I clearly
Talk to me, bro.
was not filled in.
Yeah, that Annihilator was so clutch, and
what
also
was
the
gonna
War
happen.
Machine was clutch too.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Me neither. I mean, it's a shared opinion from all 4 of us right here on the desk. Some of these games that we've seen today have been outrageous, but the Hacienda must be the cherry on top for what has been a day where we have got all our predictions wrong just from the gate. Mayhem, that is an upset and a half. We're talking about how important it is to convert rounds, maps against Rejects, who have been so dominant for so long to a degree. They haven't really had a single good look at them throughout the entire year. I think Mayhem have just come out today, out the stables, guns blazing, on some serious form.
I mean, but they didn't though,
Yeah,
right?
what
I mean,
were
they
they
were 2-0
on,
down
bro?
and the control 2-0 down against Truly, about to be knocked out if they lose 1 game of control. And fast
Dude,
forward
I
a couple
need
hours
whatever
later,
the frick
playing ticket
Mayhem's
to
on,
Sao
dude.
Paulo.
I want you to know that you both look like everything you knew about the universe has just been flipped on its head.
Dude.
You're both just sitting here.
I want to see Bobby's reaction, bro.
absolutely
Bobby's gonna lose his
stunned.
mind.
And that is off of the backs of the performance that we saw Mayhem have against Truly, who was the 4th place team. They go up against Rejects, who they lost to, the 2nd place
Holy
team,
shit.
and they look like that. Talk about bouncing back. I mean, that's just impressive.
Bro, this matchup,
I mean,
man.
it was impressive search and destroy.
Wow,
from them,
what
right?
a
Yeah,
match.
Really, really good performance there. The attacking rounds from them were phenomenal. The control was kind of one of those, you go on to lose an attacking round, all of a sudden you're on the back foot. Yeah, okay, you lose a 3-1 raid. It's not the end of the world. These things happen. But the first map, they were, what, 60, 70 behind? They were 50 or so behind on the 4th map, heading over to that that rock hill, and somehow win the game. Kings just hip fires a few people, and that's that with the Annihilator.
Crazy, what the frick?
Unbelievable.
Kings
crazy game.
That's all I'm going to say is Kings is honestly insane.
Ridiculous.
And it is insane to me that there was even a moment, a minuscule moment that they thought that Kings couldn't be part of this team. Because he has been a lifesaver for this roster, and he still might be a championship saver as well.
Yeah, that was a grand finals worthy performance out of Mayhem. Now the downside of that is they've already played twice. Now they have to go do a best of 7. Okay,
oh,
take a look at this bracket so you can see what happened.
Best of 7.
It's almost gone the full distance in both of their matches so far. They were not easy. They end up with the reverse sweep, then close out the lower bracket final. Now have to go up against a Seminole who has a 1-map advantage over them in this grand final.
Now we got freaking Seminole, bro.
Could they have any more difficult a journey?
I think now for the side of Team Mayhem, it depends where their expectations were lying, where they sort of saying to themselves, look, we've got a chance for Brazil here. Now, do they go into this final thinking, right, the pressure is off a little bit? Does that allow them to play that little bit better in this final? But does it maybe just not give them that fire? It's a question you got to ask yourself, but still a lot of money on the line here for this final, relevant of securing Brazil. You want to make sure you win it. We heard the interview that came through in Europe. It means so much to be the champion of your region.
Oh my
they will
God.
come into this one full of fire, I would hope.
Just imagine the situation here. I mean, look, I know we're going to get into it after the break, but just imagine a situation where Team Mayhem actually beat Seminole. Like,
why he
that
live
would
like
be the
that?
storyline to end all storylines. I think it would just be an insane way to end this season, and it could happen.
Dude, if Mayhem beats Seminole, I'm gonna lose my shit, bro.
We want to get into that as quickly as possible. So before we do that, it's time for another short break. Give our players a moment to do whatever they need to do. Make sure everything's ready to go for that best of 7, as it will be a longer series than what we just saw. So hopefully tech is ready to go as well. We're gonna give our casters a little bit of a break, but when we return, the best of 7 grand finals here for NA in Call of Duty Mobile. Don't go anywhere. You're gonna want to catch this. We'll be right back.
Wow. Which players are in Sem? Tech, Band, Washi, Marshy, Vig. Holy shit. Yeah, Mayhem needs a break, bro. Give Mayhem a break. They deserve it. Bro. That's so crazy. Rejects went from almost beating Seminole to lose. Mayhem. Oh my god. Wow. That is so crazy, chat. I don't think you guys understand how absurd this is. Rejects choked that first game too. They choked both hardpoints. Bunch of chokers. You don't like Seminole? Wait, what? Who said that? The hell? Goodness, I'm just speechless, chat. That was like, that was very, very insane. Oh, what? I gotta do this? Dude, they only have 3-minute break, bro? That's tough. Is going all the way to game 7 or not? I don't think it will. Solo got paid extra from Mayhem. That's so crazy. That is actually so wild, chat. I'm speechless. I don't even know. I can't even like comprehend what just happened. Holy poop. When is it gonna start, bro? It's solo for his team, not gonna lie. Yeah, but I think everyone needs to realize everyone has bad games, okay? So like, let's take it easy. Let's just relax now. Like, everyone is getting a little upset over, you know, bro sold. But, you know, it is what it is. What can you do about it? Why would he use a GPS? I don't know. Ask me. I wasn't the one playing. But yeah, that is tough. What can you do? Yeah, if Aerith plays, you drop a nuke for real? For real, I agree. 24 and 50. Yeah, but it's also against pro players, so 24 and 50 in ranked thing. Oh, we're starting.
Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are just minutes away from getting into our best of 7 grand finals here in NA for Call of Duty Mobile. It has been a day so far, okay? A day filled with unexpected results across the board. We'll talk about them a little bit as we give the players some time to make sure their phones are all ready to go for this last matchup, okay? Charged and ready, folks. Next match around the corner is Seminole and Mayhem, but talk to me about how Mayhem got here, Ton.
Oh my word, I have no idea how it's happened. I actually haven't got a clue. So the fact that they went in the first 2 maps and looked so poor against
that was wild.
And then
I am just as confused, bro.
A couple of hours later, it's been like a few hours if anything. But at this stage, the fact that they're now heading to Brazil and are in a grand final against Seminoles, I would have called you crazy, Lauren, had you suggested that this would happen.
Mayhem just showed up ready
I think Mayhem now, today. Even if they lose, they don't give a fuck. Why does Bobby look high?
Happened? I mean, to be fair, Truly looked phenomenal in the first match. They were crushing it. You get to the control, Mayhem reverse sweep them. Then we come back and you see this insane back and forth with Rejects, where it looked like it might be going Rejects' way. Kings, unstoppable. Absolutely pops off, Bobby.
I don't think they did come ready to play today. They just decided to get ready when they were 2 matches in and on the brink of elimination. And then they decided, oh, now we should start playing COD Mobile. And apparently they figured out everything COD Mobile related at the perfect time. And they take down a Rejects team that, barring a DQ, probably could have taken down Seminole. So now I don't really know what to expect. Are we going to get the first half Truly Mayhem? Or are we going to get the second half Truly Mayhem? Or get the Truly versus Rejects Mayhem? There's no telling.
But also, and this is something that we've talked about throughout both regions, in both of these shows because it was always a factor. There is a burnout at some point. Mayhem has just played 2 very, very long series, and now they have to go into an even
You didn't make a 3-part video how they didn't qualify for Brazil. Now that's tragic.
But they're also fresh.
Yeah. That's the way you said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess it's a fair point, right? Seminole, I think, are not the kind of roster to fall foul to kind of the coldness of waiting around in the grand final. They're going to be coming in hot regardless of what happens. But honestly, I feel like the momentum that Mayhem are going to have from those last 2 series is going to carry them into this one in a way that Kings kind of felt back in Europe as well. It feels as if this roster is on a real high right now. And then granted, they still had a kind of fight tooth and nail versus Truly and Rejects. And granted, obviously, those rosters made mistakes versus them as well. But Mayhem are on another level right now. And I really do feel like they are going to be
Alright, we got Tech, Band,
momentum,
Vig,
Washi,
and Marshy.
Seminole. But to be frank, they're going to need it versus Seminole because this roster is lights out. Every single player on the roster has go-off potential, and that is a dangerous prospect to go up against.
And I think if you are Seminole, though, like, you're sitting in there in that position, presuming you were going to be playing Rejects, probably, right? Now you're playing against Mayhem. I feel as if they'd probably be a little bit happier about the situation.
The ball said LMAO in his Discord server. I think he isn't too mad.
Again, it's no disrespect to Mayhem, but
oh yeah, bro, he's definitely not mad.
Close games with Rejects from Seminole. You know, yesterday we had a game go all the way to a map number 5, a close search and destroy. Now you don't have to play them in that grand final. You don't have to worry about any previous games that have went on. Mayhem are not as much of an acquisition for you in typically the history that they have had in those 2 games.
I'm glad you brought up history, because we're going deep into the archives for this one, Bobby. These teams have faced off against each other before in a final situation.
Oh my God.
Last year, okay?
Last year?
West, we got to see these 2 teams face off. It was still LG back then.
Yeah, Rebella did do good, but it's just unfortunate.
It was a really good match, and to be fair, it was the exact same scenario as well, where LG, now Seminole, was coming into the grand finals with that map advantage. There were so many maps in that series that Team Mayhem were maybe 1-2 mistakes away from taking the map and forcing a map 7, and especially with the dominance that they had shown in their search and destroy at that point in time, led a lot of people to believe if they had made it there, they could have won the entire thing. So obviously the strengths of the modes looks a lot different right now. They haven't necessarily been a super dominant team when it comes to the search and destroy, but they've definitely shown a lot of improvement, I would say, throughout the day-to-day.
I mean, we've had all these storylines when these teams have faced off before against each other, new iterations, whether that's in rosters or in logos and team names. And this is going to be a great way to close out the day and this entire challenge season for NA. It'll be interesting to see what these squads bring to the table now when it comes to the map veto, because that'll give us some additional information when it comes to how this matchup could potentially go as well. So we'll start talking about them, starting off on the takeoff.
And Arsenal's going to be in there as well if they can get to it, especially for Mayhem and some of the games that they have had. They've been very, very close. So, I mean, look, they really did turn it on towards the latter stages of that hard point, obviously after a bad start. So Arsenal's maybe a pick there for them that they won't feel too bad about.
I think generally speaking, Mayhem have been really difficult to gauge on hard points just because of the fact that they've only got one good one, and it's the one that they've played over and over and over again. And you're right to point out that is
they only got one good.
They
only got one good hard. So, they only got one good map. That's
as we get into that one, Seminole are good on everything. It's kind of like a conversation that we had regarding Kings over in Europe early on in kind of the regular season, where it's like Seminole have such a wide map pool. They don't really have strengths.
Why did LG change their name to Sun? Because
LG is very difficult to kind of veto against them here. And so, yeah, I think probably the most interesting thing so far when we look towards this map set is going to be the fact that Arsenal is going to be in for map number 4. So if they can get to a map number 4, maybe they'll be okay, but it's getting to that point.
All right, we get the search and destroy through here as well, and obviously that's one, the meltdown that Mayhem have looked very comfortable on, I would say, especially when they can get the offensive side, assuming they can take a few rounds on defense. Very, very decisive plays out of them coming down to that one. I know Express is one that Hippo has said before that LG feel very, very confident on. Didn't really expect that Team Mayhem would be as strong as they were going up against Rejects on that map. So the fact that you have 2 S&D maps in this best of 7 that you have already won so far today, I would say is a solid sign for them.
Yeah, for sure. Seminole are just so good on Express as well. We saw that yesterday versus Rejects, where they just completely dominated on them. So to see it there for a final map is good for them. And then to the Control, they can't escape a Crossroads strike here. It's going to be good to have it here in our grand final. And of course, it wouldn't be a Call of Duty Mobile matchup without a raid. I think that Crossroads is going to be good here for Mayhem. They're actually okay at points. They've been getting better at it. They weren't good at it to begin with, but I think we've been seeing improvements in that map mode combination since then. So
raid is good.
We're going to see whether
they show banned maps,
for them. That raid control,
so it shows
probably the most interesting.
It shows which maps they ban because.
All right, and just so everybody at home
know
knows
which
as well,
ones
we keep
are
saying
banned.
it is a best of 7, and you notice on the map order for that hard point will be maps 1 and 4.
In case people that don't know what are the other map
maps
options.
2 and 6, and then the Control will be maps 3 and 5. So just be keeping your eyes on that. Okay, it's just a little bit of a different order. And of course, like we've mentioned, because Seminole came through that upper bracket.
Oh, it's going to be hard point.
Start with a 1 map
S&D
advantage.
Control.
So that's just another hurdle.
Wait, what?
Mayhem will
no.
have to overcome if they want to
Wouldn't
be
it be hard
able
point?
to claim that top spot in their
I don't even know, bro.
I kind of want to get into it. So that means I'm
Why
just
did they
gonna
ban fire?
send Brody and Bobby over yonder to get themselves prepared.
Could just be a map that
for
they're
this
not good
final
on.
matchup.
You know?
Well, I talked a ton about how you think this is going to play out. I mean, to be fair, today has been entirely unexpected across the board, so it might be a little bit difficult, but it's been great.
I think Mayhem may well run out of steam here.
I agree.
I think they would have been coming into this thing and look, we've got an outside shot of getting over to.
I feel like they also have that comfort of, oh, we already qualified, so we're chilling. We don't need to win against Seminole.
Now, I'm not going to say that.
Whereas Seminole is like, we need to
get they won't want to win
good
this
placement.
game, of course. They will want to, but the drive would have been for Brazil, and maybe you get over that line.
Why did they ban Blood from joining? Right, what are we talking about, bro? What are y'all saying?
Like that against Seminole,
oh yeah, we're just yapping. Hardpoint S&D control, hardpoint control S&D. Oh,
I mean, to be fair, they peaked at the perfect time in the season. Got done what they needed to get done. I mean, for the last match of the day, chat, let us know your thoughts, okay? I feel like none of our predictions could have possibly seen any of this happening so far, but let us know how you think the grand finals is going to play out after the performances that we've seen so far here today, so we can hear your thoughts as well.
Dog, she's not doing anything but sitting there, bro. What are you yapping about, bro?
Bobby to close out NA.
All right, thank you, Glitter. Obviously, Doug feeling pretty strong in his predictions. I think if you're looking at it from Mayhem's perspective, at this point, you have nothing to lose. Obviously, it'd be nice to take the grand finals, but the ultimate prize was a spot in Sao Paulo. And right now, this is really your opportunity at revenge from last challenge season. So I think definitely you give the edge to Seminole. There's no reason you wouldn't give the edge to Seminole.
Seminole needs to qualify. Team Mayhem is chilling. Both of them are chilling. Both of them qualified.
The only team that has remained consistent at the top basically ever since the start of 2022, back when they were Luminosity. Or I guess it was 2023. Yeah, they different players, or same different team, same players. You know.
All right, mate. It's 5 a.m. It's fine. We'll let you off here. Look, we've got a hype grand final ahead of us. Hopefully we can live up to it again. Seminole have been waiting in the wings for a very long time, and I'd imagine they've been surprised by how this has gone so far. I don't think they will be expecting.
Dude, I'd be shook too. What device they're using? Some are using Rogue, some are using like Red Magic. There's Rejects out, yeah, bro.
They prepared for that matchup.
Rejects didn't qualify.
I think that's probably mentally what they were ready for, that Rejects rematch.
I don't see Mayhem losing, Seminole losing to Mayhem in the series yet, me neither.
How much preparation would have gone in to a prospective matchup versus Mayhem, right? Is there a bit of scrambling going on in the Seminole camp at the moment to try and figure out, right, how do we play this one, because we didn't quite expect this to be the opponent we faced?
Yeah, and I think especially with the fact that Mayhem have been able to take maps today.
Where are they casting from? Poland.
Wouldn't expect them to take, whether that be against Truly or up against that Reject squad. It does throw some curveballs at you, because
this is so unfortunate.
Even if you have done the proper preparation coming into this one, as far as what you would normally ban up against them,
are there underdogs here in this matchup? It would be Mayhem.
More concern, and like we said, they get 2 search and destroy maps through that they have already won on the day today. So obviously, if you're Seminole, likely you are going to make those picks largely based on
that
your
is
strengths,
true, my boy. That is
Mayhem.
true.
You don't want to make last-minute decisions that you might end up regretting.
Yeah, for sure. I think these last couple of series will tell them a lot about how Mayhem are playing right now. Mayhem have been on fire, and they have to keep those fires alight here as we get into the grand final, folks. All of it, the entire season of the Pro Series has led to this. Seminole versus Team Mayhem. One of them will walk away champions.
Oh my god, blue in the feed.
Well, that is quite a blue feed right there. Team Mayhem continue that momentum for sure, as I don't think we've yet seen a single kill go through for Seminole right here. We were wondering whether or not they would come into this one cold, and that seems like it is the case to a certain degree, as they do finally get a little bit in the feed right there and lock in some time here in P1.
Yeah, something that's just kind of coming to my mind here from, I think Seminole played Rejects, I want to say, on this map. It was the first time those guys faced each other here in Season 4, and I think they got 100 point clubbed here. So there is a little bit of hope, I'd imagine, for Team Mayhem coming into this one, that they can do the exact same thing, given the fact they did just beat Rejects. But they have to have a good start to this game, and so far so good. A wave of kill feed here in their control. 3 kills for them. They're going to get the scrap time for it, but look at P2 control here, Bobby. Seminole, they're going to be the first team to touch, or they were. Team Mayhem now have overwhelming numbers in their favor. They might be able to take down player number 4 in Vegas, and they do. Mayhem here, this has been a stellar start for them.
This is about all you could have possibly asked for. Obviously, this is a map that has been very hit or miss for Seminole, because we've seen them
he's getting
significantly last challenge
season.
Played. Then all of a sudden in stage 5, it was their secret weapon up against the teams that expected them to be poor on it. It seemed like they did have a slow start, but they've certainly bounced back right here as they get P2 control locked down. They're starting to fill up the feed. Hopefully Vegas got that aim assist turned back on, because Team Mayhem, with the way they're playing, they're not a team that you're going to be wanting to mess around with one bit. My gosh, it's been a long day.
It's a really long day for these players as well. It absolutely
he's flying.
on a hell of a tear at the moment. Now inside this hard point, living up to that as well, as they get 3 kills for what will be 15 seconds of scrap time. Seminole might want to think twice about heavily investing into this one. They know how important this rotation from P3 to P4 will be. This next hill can be everything, and from long, Cartel's already starting to put a dent in this hold. Bit of resistance to be found from Washi around the backline here, but Team Mayhem, they are knocking at the door already. Raf and Cartels want a slice of this pie, and Washi wasn't quite expecting Raf in the position. The equalizer's now going to be out as well. And if Team Mayhem can flip the situation in their control here, Bobby, Seminole might be in trouble.
And this is a phenomenal hard point to have those equalizers in as well. No easy entry points. He's going to be able to find 2 before getting taken down, and that's going to be Cartels there for the trade. So they hold the line. Cartels not going to find much value out of the Purifier. So for Seminole, already breaking back in and shutting down some of that utility. Huge, but that's going to be vague.
Oh my god.
The equalizer right there.
Yo, Mayhem, what is Mayhem on though?
But still
why does
Vague
need aim assist?
To be dealt with. Seminole do
Everyone uses aim assist, what?
Seminole back spawns with 20 seconds left, though. I think Mayhem better served just rotating away towards the next hard point. They know how easy it is to lose rotation from P3 to P4, and they're making sure that does not happen. But with the amount of operators and utility on side for both of these two teams at the moment, do not be surprised if Seminole invest at least 1 to make this break happen early on. So we get that grace period now. 8 seconds. Seminole flank and somehow banned. I thought for a second there was going to get through completely unscathed, but Cartels will take him down, and now we're seeing that investment starting to come out. Jesus saves with the Sparrow, only going to be able to find 1. On the other side, Marshy's going to bring out the Sparrow himself, and Washi with the Annihilator 2. And Seminole off the back of that investment will be able to
you ran out.
Break in.
That's so unlucky.
But it is tentative, Bobby. They do not get the hold that they want, and now Seminole spawning towards the backline. Mayhem know where they are.
Cartel's playing like a madman. Bro, he's on 18.
That much investment. King's going to find 2 with the Annihilator.
Wait, Vegas on your H?
Down, and Mayhem have broken back in right here, despite a slow start for Jesus Saves, who has taken a little time.
Oh yeah, abandoned Marshy on SMGs.
They have still been able to lock down a solid first rotation of hard points. Will he be able to find any on the entry right there? 1 before getting taken down. They continue to hold the line right here, and the AR is certainly dominating for Team Mayhem.
Yeah, this has just been such a great hardpoint so far for Team Mayhem. Not dominating this game at all. Seminole not that far behind, but for the most part, it has been their game. Seminole, though, we said it, they might come cold in towards this series. They have been waiting around for a very long time. This has been a really long day for everybody across the board here in Snapdragon Pro Series. And now I wonder, when they start to heat up, how will the rest of this game look? As we get into the second set now, Hill going to pop for P1. Nobody in just yet. Finally, Mayhem going to send somebody in. They got a wealth of time off it last time around. Seminole going to give this one a look now as they start to approach towards this hill. Washi looking for it, slides out over the top to find one. Marshy going to find one elsewhere as well, but Cartels for the double. It's a pinstripe hill keep starting to come through. Seminole, though, they're the ones that have managed to sneak through towards the kill, but as I say it, they're going to go down, and Team Mayhem able to grab it right back.
Seminole continue to allow the ARs to rain terror from above, and it's making it so difficult for the objective players to find any avenues on.
Ages ago.
Still not going to be dealt with. Teabag from the high ground. And that
like in 2022
is so terribly lethal that Seminole are not going to be able to do a thing about it. Fortunately, that will leave some real estate toward the top side of P2.
What's the use of winning this? Having a better seed and also more money.
Looking for an entry from the bottom side
7,000 if you win this.
Cartel spotted out, but not taken down. And for the time being, Seminole will have players
Mayhem
on
is
the objective.
looking amazing, bro.
In the top side, Team Mayhem with 2 operators ready to go.
I do wonder how much investment we're going to see here from these rosters. Vague also has one in the back.
But then again, Seminole's like kind of not known for takeoff.
Will momentarily remove Mayhem from the kill. But it won't be long before they're vying for control once again. Raf's going to bring those equalizers out, and he's already found one. How much more damage can Raf do? 4 for him, and Team Mayhem blitz their way back on towards this hard point. Seminole now spawning in Nani, and Raf's just going to run up and knock them down too. Mayhem, they know how important this hill is, Bobby, and they are fighting tooth and nail for every shred of time.
I'm pretty sure Raf just got 8 kills in maybe 5 seconds right there.
Holy crap.
Unreal numbers somehow in the midst of it. Seminole still going to be able to break back into the point. Jesus looking for a pinch play right here. Vague still locking in the hard point time, but wins that crucial gunfight to secure the scrap. Naturally, Team Mayhem already rotated out right here, and especially with Teabag already set up with DRH in that high ground position. It's going to be difficult to get pressure in toward the inside right here. Teabag going to reinforce the point as well, and once again, the ARs locking down even the tightest of angles. They are not missing a shot.
Yeah, Cartel's in a perfect position as well to keep Seminole away from this hill. Now King's going to invest in Aita as well. This feels like the moment where they really want to pull away and put this game away. Team Mayhem are doing everything right.
So Raf has improved, she's on another level now. Oh, facts.
Entry is being watched by Mayhem. Every single Seminole player is being kept an eye on, and they are spawning in a terrible position. Yes, they'll continue to get
Mayhem's
this hill,
pumped after that Hasi game.
Get control now.
Holy shit.
Big investment now starting to come
Dude,
out.
where was this Mayhem? Like, where did they come from, bro?
That will well give them the back 20 seconds of time here, Bobby. So investment being made for that, but Mayhem just going to back away here. Teabag's going to even bring out the war machine for the 15 seconds of scrap time. But as I was saying, mate, these guys are just going to move towards rotation.
What's the J3? Oh, J3 has a one-tap headshot ability.
On this push right here, able to find the
okay,
turn
up by 50. Go next. This is going to be a money hill. Dude, it's all blue in the point, bro. Holy shit.
Middle of the map right here. There's players spawning in the backside that should be able to read this for Team Mayhem. But it looks like Seminole with an opportunity to pinch right here will at least find some contest time. Team Mayhem hold the line. Tectonic looking for an opportunity. One player on the top side left to be dealt with. There's the equalizer investment, but Cartels responds, and he goes big, shuts down 3, and one of those operators wiped off the board.
And what a phenomenal game this has been for Cartels 36, and now he's just roasting them alive.
Holy shit.
Players trying to make their way through, and it is just a choke point that is devastating. Predator missile comes down, but it doesn't get anything. These players able to stay alive here for another hit towards
oh my god, they're up by 80.
Raf hiding behind the desk, though.
What is happening? How's he not there?
Finds the first. Will be a key operator out of the play, but it isn't enough to secure.
How did he not die?
As Marshy does find a double. So a big 10 seconds in the grand scheme of things keeps them within reach of Mayhem. But make no mistake, Bobby, this has been Mayhem's game the entire way through.
100%. Seminole have not been able to do anything to close the gap from the last time we headed back to P1, and the ARs continue to pick them apart. Raf's only got one player on the objective to deal with. That's going to be Marshy. He drops right there. Jesus. No opportunities to make his way on, but once again, Team Mayhem will gladly take 30 for 30s the rest of the way through. Very comfortable with the lead that they've been able to build
steroids?
So far.
Facts.
Right now, it's just looking so easy for the SMGs on the objective, with Seminole not having a response for that high ground control.
Seminole just do not look hot right now whatsoever, and it's not, again, an indictment of them. It's the way that Mayhem are playing. That momentum that we were talking about before we got into it, they are feeling it. T-Bag is feeling it. Cartels is feeling it as well. That's 3 for T-Bag in a row. Turns and burns on towards number 4. Is not able to convert for the kill just yet. But Mayhem have soaked up a wealth of time on this hill, Bobby. They are within touching distance of closing out this game, and they've already got players on the next hardpoint.
Kings is going to call in the Pred for information right here. We'll be able to find one onto Washi and his team Mayhem already set up in the inside of P2. Washi Annihilator, what's he going to be able to find? Needs to go absolutely massive. He's got the start right there, but traded out instantly.
They got War Machine and Annie.
His Annihilator still hitting like it was before. Tectonic.
War Machine versus War Machine.
The War Machine, but not going to be able to find anything. Team Mayhem finds so much value out of each and every one of these operators, and only 10 more seconds needed.
And you know a Seminole are going to be spawning as well, so you already got his pre-fire through that smoke. You know exactly where they're going to be coming from. One player, though, in a bit of an unconventional spot. It's Washi who gets found out, and that might well be all she wrote. Can anybody touch? No. Mayhem.
No way. Wow.
In the grand final with a map #1 victory.
Wow, chat.
That momentum did not go anywhere. It stayed right with them, and they locked down a map that this Seminole roster have looked very dominant on in the past. Definitely, I won't say unexpected at this point, because you can't kind of throw the expectations out the window with the performance that we saw at Mayhem up against Rejects. But man, to tie up the series off the start of this one, it looks like we're in for a good one.
Yeah, for sure. What a way to start the series for Mayhem on the whole. Just great performances all around. You were calling out the ARs pretty consistently throughout that one, and for good reason. They were constantly performing at their top level. Pretty much everybody across the board is. And I want to say, generally speaking, I think Cartels is a player that maybe has quiet games every so often, is, I want to say, rarely the big performer on Team Mayhem. I think that's a fair assessment of him. In that game, I think he finishes with like 45 kills or something insane like that. Maybe I'm overstating it, but certainly his presence was felt throughout the entirety of the game. It was a big reason why Mayhem were able to garner early control of it. Another big reason as well, it felt like every single time that Mayhem had an operator on the board, it was being used to great effect. They were doing so well at just keeping Seminole.
Dude, Mayhem today is just like,
for context,
amazing to watch.
You weren't around for the last challenge season finals, but Cartels, come playoffs, during the season was, like you said, he was a solid player, but it was never really the big pop-off player. Come playoffs was basically the consensus people's MVP, even though Team Mayhem did not win the entire thing. So he seems to be one of those players that just rises to the occasion.
Cartels is carteling. Yeah, I take back everything I said, bro. What I said before, Cartels is underrated. Yep.
That map. And it was
Holy
certainly
shit.
an AR reign of
They
terror.
all went negative. They all
I don't know that I've ever seen Tectonic put up 22 and 37. You got to think that is largely attributed to their AR dominance.
That is just insane. Because we're discussing every single time we see Seminole play, Tectonic is hitting 2 KDs. This guy is constantly on a tear. To be able to shut a player like that down is just insane. What a performance for Team Mayhem to kick this one off. Now, it should be said that that was ultimately a takeoff hardpoint, and I mentioned it very briefly there towards the start of that one, that it is a map where, yeah, all right, Seminole have had their fair share of success on it, but also they've had their fair share of not so great maps, and one of them was that map where versus Rejects, they got 100 point clubbed on it. So maybe versus these top teams, sometimes takeoff hardpoint just isn't going to be in their favor, and it certainly wasn't the map to start the series for them. They come in cold, and they still feel pretty ice cold. But Mayhem, man, this roster, the way that they have been playing today, like we talked about it in the last series, Bobby, but it's been kind of hard to gauge where they're at.
Dude, I'm just lost.
Versus Truly, right? Was it Truly playing well? Was it Mayhem playing not so well? And then Mayhem got the reverse sweep. You know, how much of that was Truly kind of letting it slip? Then we got into the match versus Rejects. And
why is Vegas using AR though? Because Band and Marshy's using subs.
Mayhem really starting to kick it up a notch. But now,
somebody gotta use an AR.
First map versus Seminole. I don't know, dude. This Mayhem roster, I'm liking it. I'm liking what we're seeing.
And you're getting ready to head into a meltdown search and destroy that they have looked so good on over the past, really the entirety of the season. Like, even despite the struggles that they've had and pretty much all the map mode combos, that's been like their one staple that they can go to. And especially, like we talked about, on the offensive side, that's where they've been so convincing. Some of the defensive looks, maybe a couple fumbles here and there, but
he's really good with subs. Marshy's kind of known for his close range, like SMG movements.
Fairly confident in, especially with all the momentum in the world.
All right, well, if this momentum can carry through to a map number 2 victory, Seminole might be chuckling because they're in danger. We'll see how this one goes to kick things off. Mayhem looking for a first-round victory to carry the momentum through. Straight butting heads towards the site on A, and it's Teabag that draws the first blood. Jesus says going to follow up with another one, and Seminole all of a sudden might struggle to get back into this site now.
Oh my goodness, Seminole is crumbling.
Well, there it is, the offensive dominance.
7-0 iconic map, guys.
Sitting back outside that A zone, hoping
oh my god, Seminole getting flashbacks.
But there's a perfect nade as well. It's gonna be Washi
flashbacks, chat, flashbacks.
Lonesome. Avoids the flawless round, but put out of his misery quickly as Team Mayhem convincing there to get things started. And you gotta think there will be some adjustments here, as the push over toward the A side did not find any type of success for Seminole.
Banda's sweating right now.
That A-bomb site, as soon as you get control of it, it's very difficult to retake from defense, and that's why Seminole puts so much effort into making sure they're in there first this time around. But Team Mayhem have changed tact. Towards B they go. And they've lost one player, down to Washi, who actually finds a second one as well.
Okay,
Mayhem
Washi going crazy.
them a lot of themselves away at the moment. Now in a 3 versus 5, they have to defend this bomb site without the numbers.
Seems
they
like
really should add a sticker. You know how in CS, like, there's a lot of like iconic moments where they would add stickers to around the map or graffiti. Whoa, Seminole body shooting? Oh shit, oh shit.
5 kills through 2 rounds and some
very
early body shots out of Seminole.
Out of Seminole, out of Big, bro.
Yeah, that was rude.
It was. Where's the camaraderie between these guys? Come on. Yeah, great plays coming out from Washi. A couple of snipes early on that one to
how you jinx yourself, chat. You never do that.
So 1-1 now. And once again, same strat here on defense from Seminole, putting a lot of effort into making sure they control A. Where is Washi located? That's what I'd be concerned about if I'm Mayhem hit.
Yeah, no question. And almost expected them to throw a look back toward the A side, given they found success there and definitely got caught off guard with their first push into B, but obviously you get one player lurking toward the back. You don't offer as much up to Washi, and now you force Seminole into a one-dimensional push through right here. You still got one player way in the back of the map to watch any flank opportunities, and they are going to have to full force through right here. Jesus saves in a tight corner, and nothing being afforded. Band finally going to pick up one onto Jesus, but Teabag,
big double from Teabag.
Still in it here for this retake now, just down to a couple of players, all down to 1v1. Mashi versus Raph. Raph, all he has to do is stop the defuse from coming on through, switches back towards the R9.
Oh my god, Raph.
Raph going to get the better of him there. Little YY action.
It's crazy.
Gonna get it done though in the end.
He was so confident that there's nothing Marshy could do about that. You can see the little weapon inspect as he heads over the top of the generators to pick things up and retake the lead here for Team Mayhem. This time throwing a look back toward the A side. Seminole will have a response. Question is, will they be able to win those opening gunfights? And there's Vague and Tectonic combining for 3. Big time shutdown right there as Jesus gonna be all by himself. Finds one to open things up and might be able to make his way out of the bomb site. So the 1v4 is still very much on the table, but especially with the bomb down on A, that should be all the information that Seminole need as they're gonna back up to spawn.
I don't think they know though. Unless they do know and they're just trying to get kind of like a jump up positioning over towards the bomb site maybe. But Jesus saves.
She never got 7-0. That is facts. You know what? That is actually true.
Grab the bomb and maybe get it down on A. He's still being super cautious here that there isn't a trap being sprung. And to be fair, he would be somewhat correct here. He's about to run right into the Hornet's nest here and, well, it's going to stink. Jesus saves. Slowly but surely, in he goes. Not out of the round just yet. Still hunting for it. Tectonic at the top of the stairs. He's going to kick Jesus saves right back down.
Yeah, not really any easy way out of that one. Is I think Seminole did know the bomb was down, just kind of throwing some tickle utility at it to see if they could land anything there. And they're able to tie things up 2-2. Once again, adjustments out of both squads as this time the bomb gonna sit back in a little more passive manner. It had been pretty much instant plants anytime Mayhem had found an avenue to do so, but Washi's gonna find first blood onto Teabag right there. The laser from Raf should give some information away. So Vague looking to cook a nade right here, and now in a tough spot. But he's got somebody in there to help, but Vague's going to find both anyway.
Ooh.
Completely both this round wide open here for Seminole. Now in a 5 versus 2. And Mayhem haven't really made much progression whatsoever with the bomb as well. They are fully stuck inside the offensive spawn. Should be said that Seminole, to be fair, are pretty well bunched up here, so an opportunity, but she's going to get some bad timing against Kings, so maybe an opportunity to at least take one player down for Kings. That has to connect with a shot, though, and just is whiffing against Tectonic on site as well. I don't think he's actually aware of the fact that Washi's up top as well, and yeah, Washi's going to punish him for it. Cartels, 1v5, good luck, have fun, my friend. Out of the round like that.
And I think the larger concern for Team Mayhem right here is not necessarily the fact that they're down by a round, but it's that they're down by a round. And this is their offensive half. This has been where they have typically looked much more dominant. So now you head into the final round of the half feeling like it's an absolute must-win right here, especially given the struggles they had. Raf's going to be able to open that one up, but once again, it's Vague there for the trade. And the damage has been done early. That's an absolute must-have for this Seminole squad. Tectonic finds another onto Jesus.
Ooh.
The bomb's still in hand, but Vague lurking around that corner.
Good timing.
He's going to be able to shut down another as now Cartels all alone.
It's just so easy for Vague, isn't it? R9 in hand. Not a chance for Teabag there. Cartels, at the very least, he's got the bomb in hand, but this is the exact same look once again here. Seminole just going to bunch up in towards this building. Garner the information, react to what Cartels chooses to do. So choose your own adventure book, and there isn't a happy ending to be found anywhere in any chapter. Cartels down for the count as we switch sides here. Seminole go 4-2 up, and for the large part there, Bobby, on the defense, Seminole gave the exact look every single time. I think it was like 5 out of 6 rounds. They sent players in towards the reactor, and for the most part, it worked perfectly.
Yeah. We'll see if Mayhem have been able to make any adjustments based on what they saw last time around. I think it was earlier today up against Truly on this same map. It is going to be Seminole pushing up heavily toward that B side right here, and one player taken down early. Washi, so many first bloods for him so far. Raf's forced back.
We're going crazy.
If he can somehow bait one of these Seminole players into over-aggressing, maybe an opportunity to find a kill, but once again, they sit back, they wait for the opportune moment, and it looks like it's going to be Mayhem forced
yesterday, especially on S&D. Washi's been doing
so
very
maybe
consistent.
An opportunity to find some inroads from the mid-map, but they've got to be clean as can be right here.
Jesus saves going to open up proceedings with the first kill, but trade back out for a Tectonic. Cartels on the site, though, might well blow it wide open for a couple of kills. D-back for another
big
one.
3-piece.
All of a sudden, the situation flips completely on his head. Marshy with the R9.
Oh, God. That's so unfortunate. They were both one-tap, too.
A little better than that. And
body shots.
Getting a little bit confident now. Extra bullets in the body here.
Yeah.
They fire right back at Seminole.
Seems there's no love lost between these two teams. Very early in the matchup, letting them know. And that's definitely a great sign for Mayhem, given the struggles that they had up against a Truly squad that previously they had been able to handle so easily in Search and Destroy. So this time, it's going to be 2 players sent toward the A side. Kings forced back, and best he can do right now is just try to save his life. Obviously, the bomb is going to go down there on B. Shots do go across, but
dude, Marchy's going crazy.
Did not miss a bullet, make it a 2-piece for him. One more player on the flank. But 2 shut down early is going to make this a nightmare of a
gotta get some body shots
squad.
to get excited.
From Cartels, though. Makes it a little bit more manageable, but again, this is very, very difficult to re-entry onto the site, and Tectonic and Ban show exactly why.
Dude, Marshy 3 kills this round? Sheesh. I mean, Washi.
Not at this point. Can we just get like a dedicated Washi cam, please?
I agree.
He's like 11 kills right now. He's having a phenomenal game.
He is on straight demon time, and that's one of the things when you get a sniper that is that much stronger, like the sniper in the Tundra, that's that much stronger than every other sniper, and then you have the skill gap of somebody like Washi who can just quick scope for days. It's going to make him that much more lethal, and showing it right here is, whew, nearly took down another Team Mayhem player. Trying to find info, it is going to be Kings finding first blood.
It's going to make things relatively difficult for Seminole here and getting this bomb down. They want another kill ideally before doing so, and they want to deal with Kings who is up close and personal on site. Also another flanking player to contend with here, Cartel's, who, yeah, the audio cue, but Cartel's still going to win the gunfight regardless. Trade is good for Vague, but even that is beneficial here for Team Mayhem, as now they've got the information to work with. Numbers in their favor as well. 3
Not
versus
really, it's
2.
still
Seminole's
close.
only chance here, Bobby.
Washi's just doing really good.
This bomb down and putting the situation back in their
Lots
favor.
of good picks.
Yeah, especially when you've got the man advantage already, you will gladly take 1-for-1s the rest of the way through each additional player down, making it that much more difficult.
It's very
to
much
close out the
doable.
round. So, bomb in hand.
They have
for
bomb.
Vague,
They don't have
2v3.
info, but at the same time, Mayhem
Iwashi
doesn't have info
combined for
either.
20, so if you're Seminole, you're not too mad about the players you got remaining. Very, very slow approach right here. The Mayhem players just lurking, hoping to find an easy pick right here.
Well, they're going under.
Looks like Vague's gonna lurk through the bottom side of mid right here and see if he's
They missed.
any information, but you hear the shots out
Oh,
of
he
Washi,
missed
and
a shot.
finally, he's gonna miss a bullet. Vague not going to, but
Oh,
one
he's
HP
won.
should have been traded easily right there,
Yeah,
but
no trades.
nobody goes to chase.
They're gonna clutch
How on
this.
earth has Vague gotten away with that one? The escape plan surely not going to work a second time though, and Kings will punish this time around. Seminole, they tried it. 2 versus 3, route for the middle of the map, but it was not the right choice in the end. Mayhem just ever so slightly trailing them here. They've been good on the defense so far for the most part. It's those early rounds, that 4-2 advantage they had going into the round flip that's really damaged them, if anything. Now we're going to see butting heads on towards this A site. Vague, straight for the middle of the map, gets shut down, of course, by the R9 from Raph. He's going to find more value as well with it, but Marshy fires right back. Now the 3 versus 3 on towards site. What more value can they find? Washi with the quick scope to trade things out. Now a 2v2, and things should calm down for a moment here, as now Seminole recollect themselves to try and re-rotate over towards B.
And Team Mayhem should have a decent idea of what's happening right here, as obviously they're not going to see anybody on that A site. So they make the wrap toward mid. Won't opt to go the generators route, though. They continue to look for information right here. And this should give advantage to
No, because
Seminole.
genuinely, when did I say that?
The read? And it looks like Mayhem actually wrapped back toward A, kind of second-guessing that decision.
I just made a comment saying it's a doable clutch.
A post plant. Will they win that?
Question mark.
I was curious at whether or not they'd coming from different entry points. The answer is no. T-Back and Kings are going to do this one together.
Oh.
Washi is one of the players.
Oh, he got
here,
info.
and as soon as Marshy gives away the information, Washi should be there to get the gunfights. But no, Kings is actually going to get the better of him. And now 1v1,
big clutch from
comes
Marshy.
out for yet another double in this round. And Seminole now on map point here to get themselves into this series.
No nerves for Marshy. He has seen this
stage
many a time in comfortable
Which
in
we,
that
bro.
scenario, clutching up the 1v2
Don't
for
speak on my
his
behalf.
squad. Great attempt out of Kings, but it's going to be Seminole.
I literally have
Heavy-handed
friends
over toward
that are
the B
on
side.
Team Mayhem,
Couple
bro.
players to check info toward A, and actually a solid defense out of this Mayhem squad. They
It's still
full
going,
through.
yeah.
King's going to be able to take one onto Washington with him out of the equation. That is the largest weapon that Seminole have had all game long.
Finally, one player down for the count, as you said. It's probably the most important player that you can take out of the round. Seminole going to have to rethink this one. Now, they do, technically speaking, have a mostly vacate A. Only one player to contest with would be T-Bag, who might just be able to get some good timing here onto player number 3 in the form of Ban. If he does so, this round will go from bad to worse for Seminole. Still, Ban hasn't been dealt with, and finally he will be, but it's actually Cartels who takes him down. So now Seminole with this bomb in a really weird spot. All of these players are split up here. Team Mayhem are also kind of spread thinly across the map. And Seminole do technically have a B site that would be 3, but there are players to contend with across the board here. And one of those players is Cartels, who takes Marshy out.
Yeah, it's definitely an
4v2.
unusual look.
Dude,
and
6-4
a risky one,
OT.
But assuming you
I
can
can
find
feel
those
it.
picks in off positions, it'll constantly keep
Mayhem made it out of losers. Yeah, they beat Truly in a comeback. They beat Rejects in a comeback. Shit.
It's going to be a question of, did he hear that audio cue? Players tucked away.
It was
Kings has
insane.
already hopped the
If
bomb.
you
I
missed
don't
it,
know if he
I
heard, but yes,
genuinely
he
would
did.
advise you to
He's
go
all
watch
alone.
it. It was
It's a
just such a good
1v2,
match.
And he's going to get shut down.
Oh my god, not the body
Team
shots.
Mayhem. Keep
Not the
map
body
alive.
shots. Raph is there, like, emoting.
Close to winning these situations is insane. There's this kind of slight delay in the trades coming out from Team Mayhem.
Good Bandit is just gets traumatized by this map.
For us here on the casting desk, we start
That's why
to
he
feel
does
just
that.
a little bit sweaty. Seminole now still on the map point, could still close it out here. and it's going to be the B hit to decide it. Anybody from Mayhem to contest, perhaps? Well, it's going to be a relatively passive approach. Kings is going to be the first player to perhaps encounter them. If anybody,
fast
the
push.
Smoke coverage should be good enough here. This has been perfect so
Through the
far
smoke.
for Seminole.
Yep, vague and prime position to find at
big
least one
trade.
solid trade out of Kings. That one's a must-have.
4v4 retake, chat.
Very far spread
Emo is
across the map.
Bando, is
That's
that
a
a
deep
DP? Well, he's not
flank out of
emoting. He was
Cartels.
inspecting.
There's one player on flank watch.
But it looks
That's
like an
gonna be
emo because
Marshy.
his gun is like...
It's all going to come down to timing right
It
here.
looks all
Unless
weird.
they can find a big snipe from Washy. Marshy,
Big kill.
onto Cartels. And that should
Truly
likely
got
give
reverse
them the
sweep.
advantage
Yeah.
that they need to be able to close
Yeah.
this one out. Washy's going to be able to find one onto Kings. Jesus, their trade, but it needs to be
This
a
is
1v4
Jesus'
with
moment.
only 16 seconds remaining. There's only so much that one man can do. They push on up. They shut him
It was not his
down,
moment,
and
indeed.
Seminole retake the lead in the series.
Yeah, early
2-1.
damage from Seminole there on the defense. They look so strong, and I think they carried that momentum in towards those offensive victories. They were going back and forth, though. Mayhem were fighting tooth and nail to take those rounds away from Seminole, just could not get it done in the end. So many
Holy
situations
crap.
where Seminole, get in these massive clutch positions. They become overwhelming on towards Mayhem.
Solo
what a
tweeted got
search
sent
and
back to the
between
lab.
These two teams, you saw these early defensive rounds from
That's
Seminole,
funny
where I
as
kind of
shit.
called it at the half, Bobby. A lot of the looks from Seminole on the defense of the release were very similar. They consistently sent players in towards the reactor because they knew how hard that site is to retake once you lose control.
Yep. And it was surprising that we didn't see more adjustments out of Team Mayhem. It was just kind of back and forth, hope that one of them sticks. And it felt like, especially when you've got somebody like Raph who can help you dominate the inside of that A site, it may be surprising that we didn't see more pushes in that direction, but the defense certainly looking stronger for this Mayhem squad, but not quite enough to secure them the map.
That's why LG won. Or
It was
because
really
of
the
him.
Vegan
Because
Washy
of
show in
Marshy.
that one. Washy certainly in the zone right there. And
Yum.
Veg looking for a little bit of redemption after a
Yum.
slow couple of series yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Vega's a villain after all, and he's coming out with his anti-superhero show here. 13 kills for him. He had a stellar performance, I think, to the back half of that search and destroy, I think, in particular. Really started
14
to
and
step things up. I think
6,
Washy
bro.
was
Washi
nice
talking
early
go
on those
crazy.
defensive rounds. I think it was like, what, the second or the third round where he almost got an ace, and Vega coming living up to the villain status kind of stole it from him. So, yeah, great plays coming out from those guys, and that means now we are going to be seeing a 2-1 advantage here to
Yeah,
Seminole, of
comp
course,
is
given the
way
fact
too
that they
much work.
started
It
this
takes way
series,
too
they
much
won
time out of my
early, given
day.
the fact that obviously they came from the upper
You can't
bracket.
emote. You
So
can shoot
Seminole
bodies
are
because
now in it,
you're
and
not allowed
that's
to
kind
emote
of been
because
the
it puts
story,
you
right?
into
We're wondering
third
how far
perspective, so
would the
you can check
momentum
around
that Mayhem
corners.
built up over the last couple of series take them
Yeah.
into this grand final.
Good.
Well, now we know the answer. Seminole, they're here.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to head into a crossroads strike that Team Mayhem have, like you said, they've improved on pretty significantly. And even going back to last challenge finals, this was the control map that really went down the wire. It felt like every single round came down to a 1v1 or a 2v2, and it was really splitting hairs between the two teams. Obviously, Team Mayhem very much going to need to bring that momentum into this one if they're going to have a chance at taking it, just because of how dominant Seminole have been traditionally on it.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's what's the
it's
time?
one of
It
those things,
is
right?
12
It's kind of
o'clock
laughable
at
in a sense
night.
because
It's
just like
crazy,
Seminole
bro.
is just so good at everything. So you can kind of apply that to pretty much every map here in Call of Duty Mobile. There's nothing really that they're bad at per se. But I think particularly for Crossroads Strike, I think this is going to be an uphill battle.
Which one
for
is
Mayhem
Tribe?
because
Tribe didn't
historically speaking,
qualify.
This has not been their
Old Tribe.
most favorable
It was Team
map. I
Rejects.
think it was the one where they struggled versus Rejects. I wanna
Seminole
say
is
it was the one
LG
where they tackled
and
that
Mayhem is
10
Mayhem.
versus 5 situation early on in the season. It probably one of my favorite moments is just like when teams stack in those situations, Mayhem, you can't let that happen. But for the most part, we go back to games like that, and while I think just in the raw stat lines it's showing that these guys aren't so great at succeeding on Crossroads Strike, I think in terms of just how these rounds are actually
but no one
going,
uses it in rank.
it's
I don't know if
generally
it's still
speaking
like
only a couple of things
like, if
like
it still
that kind of
works.
collapse from Rejects where
Also, you don't
things
need
do
an
go
emo
wrong
if you can just
for Mayhem on this one. And
use
I
the
think
R&B
especially given the fact that
sensor.
we've seen fundamentally speaking real
Mayhem and
improvements being
Seminole
made
is going
by
to
Mayhem
Brazil,
over the
yes.
last couple of series here. This could still very much go their way. I will say, I still do think we need to see this go their way. I don't think you can let a roster like Seminole build momentum at this stage in the grand final.
Yeah, no question about it. Just because they're so difficult to put away. And that's something that Mayhem encountered last time around. They came out to a hot start, but you let one map, let two maps slip away. And especially if you let two maps slip away, like there's no margin for error at that point. So you don't want to open the door for them to walk through because they will come barging through for
Wait, when is Snapdragon Pro Series?
But it looks like it is going to be
April 12th and
the
April.
Offensive side
oh,
right
it's going to be just one day.
See what Team Mayhem can do in response, getting things started. It is actually going to be a push over toward the B side, which you don't typically see, but that's 3 early kills for Seminole.
You know what?
Who's on Tribe now? It's well, Tribe isn't like a team anymore because Tribe and the team like parted ways, so they're not contracted under Tribe. They're called Rejects. It's Roballo, Jez, Solo, S-Thug.
Control. And I was going to say, they hadn't even got a single kill yet. Finally, they do as Washi goes down over by A. But look at this, B almost just a hair away from being captured here. Can anybody stop it from Mayhem? Finally,
they pick up lineups
towards the point, but overwhelming our Seminole off the start of this game, and they easily put an extra 60 seconds on the board.
I believe that's a Pred missile earned already for Band off the start of this one, and that can have insane utility at the end of rounds. Especially in the hands of a player that knows how to use
Truly.
it.
Did Tribolo retire? Yeah, a long time ago.
King's able to pick up a couple right there. We'll see what the defensive setup looks like over here on the A side.
You're on a Ferris wheel?
Going to be one of those difficult players to deal with. Is respawn sniping maybe not the most normalized thing, but especially when the shots are hitting the way they are. We've seen players like Neil in Europe just completely dominate a control map, and Washi's going to look to do the same. Raf's got to get dealt with, and he does not. Shuts down 2. That's big time plays out of him.
Oh, Raf, man, when this guy wants to step things up, he absolutely will, especially when he's got that R9 in hand. That's 500 over him now. Perhaps some response from Mayhem here as they continue to provide the resistance. As T-Bag now, actually the player pushing all the way up. Sorry, Cartels, you will find a couple of kills. He finally does get shut down, but little plays like that can slowly but surely claw Mayhem back in towards this game. Marshy, what can he do here for Seminole? Looking to try and take some of these players out coming off the spawn. Jesus saves, takes one before he goes down. So now a 10 versus 7, a little over 60 seconds on the clock here, and Team Mayhem still trying to take these Seminole players out. They cannot do it though. They are pesky. They are so annoying to deal with, and now they've got a rather large life advantage.
And Team Mayhem maybe a little hyper-focused on setting up the spawn trap right there. Obviously, you want to get those lives back in control, and they're able to do that to a degree. They're now only down 2, but Band still got that Pred missile to work with, but I think a swing and a miss as King's able to dodge it right there, and Rav picks up another, so now only 1 life separating the 2.
You can't lose this round if you're Seminole, not after that investment coming out, and maybe you do. What was a 9 versus 5 scenario, now down to a 5 versus 4 in favor of Mayhem. And this is going awry as well, all across the board. But Washington going to ban, are going to get a couple of kills now. So now a 3 versus 3 here. Seminole going to find another one down a band. And now the last remaining players here from Mayhem stuck in the spawn. Seminole can start to cause some issues. Raf has invested these equalizers though. You have to find something for it across the top. I think he might have just spotted out by Ban, and yeah, he was, but on the other side, Washi going to go down. Tectonic going to invest the War Machine as well, and all down to Kings here in a 1 versus 2. The clock will stop with Seminole jumping on the point. And how does Kings approach this one? Has a little bit of time to think about it, but it won't be long before that second tick will be through, and the thought process leads to the Annihilator coming out from Kings. Can he get it done? There's the first. A 1v1. Tectonic versus Kings. Kings with the Annihilator. It has to be, surely. You have to find this gunfight. You have to find this kill. He's going to whip for the second as well. How does that happen?
Okay, I'm back.
There's not a whole lot of players that I would take a bet on in a 1v1 versus an Annihilator, but Tectonic is
any players in the lineup?
What a clutch.
5 main lineup.
So
6 players in the lineup, or 5. 5 is like how many you need to play, and 6 is
invested out of that Seminole squad
6
as
is
well to
with
make
the
sure
sub.
they
What happened? I missed it. Are you fucking serious? Why is my chat losing it? Oh my god, I missed it. Wait, what happened? What the fuck?
This T-Bag not able to connect right there, and Seminole capitalize.
And the amount of investment for both of the squads at the end of that one, that was just insane. That was round 1. Goodness gracious, this is going to be a very long control and a very long grand final. Seminole don't want it to be. They've already started pretty strong here on this defense to kick things off.
That's so crazy. I missed the good parts.
Aggression on B to speak of so far from Mayhem. They're just kind of surveying the land at this point, but I don't know if they'll have much of choice. Fake is going to bring the equalizers out, and already a lot of utility now that will very quickly swing the lives heavily in favor of Seminole. That's a lot of investment coming out, actually. The Sparrow as well from Marshy that doesn't actually equate to anything, and now maybe Mayhem off the back.
Mayhem mental is broken now. It's chalked.
On towards A.
Might as well call it a day.
Maybe a little hyper-focused toward a spawn trap once again, as it looks like Seminole not going to have any success right there. Obviously, Team Mayhem still a lot of work to do to get one of these objectives captured,
oh my
but if
God.
they can get some mid-map control right here, maybe an opportunity for them to work with something. Big kill to take down not only Kings, but also Cartels. And now down 10 lives, Seminole have handled this one about as well as they possibly could have. No real estate being afforded to this Mayhem squad. Nothing to work with as Vague continues to beam from every position possible. And Ban picking up the shotgun should be able to do the majority of the rest of the damage. This is Team Mayhem now in a 3v14.
And at this stage, I think just try and get this round over and done with. If you can get some progression as well, why not? But
yeah, what the hell? Reject's not going to
focus on what the next round will look like. Marshy wants to put an end to this one as well. T-Brag, suffer no more, my friend. Let's get into round number 3 here. Seminole very, very strong on that defense. And it was that big investment, that massive wave coming through. I think it was 2 operators and the Predator missile that really did add insult to injury. And now for this round, Bobby, I need to see Mayhem bring at least 2 of these operators out. They have to have a very fast and furious start to this round. Yeah, no question about it. You can't afford to get off to a slow start right here. Washy not going to be afforded anything, so hot, and that's the start that Mayhem are looking for. 4 kills, make it 5-0. They could very well set up the spawn.
I want to see Ban try the R9. Never really seen him use it. Me neither.
Some of these opening gunfights to make their way on out, and we start to see some of the operators come out. I believe that's a War Machine already getting shut down for Team Mayhem, so the response for Seminole was there. It's not a terrible War Machine, though. They did find a fair bit of value out of it because it was out from the very beginning of the round. So they did what I wanted to for the most part, but still, even then, it doesn't equate to the solid spawn trap, the impenetrable spawn trap that they wanted. And now Seminole have broken out of prison. What do they do? Let's get them back on parole. Down 2 lives at the moment. Slowly but surely looking to capture this A. Coverage being provided by Tectonic, but a late flank here from Rafi. Got a 5-piece earlier on. Now looking for more than that. There's number 1, number 2 as well.
Oh, number 3! Why did they change the spec,
bro? The cherry on the icing on the cake.
Holy crap.
Seminole now no longer in control of these points. And the Sparrow comes out for Jesus. He's trying to lock the spawn trap back in. Now up 9 lives. Team Mayhem with an opportunity to try to build some streaks right here. Operators have been earned for Seminole, but obviously with the life disparity being what it is, you don't want to risk any overinvestment, but all of a sudden the gunnies get hot. 3, maybe 4 in a row right there. And all of a sudden you're only down 6 lives and maybe start to question, is it worth it to invest here? Yeah, this is a very difficult situation, I think, to be in, just generally speaking. Look how much control Seminole have. 6 versus 11. I wouldn't stress too much about it. Yes,
yeah, this round might be done.
Be in this situation, but don't fall on Seminole's terms. Don't give them what they want. Play for map control. T-Bag going to go down, though. You need to find some value here. You need to remove these players from your building, to be honest with you. Vague and Marshy are being super duper annoying at this point.
Isn't banned in SMG main? Yeah.
Transfer towards A happen? Surely not. Surely not. Surely there's no way he catches these guys by surprise, and he does exactly that. Tectonic finds another one as well, and all of a sudden that 6 versus 10 I was talking about converts to a 6 versus 6.
Oh shit, what
now
the
going to use
what?
the equalizers as well, and just look how much Seminole have to put a close to this game. And that was an equalizer taken down for Team Mayhem as well. The response from Kings, he finds 2, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh my god, 2v3?
Right here, more operators still out, and the Hunter Killer goes through, all down to Cartels. 1v3 for him, and there's so many operators on the opposition. It's Cartels for a 1v3. He's got the Purifier, pops it straight away, but the Sparrow from Marshy is going to close out an indomitable Crossroads.
Dude, they got comeback on.
A statement victory.
We've
been talking about swing of momentum in this series in the entirety of the day. But while Mayhem might have come out in this series with that momentum in map number 1, it feels like it's completely gone now. Yeah, and that's the thing when you come into an upper bracket or a grand final
that you're already down a map from the start. Losing
That's
2
crazy.
maps just so much more devastating. And man, Seminole were unrelenting in that one. It looked like off the start, and it did feel like maybe the entire map was determined by that 1v1 at the very end. Teabag with the Annihilator, not able to take down Tectonic. Oh, what an opportunity that could have potentially been, but Tectonic slides a little bit too far, makes him pay. And after that, it definitely felt pretty certified all the way of Seminole.
I think there's just certain points where Seminole, they can just kind of go from 0 to 100 just super duper quickly, and a lot of it comes down to simultaneous investment of operators, you know, just the way in which they're able to control the map at the right times as well. We recognized it in map round number 2, right?
Where it just so satisfying. That is facts.
To Mayhem, and Mayhem lose complete control around. Towards the end of round number 3 as well, Seminole, they invest 3 operators simultaneously, and well, completely, I think it was, what, 6 versus 10? They managed to flip on its head there towards the end. Just situations like that. That is where Seminole thrive, and it shows out once again. We've been talking about him a lot, the villain, Vague. 24 and 19 in that game. Hell of a performance. Also, shout out to Tectonic, who is back on form after not so hot start to this grand final.
Yep. Another 2 KD, no surprises there. And like you said, toward the end of that one, I think it was actually a 7 versus 16 at one point, something closer to that. And especially when Seminole realized, all right, the gunnies are starting to get hot, we pull it back in a little bit, and that many operators at their disposal, they go all in and really catch Team Mayhem off guard. So now you get ready, trying to think order, head back into a hard point, I believe.
Yes.
And it's going to be a hard point on Arsenal. So it's a map that Team Mayhem have played a lot. They haven't found a lot of wins versus the top teams, but they did find their first today up against Rejects.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big thing for me is we have actually seen incremental improvements from Mayhem.
Is that it, or they need 4 maps? They need 4 maps. It has to be best of 7. First of
continuity
4,
across those 3 games, where they went from kind of a 30-point deficit to a 60-point deficit, and then what we just saw there for them, finally, they were able to actually win that Arsenal hardpoint against Rejects. So I think they're feeling confident in it now. They know how to win it, but Seminole are different gravy. And I just, I don't know, man. As Seminole as well, this is the key thing. We've talked about a lot of momentum in this series. Now they do have that momentum behind them. And I just think now they're really starting to feel themselves. The gunnies are now hot. They're going to be really difficult to take down here. And if they come out firing on all cylinders in this Arsenal hardpoint, I don't know if you're going to be able to stop them.
Yeah, and I think you look back at the map.
Isn't it Rejects for balls and how they lose? They lost to Mayhem.
Well, you give them credit there, but also you wonder, were Seminole fully warmed up? Because there's so many anomalies happening right there. Like you see Tectonic going 22 and 37, and once again, we've almost never seen anything like that happen. So it seems like now that they've started to hit their stride, it's going to be that much more difficult for Team Mayhem to close it out. Obviously, if they can get a hot start, I think there's a very real chance that they can still make it happen. But there have been a lot of instances where, especially in the Arsenal hardpoint, we've seen them start off slow.
By losing.
They built toward the end, but you can't allow
you gotta watch
a
the
big
games,
lead to
man.
build for Seminole.
Well, I mean,
you can rewatch it and you'll see what happened
against some teams, but
so it was like
not Seminole.
The first game, they Rejects was winning, and then they choked, and Mayhem came back on them. Second game, it was S&D. They just lost.
Pretty good. They became 2-0. Exactly what they want to do. They know.
And then third game, Rejects won. And then fourth game,
Seminole, but Takeoff is a very different.
They had the lead, and then they lost.
We've kind of had that conversation.
It was very chaotic.
The Snapdragon Pro series so far, before any potential changes in the map pool in the future.
Yeah.
That right now, it feels like Hacienda and Arsenal are very similar map experiences. The hard points
very
are
strange shit happens
one another in terms of the rotations, and it feels like a kind of very fair.
Choke came back, dude. Lots of shit was happening,
heftiness towards making sure you do get those rotations. You get very punished if you don't
if
do it.
Mayhem comes back this, I would genuinely.
And Team Mayhem, like we said, have made those improvements on this map. It's one that the ARs are typically going to dominate. So if we see those 3 players for Team Mayhem in Cartels and Teabag and Kings, once again, doing the work.
It's either Mayhem improved a lot or Seminole,
making life easier for the SMGs. There's absolutely a chance that they could make some noise right here. Look like potentially maybe
Question,
T-Bag gonna
Glorious,
pull out
Q9
the sniper
Elevate.
for
Q9 is already
qualified.
qualified. I don't know about Glorious and Elevate right
Got
now.
my hopes up a little bit too much.
Volts
We're
has a
underway
good
right
chance of
here
qualifying
for map
too.
number 4.
Elevate
An
and
opportunity for Seminole to take themselves another North American championship.
Seminole could all close it out here, folks. And it's been a good start for them. Tectonic going to open up proceedings with the first couple of kills. Marshy with another one as well. This has not been the start that Mayhem will want. You can kind of see the apprehensiveness of which they approach this hard point. Player number 5 has been sat on the other side. It's Raph with the R9. He finally does go down by a way of nade from Vague. Seminole haven't quite dealt with everybody from Mayhem just yet. Raph wastes enough time here for the rest of the roster to come off the respawn. And off the back of that as well as T-Bag finds 3 and the rest of the kills fall in favor. Mayhem actually with an opportunity here to garner some time on P1.
And I don't really hate the delayed approach that we saw out of Team Mayhem right there. I think they were largely waiting for Cartels to make his way through vents and allowed him to find a 3-piece to open up the hard point. So they're gonna find 20 points as a result of it. Seminole do respond and clear off the hard point to find some scraps right here, but 2 players up in that top side looking to cut off rotations from Seminole. Vague watching the window, looking for that initial peak. They've already got Jesus on the inside of the objective, so they're very content to wait for Seminole to make the first move right here. Tectonic looking for a flank play, and he's gonna find the kill. Gonna deal with Cartels as well, and that's the opening that Seminole were looking for.
It's not quite ascertained just yet, though. There's still players from Team Mayhem over here. While Seminole might well have flipped out the spawns towards the back line. Team Mayhem will be the team in for this P2 hold. Could well start to run away with it here. Big hit now coming around the back line for Seminole. Can they get the first wave of gunfights? Tectonic for the first, but it's all going to be the kill feed for Team Mayhem. Marshy now alongside Washi, the only ones left alive. Marshy will convert for 2. Can he find any more? No is the answer as Jesus saves. Gonna take him down. And now the spawns, I think, momentarily back in favor of Team Mayhem here. They will be very happy with that hardpoint, and generally, how this hardpoint has gone so far, they hold a significant advantage over Seminole going into P3.
Huge opportunity for T-Bag. He's rotated early and made his way through that mid building. So a big gunfight for him up ahead, but Vague able to take him down. Jesus, couple of slow starts in the hard points so far today. Only 1 kill on the board for him here as well. Despite that, Team Mayhem holding a 50-point lead in this one, but the
dude, Mayhem is just nasty on the hard point, bro.
Could offer up an opportunity for them to flip out spawns, but a perfectly timed war machine for Tectonic is going to be able to deal with Wrath. That will leave Team Mayhem spawning across the map. 1 more opportunity to try to flip these spawns.
Yeah, they've got 1 player in the back line here. Cartels could do some serious damage. Do they know about it? I don't think they were quite expecting it. And yeah, Cartel's going to be able to activate to take Tectonic down. On the other side, T-Bag with the war machine is going to find the kills necessary.
Oh my god, the war machine go crazy.
Through T-Bag, I was going to say isn't done, but now he is as Marshy pulls out another miraculous 2-piece. Not quite enough just yet for Seminole to take this time away from Mayhem. And now as the players around the back
ooh, big kills
will go down. Mayhem just need to try and fight their way
Mayhem is
through.
going
Now,
crazy,
looking for these
chat.
final kills, they do
What the
exactly
hell?
that. 1 last player looking for the 10 seconds of scrap time, and honestly, I'm not sure it matters. In the grand scheme of things here, Bobby, Mayhem yet again doing a great job at keeping the vast majority of time away from Seminole.
And Cartel's basically single-handedly earned his team 30 points right there. Pred Missile gonna get shut down by the trophy, and once again, phenomenal response on rotation out of the Seminole squad. It's a question of can they hold the line, and Vague with the equalizer says yes we can, but Jesus responds with 2, make it 3 of his own. The pistol connects, and just like that, Team Mayhem have made their way onto the objective, and they are full sending the operator investment right here. 3 of them come out. Jesus finds 1 with the gunny as well, and Band is there.
OTM Meg is banned. Yeah, they're just using DRH with extended.
This one, but the reinforcements don't do anything, and Jesus left by his lonesome gets taken out.
I was going to say, this is a warranted investment of the operators. This is the point where you can really start to pull away from Seminole, but now you do need to get the kills. You know exactly where Seminole are going to be spawning. T-Bag and King's lining them up. T-Bag for 4 in a row. Now the 100-killer drone going out as well. Seminole looking for the back. 15 seconds of time away from Team Mayhem, but this has been a masterclass of control, a consistent 50 to 60 point advantage from Mayhem that has not dissipated whatsoever. And once again, it is Mayhem in control of the spawns for new. A potential quick break on the cards though for Seminole perhaps. Marshy gonna open up with the first blood. Purify investment coming out from Band. They know how important this is, but Jesus saves on the other side for a couple with a Sparrow. Team Mayhem not done with this hill just yet.
Cartel's going to be able to hop through window to continue to apply pressure, but it's Kings.
I can imagine that gun trying to gibberish every time he shot. Oh, the CS?
Again, we knew the ARs, if Seminole or if Team Mayhem were going to have a chance, we're going to play a big role.
I think T-Bag has some multiple chains. Dude, T-Bag is actually
with an opportunity to shut down one more. Not going to be able to make it two, but Tectonic, the last hope to find the break, to find the opening right there, and Jesus trades out a couple. Seminole find an entry into the hard point regardless. And with spawns flipping the way that they do, Team Mayhem not looking to invest anything else. They take the setup toward P1.
Against Rejects, they were losing. They were losing, and Rejects was the ones that choked.
You're going to be able to close the gap ever so slightly going into the second set, but Team Mayhem should still be proud of themselves. That is a great first set coming out from them. Now they need to reproduce it once again as we get into the second. And they will be the first team to touch over towards Newt as the grace period towards this next hardpoint towards the rotation will end. Now we start to see the hit coming on through. Cartel's just keeping an eagle eye. You guys think you can get through that choke point? Absolutely not. Washi will, but not before going down in the end. Team Mayhem.
Okay.
Now looking to hold control. They just can't get it done. Tectonic going to produce a two-piece.
Got like a nice
down to stop any players coming off the spawn as well. Seminole recognize this is an important moment here in this game to stop Mayhem getting that momentum again.
Even though Jesus Saves has not picked up many kills in this hard point, the ones that he has found have been so crucial to locking in large amounts of hard point time. Marshy locks down that window area for the time being. Kings looking to find some contest time right here. Makes the entry, shots through the smoke connect as well, but it's not going to be enough to break on through, so players in position to contest. But obviously eyes toward the rotation of P2, and Team Mayhem have set up well there once again.
Yo, Seminole coming back.
That being said, they've allowed Seminole to slowly find
no,
their
Wolves
way
didn't qualify.
back into
LG,
this
not LG, Q9 did.
by 15 points.
A couple of players on the hill here. Jesus Saves and Cartels might well quickly find themselves overwhelmed, the latter of which has already gone down. Jesus Saves has to perform a miracle. Tectonic not going to let it happen, just over the top, an immediate dissipation, but Kings comes out with the Annihilator and once again wants it, but cannot get it done as Washi gonna fire right back at him just as quickly as Kings eviscerates with the Annihilator. Washi has a response, and now Seminole in for this time. Washi continuing on this spear around the backline as well. Will find one, and they know exactly where Team Mayhem are spawning. This is very, very awkward for Team Mayhem here, Bobby. They have no choice but to continue to hit this hill, and every single hit is more or less unsuccessful because there are players like Fade doing things like that.
Oh, absolutely snapping onto players right there. Even
Mayhem
the
trolling.
hipfire connects. He's
I'm gonna watch
on
party.
streaks and shooting
It depends on
players
what
that
time they're
haven't
gonna
been
stream
there
it.
for
If they
the
stream it
last
at like
10
a reasonable time for
Seminole
me,
have found their way into the lead
like
in
Eastern
this
time,
one.
where it's not like
They've still
5 in the
gotta
morning,
deal
then
with
I'll
the
do
early
it.
rotation that we've seen already for Team Mayhem have played this hard point so well so far, and it seems like Cartels has a read on to Marshy, but he's going to get shut down regardless, and a lot of pressure early on in this one. Team Mayhem have got to find a way to deal with this flank. T-Bag, a much-needed kill, a couple for Kings as well. So they'll hold the line for the time being, but just like that, Seminole have broken through.
Damn, they broke that so
This
easily.
is a massive hard point here in this game. Team Mayhem cannot afford to let this time away to Team Seminole.
Big
Now
flank. Oh my god, Raph.
Immediately going down by Raph, who has an equalizer of his own. Kills now in favor of Team Mayhem. They knew how important this hardpoint was.
This hardpoint is big, dude.
It back away from Seminole. Still a massive 30 seconds of time worth to fight for here, and Raph.
Oh, I'm not talking about Indian like qualifier. I want to watch like God like against Vitality. Oh wait, it is qualifiers. I'm talking. Never mind.
That is a yellow kill feed for Team Mayhem. Back and forth we go now. A valuable back 15 seconds as they now take the lead.
I want to see God like
felt like this map was starting to slip out of their hands, but they're able to grasp things as they clutch up there on P3. Unfortunately for them, it looks like a lockdown setup for Seminole right here. 3 straight kills as that leaves the Mayhem players spawning across the map. And nothing to work with for them right now as they try to find some inroads. A lot of operators invested to make sure that they could lock in P3 right there. And for the time being, they have not found a single bit of success trying to apply pressure, and especially with the operators coming out,
Big ops.
it's going to be that much more difficult.
You know exactly where Team Mayhem are going to be spawning though for Seminole. Maybe there'll be a rogue spawn every so often, but that should be covered by Ban towards the backline. Fake doing a hell of a damage now, immediately bringing the Predator missile down as soon as he earns it, but it doesn't even need it. Tectonic and Marshy will combine.
Oh, they're spawning in,
but
though.
now the spawns will flip out. T-Bag the only one on that side of the map. Tectonic
Big
now
cred.
next one to bring that Predator missile down from the heavens, and this has been a stellar hold for Seminole. Not a single second of this hill has been given away to Team Mayhem so far, and as you hit the last 15 seconds, yes, there will finally be a wave of gunfights that go in Team Mayhem.
You just gotta go new, bro.
That is not convincing, Bobby. Seminole, that could have been a crucial hill to close out this game.
What a bounce back performance out of Vig. 35 on the kills, 35 kills on the board for him, 37 for Tectonic, and Seminole now only 21 points away from locking in another North American Championship. Team Mayhem, will they have a response? Marshy comes flying through. The hip fire connects. Will the trades arrive at the hands of Band? Yes, indeed they will. And the break comes through.
Big equalizer.
Equalizer in hand. He shuts down another, and all of Team Mayhem have been wiped off the board. Jesus saves, responds, but once again, you got to get the bodies on the point.
You know exactly where Team Mayhem are spawning here. You're looking to line them up and take them out of the situation, but Team Mayhem will not go quietly. They continue to fight tooth and nail to get in towards this hardpoint. Vague for a double. They just need 16 seconds to become your North American champions, and they just cannot find it. Team Mayhem continuing to fight for this time. Can anybody from Seminole get in? No. No longer can finish it here, but they can still finish it on
OP1.
And all eyes on this foot race right now. One player looking to make a play through vents. That's going to be Jesus Can Save You. He's the only one that can make the move, and Seminole shut him down. Now they scramble to get on to the point. Not a whole lot of time remaining, and with Tectonic locking down this window, Kings is the only one that can make the play with the Annihilator. There's the opening.
He's found one. How much more value can he find on the other side? Jesus saves, and Raph have gone down to Kings.
You go in.
What can you do? He's already produced a miracle once. Now needs to do it again. Kings for the double. Kings for three. Surely not again. Fade's gonna shut him down. Seminole.
Holy shit, bro.
Still two more players to shut down.
Oh my God, Raph
So frustrating.
with a triple.
Gonna fight back for three. These players getting really close boards, but
what the fuck
cannot
is happening?
take Mayhem out of the equation.
They are so difficult to put away. Kings now 42 on the board, doing everything he can to keep his team in this, and Team Mayhem can win it right here if they play perfect hardpoint. Seminole are able to get that contest time through, but
bro, what is Mayhem on, bro?
Able to stop the progress, pushes across, have been able to shut down everything, but this is the opening.
This could be it. Team Mayhem now going to full foul. Tectonic for the double with the War Machine. Archie for number 3.
It's done. GG's.
Long touted here as the best team in North America, and Cartels wants to take it away. Just
he contested. Oh my God, Cartels is a goat. Cartels is a goat.
To go towards one more rotation.
Cartels is the best.
1 second of hardpoint away from being a North American champions. Perhaps Marshy.
What?
To get it done. No.
Dude, Seminole, bro. Yo, bro. Oh no. What the fuck just happened?
My God.
Mayhem. Dude, no. That was all Cartels. That was all Cartels.
That is one
at
of
249 or no, 240 like 7 or 8. Cartels was the only one near the hill. He jumps in, contests for 2 seconds, get killed.
Presence of mind to get the setup toward P2. And they win those
Cartel's the freaking goat for that one.
Very similar fashion to what we saw up against Rejects on that map 4.
Dude, that was actually crazy. What the hell?
I need a minute, mate.
That was so clutch from Cartels.
I need about 10
Holy
minutes
shit.
to be honest with you after that game.
That was insane,
wow.
bro. What the?
Wow. Seminole. I just can't believe it. I mean, at the start of that game, for basically the entirety of the first half, the entirety of the first set, Team Mayhem, they look cool, they look calm, they look collected,
that was
they look
so
like they knew
intense.
exactly what they were doing. And they felt like they were in complete control, and then things started to slip away from them somewhat as Seminole
LG versus Godlike
started
has
to
the end
build
of
the lead back
flashbacks.
up,
Oh
started to chip away
nah.
what Mayhem had done.
Not the flashbacks.
Oh man, and you know what? It's always funny because we always have the conversation. Perhaps the most devastating moment there for Mayhem where it felt like it might all be over was P4. Once again, that kill, teams seem to be so good at controlling it when they need to and controlling the spawns when they need to for the rotation too.
I think Vague shot bodies a little bit too early on that one.
Is it ever too early?
In that situation, I think you could make the argument that it was. I mean, Team Mayhem,
holy,
like crazy. I'm fairly certain. Actually, probably relatively split between the two. But the SMGs for that Seminole squad not really keeping up, as it was largely the ARs raining terror across the map once again.
I'm just shook after that. I need like a break.
2 minutes and 14 seconds in the hard point.
No, next game is I think it's Control, dude.
Jesus saves, not his best map, but 2 minutes in the hill likely what saved the map for them. And Team Mayhem keep their hopes alive as we now head back into the Control, this time on Raid, which is definitely seemed to be their favorite as far as the Control map.
Yeah, it's Control Raid.
It's everybody's favorite, mate, to be honest with you. I think there's very few teams who don't favor Raid Control. The amount that we've seen it so far, a little preview of kind of what's happened so far in this series. Mayhem, of course, coming in with a 1-0 disadvantage. They took both hard points, and I think that's kind of been part of the course of Mayhem, right? I mean, the hard point, it seems to be the case with a lot of top North American rosters. I'm really not sure what it is about hard point in particular that they seem so fond of, but it is where they were always going to get into this series. But Meltdown, Search and Destroy, that one went the distance, 7-5 for Seminole. And really, the only dominant map I think we've seen from either of these two teams, at least to a massive extent, is the Crossroads Strike Control, and that was from Seminole. And it doesn't exactly bode well, does it? Even though this is a very different map when we get into Raid, to have to win it if you're a Mayhem, to try and keep your hopes and dreams at being North American champions alive.
I'm not 100% positive, but I think this may be the exact same last two maps that these two teams had in the grand finals of last challenge season. You can check me on that. I know for sure that Express was the last map as far as the map setup goes, so we'll see whether or not that bodes well for Seminole, given the fact that they were able to close things out in the Control to be able to take the championship. Team Mayhem certainly seemed to have picked up a little bit of momentum, though, from that game of Hardpoint. And obviously, a win's a win at the end of the day, but to be able to make the comeback up against Seminole, given the dominance that they showed in the latter half of that game, once again, they feel to be a very, very momentum-based team.
Second wind, perhaps, I think is what we're seeing right now coming out from...
This has got to be like the 17th win.
I mean, isn't technically speaking the entirety of their playoff performance so far a second
win?
Well,
heck, I just, and I don't know, bro. I don't know. I know something punching the air right now.
It has been a stellar story. For those of you guys who maybe
where's China comp streaming? Billy. Is this setup? Is this real setup or green screen? This is the real setup, bro.
A story that, if anything, they were just a non-story. They didn't perform well versus Rejects. They didn't perform well versus LG at the beginning, and now known as Seminole. And I think we immediately kind of wrote them off as, you know, Mayhem, they are falling behind. They even struggled in a couple of maps versus Truly the first time around. And so it did feel a little bit like, hey, are Mayhem even in the conversation anymore? But playoffs Mayhem, even more specifically, I guess, day two playoffs Mayhem, totally different story. These guys, I mean, like, they've like, I don't know, whatever the performance enhancement things are in COD Mobile, they've got all of them. They're just like completely turned it for the thumb sleeves. They've got like all the textured thumb sleeves and such. Yeah, they've got it all, man. These guys, I don't know what's going on, but coming into day number 2, they seem like an entirely different team.
Yeah, to be honest, that's kind of been, it's not even like a challenge season thing. It's like basically ever since the last challenge finals, Team Mayhem have not really felt like a contender in the North American region. Like, it's just been LG and Tribe, now Seminole and Rejects going up against each other, and maybe Mayhem will take a map off of them every once in a while, but realistically, never much of a chance of taking an actual series. And it seems like the North American playoffs are just their time to shine, as once again, they go hot when it matters most. The question is, can they find a way to take this raid, and can they find a way into that search and destroy? The real question here.
Yeah, for sure. And we go back towards that Crossroads Strike Control. It was a crazy one for sure.
43 and 36. Damn.
So dominant, excuse me, for Seminole.
How many teams are going to be in Masters? So there's 2 LATAM, 2 NA, 1 EU, 1 Korea/Japan, 1 India, 1 China. 8
there was
teams.
Even a point in time where Kings was not playing for Team Mayhem, because he is so damn good.
Oh yeah, especially as far as the Annihilator plays that we've seen, especially. Right? And that was something that was, I think, last challenge finals a little bit hit or miss. Like, he had a couple of lowlights with the Annihilator. I think he and Jez were kind of going back and forth on whiffing entire Annihilator clips, but he's very clearly put in the work, and his shot has sharpened pretty sizably. So he's played a huge role for them. one thing that we also talked about pretty significantly was the fact that Blur, I think even still, like if you look at the KD leaderboards for the North American region, I think Blur is still a top 3 KD for the entire region, but he's only played 3 matches so far. And basically ever since then, Team Mayhem have just looked like a much stronger roster. So whether that's a change of pace, a change of roles, whatever that is, King seems to be fitting in much, much better.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of risky roster moves per se. Obviously, having the sub is kind of a very unique thing to Call of Duty Mobile comparatively to kind of mainline Call of Duty or even Call of Duty Warzone. And it's such a weird thing to see kind of teams making these changes. And for the Mayhem squad in particular, it has to be said, it was a huge, huge risk. I mean, like you said, statistically speaking, Blur is a phenomenal player. And so from our perspective, at least, you know, obviously we don't get to see kind of the inner workings of these teams, kind of what's going on, maybe what's going wrong for these situations. I think certainly that was the case for Mayhem. It still felt like a massive, massive, massive risk.
Hope Mayhem wins? Dude, that'd be crazy if Mayhem wins.
But then again, I think for these guys, it has always been the case that they've been cycling players in and out. I think we started the season under the assumption that Jesus wouldn't even be playing on the roster, and then obviously he kind of joined in as well. King's not being there, that was crazy. It's been a weird season, I think, for Mayhem. It's taken a while for them to formulate themselves into the roster that they are today, the roster that they are right now, but they are here. They'll be feeling pretty confident in themselves. But I was trying to talk about very briefly there about that previous control that we saw between these two teams, because it was a very
India
dominant
also
showing
needs
from
slot,
so
but
really,
they don't have any god teams that compete worldwide.
Is what do they need to
they
do
have a slot.
To make sure
that
doesn't happen again here on Raid?
I mean, I think a lot of it does come down to the decision making, because
which I think it's like fair.
Like the difference
just
in
like
a lot of these maps is the value that you get out
how
of
I
your
feel
operators.
like I feel like
we sometimes
Arena and Japan should have had like 2. Japan should have 1.
Exclusive make multiple times
because Japan really only has like 1 top team, just like how Godlike is the 1 top team in
having
India.
that flexibility to understand the difference of the situation and when it needs to be called in. Obviously, that wasn't the case, or maybe even the opposite case when it came to Crosshair Strike, a little overzealous in using the operators to try to clutch up in certain situations. But I think having that flexibility,
kind of 1 slot, I feel like it's not fair because all 3 Chinese teams qualified in the stage 5 to day 2.
Are going to use those lightly, and
you know,
most of the time
so,
you will see big time.
A little weird.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, we're about to get into the game here, folks. Apologies for the delay, but this has been a phenomenal
Garena is like
really phenomenal Snapdragon Pro series.
A different version of the game. It also covers a bunch of other countries. People were saying they should kick banned off the roster in the Kadam Esports live chat. Because live stream, people are brain dead. Like, genuinely brain dead. The most stupid people I've ever seen in my life. They see one player have a bad game. Oh, they're so shit. They're so shit. Why are they even a pro player, bro? I can do better than them, bro.
Because I think that would give a little bit
like, people
more
don't know what the fuck's going on.
What teams are forced to learn.
Like,
just because there's only 3 maps in the pool, so like if everybody gets to ban 1 map all the time, and if a region decides like, hey, we don't.
Yeah, this man didn't drop as many kills as he did, like as someone else. So yeah, I think he should be dropped. Like, what?
I don't know if it'll actually happen, but. Obviously, I feel like I have learned a lot about how to play raid control this season, so the bare minimum does win there.
I'll be honest with you, mate. After some of the plays that I've seen this season on raid control, I don't know if the players have learned a lot in situations. At this level, I think it's fine. But some of the plays I've seen on raid control, some of the mistakes I've seen for a number of the teams, Jesus, guys. Raid control's been about since like Black Ops Cold War. Come on, we know how to play it at this point. But yeah, for sure. So just waiting for the game to get underway. Man, I'm
should make control permanent game mode.
This season has just been honestly insane in North America. I'm so happy that today was competitive, Bobby. Like,
I'm so happy yeah, bro has 1 bad game. Ban is shit, bro. He's so garbage, bro.
A little disappointed in the rejects, admittedly, but that's nothing.
And then when he does good, everyone starts dick riding. Like, Ban is the best. Oh my god, I never doubted him. He's the GOAT. Like, okay.
We've got the kind of the big picture storyline ahead of Mobile Masters, West versus East. North America needs to step its game up.
Yeah, no question about it. I feel like both EU and North America have made us really happy today, because in both regions, there were an exorbitant amount of 3-0s that we watched day in and day out. And even the head-to-head matchups that were 3-0s during the regular season have not been that way in what we've seen in today's playoffs. So credit to both regions for putting in the work. And I guess credit to the underdogs for making those adjustments and being able to go back and recognize where things are going wrong. So whether it's exclusive Team Mayhem, these guys are obviously putting in the work, and obviously now Team Mayhem can put their eyes on Sao Paulo and start to make the adjustments for that as well. That seemed like a long shot for them to make it at the start of the weekend, but the improvements.
Wait, S-Thug retired?
I'll be honest. We've had this conversation a lot, actually. I was pretty convinced.
Well, you thought Rejects were the best team in North America.
This is the thing. I genuinely think that there is not a lot to separate those three teams.
I agree.
Honestly, there is. And even in Europe as well, I would say the exact same thing about Kings Exclusive and Omniscient.
What?
Because all of those teams are hyper competitive over in European playoffs, and I think today
S-Thug retired.
Honestly, it is just about how you turn up on the.
Yeah, dude. After the game, they lost to Seminole. He said. Late for my retired message I was planning on, but I had a blast of our journey. GG's to Mayhem qualifying for Brazil. Well, for people who speak English, I'm going to retire today for personal reasons. I have goals and priorities that I prefer to be doing, and I can't continue with this lifestyle. I don't really have the time to play. And reason being is due to work reasons and someone very special who has become important to me. And spending quality time with family, etc. Not going into detail, I hope you all have a good year. It was great meeting CODM players and great teammates. Shout out to Rejects and every team I've been in. I had a blast and many fun experiences in the CODM community. Oh shit.
Pick of progress has gone through right
Bro lost and said bye-bye.
To avoid that being removed, and it looks like it indeed has. And with that, we do see the right back toward the B side.
Yeah, Bandit's being a real problem though. Finds a couple of kills here that will send Mayhem away momentarily, but it is over.
Where did you hear that? Oh, he tweeted it.
Clock stopped at just over a minute here. Potential now.
Hey, good night, Predator.
And I think that potential
holy shit. S-Thug retired.
Another two-piece, make it three.
They lost and bro retired. Mayhem made him retire. Nah, all jokes aside, that's very unfortunate. But yeah, it looks like he has the plan for the future. So wish him all the best.
Cartels might need to crank up the headphones a little bit because Marshy just ran right past him, killed his teammate, and caught him with his pants down as well. Right now, Raph, cheeky spot, trying to play his life right here. Unfortunately for Tectonic, he does not have enough ammo to close out that gunfight. And with that, Team Mayhem do get A locked in, but we've seen a lot of these teams, after they get the opening progress onto A, struggle to find avenues.
He said that after they lost to Mayhem?
We'll see
after they lost and didn't qualify, he was like, I'm out.
Opening, Seminole are able to hold them off and force them back a little bit right here.
Now on the hunt for Jesus. Jesus is being so annoying at the moment.
Would you guys think Rejects would pick up if S-Thug is not there anymore?
From this situation, you cannot afford to let him sit around the gymnasium.
This is the final? This is the final. Oh shit, it's close.
But they're not actually being as aggressive.
Oh, Mayhem's on offense first.
To take that player out of position. Right now, they're just content with sitting on point.
And they capped A first? That's crazy.
Mayhem players out towards where they want to take the fights on their terms. Raph going to activate for the first kill here against Fake. Seminole just chilling.
These guys have custom games. There's some spots they can get on that we can't on global. They're playing on global, bro. Like, I have them on my friends list. They're literally in game right now.
You do get one player all the way through Kitchen. That's going to be Kings.
This is global.
But with only 24 seconds left, he's got to move quickly.
I really want to counter like Noah Ferg and Jokester and Cobb. Those players, they're all content creators on iPad. You name 3 iPad players, bro.
To give away this much time, Tectonic's going to get
they will have to switch the phone and everything.
On the objective, and that's going to stop the clock. We'll see what Marshy's going to be able to do.
If they had made it, he would have retired after Brazil. Exactly. Hey, what's up, Ember? Like how Bolu retired after winning champs.
And if those are
yeah, Bolu really won everything.
Impact, but Marshy's got a
and they're retired.
That's going to be able to take down a couple. Team Mayhem still have to be dealt with on the objective, but the kills go through for Seminole.
Yeah, after that investment, you do really want to win this situation. Now the 2 versus 4 coming out. One is a Raph here. 1 versus 4 scenario has the R9.
They should join Rejects now. I don't know.
1v1 on the point. Washi is weak, as is Raph. Washi gets the better of him though. Raph unable to get the R9 shot off. And despite that investment from T-Bag,
I'm doing well. I'm just you know, I streamed like freaking 4 hours this morning for the EU.
Slow starts, but that was
and now I'm streaming like 5 hours of this bullshit. But yeah.
So now Seminole,
because fucking Mayhem wants to come back a 0-2 deficit and then go to map 4 against freaking Rejects. Like,
As far as
You
the
couldn't just
opening
lose?
kills, it will go the way
What is
of
Pepe doing now?
Team
I don't
Mayhem.
know. I don't know,
Early
man.
Operator investment as well. Tectonic War Machine seeing what he can
Where's this
find.
Blur dropped?
One, not going to be
Blur
able to make
is
it two.
dumb.
Definitely would have liked to be able to find more value. Solid trade
Your
out of Cartel as you
OTM
do
is
not wanna give
banned.
up a two-piece in
Banned,
that
banned,
situation.
banned.
Switching over towards the equalizers here is Vague.
Oh, look at him.
finding a lot of
Go
value. That's already a couple
crazy.
of kills. Washi going to get a couple of his own with the Annihilator.
Go,
This
go,
is
go.
a massive investment for Seminole to ascertain that they do get control over that B point, and
Oh,
I think
shit.
successfully transfer over towards B as well, because they haven't got any worries around the bedroom side. They've already got players hanging about inside money around Tiki, and those players are already
Blur
starting to activate
was
for some
at
kills here. This could be a
Mayhem, not
disastrous
Rejects,
start
yeah.
for Team Mayhem.
Who
If
retired?
these guys are
S stuck from
successfully able to
Rejects.
transfer and Vague, of course he finds
Big.
a couple of kills. Predator missile
Big.
coming down right off the rip, and that's gonna find one.
Damn, Seminole
And
wants to
crucially
finish
gives the
this, bro.
information to
They're
Seminole
they're
as to
done.
where
They're
those
tired. They're like, I don't want to
players
play this no
inside
more.
that spawn.
Vague literally got
Ooh.
kills on one side of the map, ran across the to the opposite side of the map, and was still getting kills with the equalizer.
Ooh.
Team Mayhem now down 4 lives. They got 4 operators. Right now, it looks like they don't want to be overzealous in using them, but they've
Big
not really
kills.
been able to establish any type of map control, but a big opportunity. Right now, Tectonic has snuck behind enemy lines. They're
Mayhem gonna
push
make a
forward
comeback?
right here, but if
How
he
much
can
you
shut
betting?
down at
I will
least one
bet
of these
$20
players,
with you that
this could open
Seminole
up the
win this
avenues
map.
for Seminole to make their way onto the objective. Equalizer's going to come
Out
out
of
for Raph
context,
as
but
well.
have you
He's
seen
going to be able to find 2
Panther's
there
cartoon?
and
No.
goes untraded.
Yeah, Tectonic still being annoying though.
What's
Getting
that?
around the spawn. Mayhem needs to deal with him pretty quickly here, and they just can't get it
Reject
done.
should pick up
Raph still looking for
Syaz.
some value here with the
Does Shotzi
equalizers.
still play,
There's
bro?
one, There's 2. Looking to line all these guys up. Finally going to get dealt with there. A little bit of a side quest for Seminole over by Ring. And finally they take him down, but I talked about it very briefly there. Tectonic still hasn't been dealt with, and he's still causing
Well,
issues
bet
here
because
for Team
Mayhem
Mayhem
coming
on the
back.
defense.
Oh, where's
And
say
now
Les
that situation's
Jordan?
gonna be worse. And yes, Tectonic will
I'll
go
actually
down,
bet you
but look
$20
at Seminole.
dog.
Look at the amount of players on the flank.
Spawn trap's been set up though.
Is
Team
the
Mayhem
OTM
have
mag
been able
banned?
to
It
sneak
is.
through, and
You
with
should
every
join
death
Rejects,
should be an
bro.
opportunity for them to find
Hell
even more kills.
no.
They're able to find another one right there. Looking to get
Done,
this
bruh.
life lead
Comp
under
is
control.
AIDS.
Tectonic able to turn and find the kill onto Cartel. So all that time spent could potentially be for nothing. And Jesus with the Sparrow is going to get shut down right there. The respawns are now gone. And Seminole up 4 lives in this one. Just got to throw some bodies at the hill to stop the clock.
That's T-Beck going to get shut down as well. Yeah, Cartels now for a 1v7. This feels like insurmountable odds, doesn't it? Gonna go for it at the very least through elbows, some shots, not convincing whatsoever. You really do need to make sure you stop the capture, and you don't even do that. And yeah,
Not
look, we
betting
talk about
on
this
it.
spawn
Oh,
trap
nah,
very
bro.
often, how
Jordan
potent it
betting,
can
though.
be, but you don't often talk about
Jordan
the
said
other
bet
side of
'cause
that.
Mayhem coming
And Seminole,
back,
I think,
full
displayed it
confidence.
so perfectly. They didn't go back and deal with it immediately. They went and just stuck to their original game plan of just going straight towards the point where the
Dude,
three
imagine
players
if
that were
COD
already there.
Mobile
It
had like
worked.
betting
Seminole
where you could bet
one
like
round away from being crowned
you
your
could bet
North
on
American
like
champions.
And I think they did a really good job.
Like, how
basically
much
just waiting
players-
as long as
how many kills
possible
players
to
would drop.
respawn to try to catch
or if like
Cartels off
someone
guard.
would get a
Once
feed
again,
with
the Sparrow wiped
their
off
op
the
or some
board
shit, you
from the
know.
hands of Jesus.
You could bet on someone choking their op. That'd be so
No,
fucking
that,
cool.
that was actually a Sparrow taken out for Seminole
But
right
you're not
there.
gonna play comp?
So
Nope.
Team Mayhem do a good job of taking away some of that utility, but Ban still a Purifier in hand, and Tectonic pulls out the War Machine. They're looking to put this one away early.
You can bet on CM matches. Yeah, I know. You could bet on VCT matches too.
Finding themselves in deep trouble. They're pulling out.
Well, not in
towards A. They go.
what's it
Marcy already
called?
providing some
Ontario.
resistance, though. He's already found yet another kill. Yes, finally, Jesus says he'll get one, but Tectonic, it's time for the War Machine to keep these guys at bay. The kill feed is
Ooh.
not kind whatsoever. Make him. Yes, you had the right idea, but the
Ooh.
execution.
Yeah,
has
you're
been
done.
nothing
It's
but
done.
Soft, and now they're starting to put the pieces together for the spawn trap as well.
Most of the player base
Continues
kids
to
though.
push
No,
up
yeah,
right
that
here.
is
He's
true.
taken down, but for Team Mayhem, you can't afford to take one for one's team.
Hey, but I'm just saying.
To go massive with the War Machine, running very low on
It would
time
be-
to
it would be
find any
good.
more value out of that.
Why do
and it
girls
looks
keep
like
saying
it's
slay
not
in
meant to
period?
be.
'Cause we can.
30 seconds
Slay,
remaining.
period.
Team Mayhem have to get onto an objective,
Period,
and they
poo.
have not been able to find anything. And there's Washi.
Alright. 9v20. I think it's done,
right
chat.
there. Only 20 seconds remaining for Team Mayhem to make something out of a dire situation.
Oh, shit. As well. Can anybody touch this point? If anybody's going to do anything, it's going to be Raph, who doesn't actually do anything. Kings and Cartels do find a couple of kills, but 10 seconds on the clock.
Why he jump out like that?
American champion Seminole just need to keep Team Mayhem away from the point, and they can't do it. Over towards B, they
what happened with Rejects? They got, as someone said, rejected their plane ticket to Brazil.
All they can look to do is play for their lives, and with only 3 remaining,
that's pretty messed up.
It doesn't look like it's in the cards for Team Mayhem. They look for anything that they can, but with only 7 seconds, they have to be better than perfect.
A 2 versus 13 to stop Seminole from becoming your North American champions. They're going to get the extra 60 seconds on the board. But this feels like an impossible scenario to stop a legacy being built. Kings, can he get it done? Kings will find the kill, but it's not to be. And for Seminole, the road to redemption will continue as they are your North American champions.
GG's.
A little bit of deja vu right there as they take care of business.
Technically, it was a 2-3.
Raid once again, map number 6, and Team Mayhem. Phenomenal fight out of these guys. Not only to be able to take down Rejects, but to take 2 maps off of a Seminole
how much did Mayhem play today?
Decimated them earlier
5 games.
in the season. Seminole just
4 games.
Too dang good. So much talent.
Yeah, they played 14.
Squad.
Yeah, holy shit.
And you just look at
they play 14
every single
games.
player there. There is not a single weak link.
Seminole are just phenomenal, man, and it's the exact same thing that we've been talking about.
They played 14 full comp games today. Holy
this time around. That every single player on Seminole has that pop-off ability to go.
Team Mayhem and Seminole for Brazil, yes sir. We're the 20 at. We're the 20 at, my boy.
All cylinders at all time. I mean, Team Mayhem, they gave them a series. Let's not, cut them short.
That took forever,
but Seminole,
guys.
When they want to go off, they are absolutely the best team in North
Slave
America.
Queens.
Well, and now they are.
You good?
Honestly, during that second hard point, I thought I was just being delirious, and it wasn't really happening. I actually could not believe how much of a good fight that Mayhem put up there. My voice is gone at this stage as well. I mean, I was.
Oh yeah, that was a really good matchup.
I couldn't actually believe what was happening in terms of Mayhem's performances in the hard point today specifically have been incredible.
Yeah.
Like never giving up at any stage. The utility usage, the operator usage, top tier. I just want to give them their flowers whilst we can, because I know we'll talk about Seminole quite a lot. Mayhem's hard point has been absolutely insane. And I think they can, take it away from that. You're still going to have the opportunity in Brazil. If they can just build on these other modes, they will be a team who can cause some damage. But what a series once again. Crazy day.
And taking into consideration that now that we're done, Mayhem had to play 15 maps today, and Seminole played 3. Like, I'm not trying to shortchange them at all, because obviously Seminole had a phenomenal performance, but Mayhem had the most ridiculous run that they had to try and push through, and still
who is this lady?
Defeated Seminole in really strong
Her name is Glitter Explosion.
We knew Seminole was top of the region and that they were highly likely, especially after their upper bracket run, to come out on top here in this, but the performance that Mayhem put on today cannot be understated. If they had done that all season long, once again, we have a different ranking for that top 4 when those 4 weeks of challenge season had all finished. But let's celebrate Seminole a little bit. We'll bring Hippo in to do it, get this interview going, talk to them one final time. I'm excited to hear how you're feeling. That was not an easy
look at Hippo, happy as shit.
It was a great performance on behalf of the squad, Hippo. So how's everybody feeling?
Oh, everybody was so ecstatic, as just like yesterday, but even more so. We were already kind of like, oh, we made it to Brazil, but we also knew like, oh, we're not #1 yet. And so the moment we just won, vague, everybody was like, we're done, we did it. We're back, returning champions. And so we're super happy, we're super ecstatic, and just super excited to go to Brazil.
Hippo, I just want to kind of ask a similar question to yesterday, because you guys have really shown your mental toughness, though, especially with that Arsenal hard point, to lose it the way you did. Again, is it just that bounce back from the team showing the mental strength again?
100%. I mean, we were really gutted since, you know, comms were on fire. Everybody was just going crazy. We were trying to, you know, make the comeback, especially because of the fact that, you know, we wanted to show that, look, we're not that weak on hardpoint. And Arsenal, we know that this is Mayhem's, you know, arguably their best map, but we can still take them on. And I think we did show that we can take them on, but we just couldn't close it out. But I think the boys right after, the first things they said was just, all right, we got this, next one. And so they were good to go. They knew what they needed to do, and we knew that control raid was going to be our map. So.
Yeah, for sure. Your mental fortitude, I think, as a team.
Oh my god, okay. I just feel like even when they delivered to it.
American
Actually, facts though. The games were so good. Holy crap.
The road to redemption after what happened at Champs. You've got the championship.
Also, Sentinels beat
Next up,
100
it's
Thieves.
Sao Paulo,
Like, dude,
it's Brazil,
everything's going
and
crazy.
it's the rest of the world.
Anyways, chat, it is time for me to hop off. Is he wearing PJs? As he should, because it's literally 1 a.m. Like, what the fuck? It's bedtime, chat. Alright, guys. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm heading to bed, and I will see you guys all tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Have a lovely rest. Well, today's technically Tuesday now. Have a lovely rest of your Tuesday, y'all. Bye. Bye.